Morty's Diner. Hot coffee without the toxic sludge. Morty's Diner. Hot coffee without the toxic sludge. Morty's Diner. Hot coffee without the toxic sludge. Morty's Diner. Hot coffee without the toxic sludge.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Morty's Diner. Yes, this is Morty speaking. And let's still setting it up here. There we go. All right. Sunday afternoon, about 4:20. Well, let's talk about a few things. Today's show is entitled AD Never Calling, Shot in the Dark, Doxx Report, Golden Baba, Watch Nicholas, Dr. Bob, Rufus, Pasta, Smith & Wesson, $20,000. And it shows there are 3 people currently watching. So thank you very much. 2 people watching, even better. All right. So I'm just going to, I'd like to sit by and just see if we get some more viewers before I delve into the content and address or just comment on a few things. Oh, I guess I could have put her 10 in the title too, but you're only allowed 100 characters and there's no more space, no more room. Five viewers. Let's try and get to 10. If 10 people or so, you know, which would be an all-time record for this channel, I guess, considering, you know, what certain people say. 7. Very nice. I'll lower the music just a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Hey, Mega Value, thank you very much for your channel support. 99-cent super sticker from Mega Valued customer. Thank you very much. You want to come on sometime, anytime you'd like to join the panel, we can talk about Roy Orbison. If you want. Or not. Anyway, thanks very much. Six people. 8 people. Let's get, if it gets to 10, then I'll get into the content in the title. Hello, Pavel. Doxx wanted to give you a lifeline. What does that mean? What do you mean, lifeline? Lifeline, what does that mean? In regards to Morty and YouTube. Yep, back to 6 people. I guess there's other shows on right now with the big numbers. And I guess that's nice. That's good for everybody. Good for me and good for you. Pavel, that's a Pavel channel member. That's how he recounted the show where he was waiting backstage. Oh, right. Yeah, well, we can talk about that. Yeah. 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 8 people. Let's try and get 2 more. I'll rub my mug. Mother! Oh, no. Mother! Jeez, unbelievable. Hey, we got 10 people. Okay, fantastic. Thanks, everybody. So let's get into the topics here. Down to 9, but that's okay. We did achieve 10. Though it might have been one person with 10 different accounts. Can't rule that out. So, I rescheduled the 12:30 show to a Sunday next week. Okay. That's the first thing. Why? Because I'm trying to figure out certain technical things, you know, or issues that I'd like to do. And that brings us to Doxx Report. My good friend, Doxx Report. Well, I saw he had a show on this afternoon. I clicked on, I saw about the last 20 minutes, and there was the continuation of the hate insults from 80 Never Calling and other people, you know, put downs. And we'll get to that. Doxx. Oh, by the way, very nice artwork on his mega Morty Diner, whatever that was. Yeah. Doxx, what you do, Doxx, if you're listening, Doxx, what you do is you often criticize me for something I'm doing on my channel without knowing what I'm doing. I haven't explained what I want to do technically wise or content wise, but you know, you keep saying, well, why doesn't he just use overlay and do this? It's not involving the overlay feature, all right? I mean, you're the guy, and I'm not picking on Doxx, but Doxx, you're the guy who was going to the shooting range and you couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, and you kept tensing up and, you kept saying every time you pulled the trigger, the gun veered to the left and, you just couldn't figure it out. And I said, well, why don't you get a proper instructor? And you said, no, you learn by doing, which of course made absolutely no sense. You learn by getting proper instruction, and then you can learn by doing. Okay. And I said this to you like 4 or 5 different shows. Get an instructor. No. You learn by doing, which of course just makes no sense. Anyway, and I was offering the advice of get up NRA certified instructor who's really good, at that, you'll get a reference at that outstanding gun store in your town there, and they'll line you up, with classes or something. And after many, many months of you kept saying, well, I just keep veering to the left when I pull the trigger, and I'm so afraid to pull the trigger, and I pull the trigger and the gun just goes left, it goes right, it goes, and I just tense up. And I said, get an instructor. Take a lesson. Anyway, many, many months later, you announced, hey, I took a lesson. Man, I can't believe what was accomplished in a 1 hour or a half-hour lesson. Holy cow, this guy was really good. He saw what I was doing wrong. He straightened me out. I mean, it's just incredible how what a great instructor this was. It was on like that. And I was saying, well, like, of course. No, we have someone backstage. The invite link is up, but I'm not going to, I don't want any panelists until I finish my introductory monologue. But, so come back later if you'd like. I need to, besides, that's Uzi backstage, and we're not talking to Uzi. Uzi is a very sick man. Anyway, okay. Very hateful, racist man. Okay, anyway, so, then he says, yeah, wow, that lesson was fantastic. Wow, great. Yeah. So you see, he wasn't listening to my suggestions, which were just good natured, like take a lesson from a qualified instructor. Then when he did, he went, oh, it was great. He was drinking the world's worst Walmart coffee for years, and I said to him, why don't you try something good? So I sent him a couple coffee brand suggestions. I think it was Pete's Coffee. And then he was using the shittiest $19.99 Walmart crap coffee maker. And this is a man who has a wealthy man. So I finally, he agreed to listen to my suggestion. He went on Amazon. There was a Cuisinart coffee maker, 4-cup carafe, and I said, don't even read it, just buy it, just click buy, just buy it. And I gave him a couple coffee brands suggestions, and then a few days later he got the coffee maker working with a bag of coffee, and he goes, wow, I mean, this is the best coffee. I've never had coffee that wasn't so high acidic, had such high acidity. This coffee is incredible. There's no high acidity. There's no, heartburn or whatever he was saying, something like that. I don't taste the acid effect, and it tastes great, and it's smooth, and whoa, I've never had coffee like this. Well, of course, because you're an economy shopper, and and there's just endless example after example. I said to him when he had the golf cart thing, years ago, I said, do you use the golf cart? And he goes, no, I don't use it. Well, then why don't you sell it? It's just taking up space in your garage. If you're never going to use it, just sell it. He goes, well, I don't want it. So after quite a long time, months, I guess, went by, do you still have that golf cart? And he goes, yeah, well, why don't you sell it? Well, I don't know. And then one day, many months later, he sold the golf cart. I don't know what he made, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, who knows, And then he starts saying, hey, boy, I opened up the space in the garage. I didn't need that golf cart. I never used it. So I sold it. I don't know what he got. Again, like 2, 3, 4, whatever thousand, But terrific. Got rid of it. Very good. I got a nice, clean, open space in my garage now. Terrific. So, I give him good advice. or suggestions, not advice, suggestions, you know. And a number of others I don't recall right now off the top of my head. But anyway, he's preoccupied with my channel, which on one hand is kind of nice that he's interested in Morty's Diner. Yeah. I almost said Mega Cafe, no, Morty's Diner. But, and he's telling me about overlay, and I'm not using the overlay feature for what I want to do. It's not related, you know. If I want to, there's no rush. You see, this is the thing. There's no rush. I'll get to it when I get to it. And Doxx, you're so critical of me, how I run my channel. You know, every show's the same. It never changes. Well, yeah, you never change your format. Every show is the same. A lot of people, every show is the same. On Curly's channel, every show is the same. It's just blasting of hate, you know, and lies. I mean, it doesn't change, you know. So, I mean, you know, whatever. Here we go. Pavel. So, to summarize, all of your advice to Doxx is helpful when finally implemented, and all of his advice to you is misguided and non-applicable. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. You see, here we go. Twisting. He's giving me advice on things that are not the issues. If I really wanted to, you know, work it out, I'd send him an email and say, hey, would you be kind enough to give me a few minutes on this issue? Maybe, you know, I could do that with lots of people, but there's no urgency, you know. And besides, I do like tinkering around with the computer and discovering things on my own, you know. But, so it's a little bit different, Pavel. Yeah. But thank you for your input. Okay. So, yeah, Doxx, thank you for wanting to help out, but it's not that you wanted to help out, it's that you're critically commenting on, you're criticizing me for how I'm running the shows, and it's on issues that you're just not aware of or don't know about, but you're so critical. You're one of the most critical people out there. You criticize me, you criticize Archie, you criticize Tim, criticize, comment, criticize, and, you know, judge lest not ye be judged. Doesn't that mean anything to anybody, you know? Somebody famous said that. But I watched the Doxx show, so I'm not going to go back and watch the rest of the show today, because it's, well, maybe I will, I don't know, but it's just, you know, Morty, put downs, comments, insults, you know, amazing. But then someone talked about when he was on my show, he appeared backstage and then he left. He just vanished, and even, you know, and he is the most sensitive guy out there. It takes him a split second to leave a conversation. He's done this a number of times. With me and with other people too. He just leaves, you know. Boom, vanished. Go, boom, you know. And hey, it's one of his personality things, one of his peccadillos. What can I tell you? Okay, hello, Loose Tooth. Yeah. All right, next name on the Shot in the Dark. When I was off for that 7 weeks taking care of things, Shot in the Dark contacted me, and he goes, hey, what's going on? You doing okay? And I didn't really reply. I mean, I just sent him a non-reply of just like a thumbs up or a picture of an animal. And the fact was, nothing personal against Shot. I appreciated him reaching out. I just didn't want to talk to anybody from YouTube. Nobody. All right, so that was what that was about regarding Shot. Yeah, but it was nice to get a Shot to reach out, but I just wasn't talking to anybody, YouTube-wise. Golden Baba, wow, what a case, Golden Baba. Yeah, he did that Morty takeoff show a week or two ago. I watched the whole thing. I went back and watched it. It was pretty decent. You know, I mean, the guy's a hater and mean guy. But Wow, what a hater! I saw a video channel. I found a channel on YouTube. It's a guy. It's a hunting channel, and it might have been all AI. I don't know, but the guy is shooting elephants, elk, deer, pigs, feral hogs, dogs, giraffes, all lions, tigers, and he's just shooting them on. And here's comments from Uzi backstage. He says, "I just want to say hi, sir. I like you. No hard feelings. Come on, bro. I'm not here to fight with an older gentleman." Jeez. Amazing. Okay. All right. Very good. Right. Exactly. Jesus. All right. All right. So, what was I saying? Yeah. So I watched the Bob, Morty impression show he did of Morty's Diner. It wasn't that bad. Then I heard him say later he did it because he wanted to get me onto the show or whatever. But no. But link for Uzi. He's a changed man, Morty. You really think so, Gigatwan? Pavel. Uzi has disposable fun money. Something to consider. Well, listen, it's like I've said many times. I like having money as much as anybody else. Well, actually, that's not true. Some people want money more than I do, or like money more than I do. They live for it. But yeah, there's more to life than selling your integrity and your guts and bending over for a few dollars. If I really wanted to do that, I'd be a drug dealer, or I'd go into a life of crime, or I'd be a pimp. I don't do those things. Okay. Hello, Hurritan, $2. $2 super chat from Hurritan, channel member. Thank you very much for the channel support. Hey, Morty, when do you expect to respond to Patrick? Well, I'm going to do a little bit of a comment on that today. Thank you, Hurt. By the way, Hurritan, I went looking for those to follow up on what I mentioned to you last night about finding a couple screenshots. I don't have the screenshots. I think they were what I was saying was apparently part of a show that was I recorded the show, and that would mean going through dozens of hours of shows to find what you said. But regarding last night's tete-a-tete, it was you were saying things like you put a comment on one of the channels like, "Hey, Morty just said Jax is smarter than Patrick," or "Jax is smarter than ADNC." That kind of thing. I never said that. So it was like, you like taking things I say, and then you put a slight twist on it for stirring up the shit pot, or the pot of shit. So, which, that's what you do. Like you said, you always need to create, stimuli for content, So what I said was, because this was after I had talked to, I'm sorry, a Puck Elf. That's what Puck Elf, yeah. I talked to Puck Elf on the last show I did before I took a break, and we had a really nice talk about not only lightsabers, but Knights Templar and Mokele Mbebe and the cryptozoology. I don't know what we talked about, But the guy knows a lot about a lot of interesting topics, and so I said, "Yeah, Puck Elf's got he's got a wide knowledge base, maybe even more so than Patrick." It was something like that. I never said he's smarter than AD Never Calling. Maybe he is. I don't know. I never said that. But you can't judge, or it's erroneous to judge people's intellect by their bank account, because that doesn't make any sense. Or their worth as a human, or their talent. You're going to judge Van Gogh by his bank account? It doesn't make any sense. You're going to judge Galileo or Da Vinci by their bank accounts? Or Mozart? These people, Mozart died a pauper, and Van Gogh, and, Van Gogh, and so on. So the two are not connected. I mean, mutually connected like that. Okay, Hurritan, £5 super chat. Thank you very much, Hurritan. Morty, I've heard a rumor that you have Patrick banned here. That is correct. He clearly let me know that you are not banned on his channel. Yeah, I heard him say that, yes. I'm Pakistan here. Your thoughts? What does that mean? I'm Pakistan here. I don't know what you mean by that. Can you clarify that? Yes, I have no interest in going on Patrick's channel. The guy, I will discuss this momentarily regarding AD Never Calling. What do you mean by I'm Pakistan here? Oh, you're negotiating on behalf of two parties in conflict. Is that what you mean? I see. Okay. But didn't Pakistan also knowingly provide a hideout for Osama bin Laden? Yes, they did. Wasn't that a surprise? Guy Gadwa, Patrick wants you to hop on the News Bro show. Well, we'll talk about that. Oh, it's Rufus, my friend Rufus. How you doing, Rufus? The Peace Broker. Oh, hello, Doxx. Yes. Hurritan, I'm just relaying messages between the two parties that are not in direct negotiation. I understand, yes. Since we have not heard how you will respond to Patrick's challenge. Yes, correct. I'm going to discuss that. Okay. All right, so we move on from Bob. Dr. Bob, okay, so when I was away for that 7 weeks, every once in a while I watched very little of the YouTube channels. I was really taking care of my body, mind, and soul, and other assorted bodily organs. And there were certain people who talked about me on whatever show they were on, whichever channel. They just kept talking about me, like, Morty, come back, you know. And that was, of course, GD. Dr. Bob, every day, whatever show he was on, when's Morty coming back? Morty, come back. When's Morty coming back? Gee, I had no idea he was so interested, you know. And AD Never Calling, but in AD Never Calling's case, it was just an insult to put down and another hate comment about Morty. And we'll get into that a little bit later, okay? And GD, Dr. Bob, and AD Never Calling. Yeah, those were the three I noticed the most. I mean, almost every day. Of course, Patrick's was the insult put down and hate comment. All right, Rufus, next person in the title. Rufus, interesting guy, Rufus. I think he's he's been overexposed past over a healthy limit to the hate channels, and it's affected him. Really, I'm sad to say that, I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. It's just clear. All right, Pasta. Pasta's a good guy. I can't think of a negative thing to say about Pasta. All right, Smith & Wesson. I want to get onto that. So I'm going to share the picture here. Oh, here's a cat. I saw this cat on an adoption page of a animal shelter website that I was looking at. And I was looking at all the different dogs and cats up for adoption. And I saw this guy who's currently available. And I am an animal lover, always has been. I'm very protective and loving towards animals. I don't consider squirrels vermin. Infestation. Cockroaches, termites, that's an infestation. Mosquitoes, yellow jackets, a hornet's nest, that's an infestation where you call the pest control guy, you know. Squirrels, raccoons, opossums are not vermin. They're not infestation. They're adorable backyard critters, adorable backyard animals. You can enjoy watching, throw them some food. Anyways, I saw this cat, and I go, this beautiful cat, beautiful. I thought, boy, you know, if this guy was here, maybe I'd go over and take a look at him. And I'd love to have another pet, dog or cat, but it's tough. It's really hard. What a beautiful looking cat. All right, let's continue. Next picture. Smith & Wesson. So as I had mentioned, this is the Smith & Wesson equalizer. I have an equalizer. It's a phenomenal pistol. I have, it's one of my pieces that I have. And this is the Smith & Wesson equalizer. It's a single action. See, it's got a grip safety and a thumb safety, though you can get it without the thumb safety, with or without. And it's an extraordinarily good pistol. I mean, all across the board, the reviews are just extraordinarily good. Totally revises and updates and improves on their Easy series or Shield Easy series. Anyway, so I was looking at the Smith & Wesson page a couple of weeks ago, and I saw this one because many gun manufacturers offer the same pistol in different finishes, So I saw this one here, and I go, what color is this? So Smith & Wesson calls this orchid. So the frame is black slide with an orchid finish. And then some other websites, or maybe Smith & Wesson also called it purple. And I certainly don't want a purple gun, but this was an interesting shade of, I thought, well, maybe I'd get a second one, because you need at least 3 handguns. 3. And I discussed this with the prominent talk show guy at KABC in Los Angeles. He couldn't believe what I was telling him, but I said this to him on his show, and he just couldn't believe. He was just libtarded out, and he couldn't understand my comment at all, what I was saying to him on the show. But you need at least 3. If anyone doesn't understand that, it's just common sense. I mean, you need 1. Okay, that's just for self-protection. Okay. This guy at KABC radio, he was like, well, guns, the only purpose of a gun is to kill people. And I said to him, no, the purpose of a gun is to save your life or the lives of people, people around you. So the purpose of the gun is not to kill people. The purpose of the gun is to save your life. And the gun is used to neutralize the situation. Stop the threat. Whether the person dies or not, well, that's a secondary consideration. But the purpose of the firearm is to save your life or life of a family member or, whatever like that. Whether the armed attacker or whatever is going to die on the spot or die later in the emergency room, well, that's a secondary line of thinking. But the purpose is to save your life. It's not to kill people. It's to neutralize or to equalize. No, it's to neutralize the threat. Okay. Anyway, so I said to this guy on KABC on his show, well, you get 1 because you need 1. He said, well, why do you need a second one? I said, well, let's say the first one, you're using it at the shooting range or whatever, and it jams. Or, you're using a Corbon round, which has a strange dimension on the casing, and it gets stuck in the barrel. Which actually happened to me once about 30 years ago. I had a Browning pistol, and my friend who was very into Corbon said, here's a box of Corbon, let's shoot some of this. I said, all right. He said, this is better than the Remington stuff you got. I said, all right. So I loaded the mag with the Corbon, whatever it was, and pulled the trigger, and it got stuck in the barrel. It's unbelievable. Brand new Browning, top quality manufacturer. And he couldn't get it out, so we took the pistol. We drove to a gun store that he knew about. This was in Oregon, in fact, in the 90s, way before I lived here. And we went shooting way, way out in the country, past the llama and alpaca farms, ranches they have out here in the suburbs. I mean, far out in the suburbs. We took it into the gun store. He said, now this is loaded. There's a Corbon round stuck in the barrel. That was amazing. So the guy went in the back, and he was able to get the bullet removed, get the round removed. So, I mean, that was pretty amazing. Anyway, so if you have if your primary piece is in the repair shop, it's disassembled because you're waiting for a new part that you want to install. You had to send it back to the manufacturer because something was not working and you wanted a under warranty repair. Well, then you're without one. So you need the second one just in case the first one is not available for whatever reasons, like I kind of described. Okay. Then why do you need a third one? All right, well, let's say, you're Charlton Heston, okay? Or, whoever, and you have a, one of your libtarded, demented friends over your house hanging out for the afternoon, and then riots break out all over Los Angeles, and your friend is a, 1 hour drive back to their Calabasas estate. Or, and it's just rioting in the streets and buildings being burned down, by all that, which during the Rodney King riots, for example, Charlton Heston told this story. And he said on some talk show, he says, you wouldn't believe the number of very famous liberal friends of mine who called me up during the Rodney King riots and asked me if they could come over and borrow a gun. And these were the left-wing anti-gunner Hollywood nutcases. You see, so they're all scum, all those people. But anyway, so if you have a friend over your house, and the riots break out, and he's scared to death of going home because there are roving lunatics and zombies in the street, you can give him one. Say, here's a couple boxes of ammo, and here you can take my pink handgun here and get home safely. So that's why you need 3. But certainly 2. But anyway, so I saw this orchid purple one, and I thought, wow, this is nice. Should I get this? So I can't afford it. Can't afford it at all. But I thought about it a long time. So I sent the picture to someone I know who really knows guns. I mean, no, the guy really knows guns as much as I do, maybe even more so. Okay. And I said, what do you think of this in the purple/orchid finish? Is it too feminine? Because I don't want to go to a shooting range and pull out a purple handgun or orchid, color, and have everyone looking at me like I'm some, LGBTQ Chicago kind of guy. Prison sex kind of, flamboyant kind of guy. So his response was, excellent pistol, by the way, which it is, He says, yeah, it could be cool in a different pistol, perhaps, maybe, no, it's too feminine looking. And I said, yeah, that's what I was thinking. So thank you for the, for your comment, your reply, because that's what I was thinking too. And if it came in a flat dark earth finish or an olive drab finish, which a lot of them do, then I would, I don't know. I couldn't afford a new one, but I don't know. But yeah, this is what they call a easy rack slide. It's good for anybody. I mean, it's such a good pistol, but it's a reduced. It's not as hard to rack if that's a difficulty for an elderly person, a female, and a feminine male. Person with reduced hand strength, like with arthritis, or someone who has arthritis in the hands or something. It's an extremely good feature. Ruger has that on some pistols, and Springfield also. They feature that, what they call easy rack slide. So it's a terrific pistol. Anyway, let me catch up on some comments, and we'll continue the story here. Hey, Rufus, $1.99 super chat. You really upset Doxx. Why didn't you want to chat with him? You see, that's not correct, Rufus. Thank you for the channel support. I said to him 5 or 6 times after he took off backstage, I said, where'd you go? Come on back. Come on back. Hop on the show. The link is up. And he never came back. In fact, if you really want an answer, I sent him an email. That night, the day after, same day or the next day, I said, hey, why did you leave from backstage? I was just about to click the button to bring you on and you left. And I was asking for you to come back all during the remainder of the show. But listen, the guy, I think he knows this about himself. Maybe he doesn't, but he's very temperamental. And he's very sensitive. And he'll click out on a second. I mean, he'll flip on a dime if he doesn't like something. He really does. He does it on his channel, okay, no funny hats, you're gone, bye. Or, okay, I don't need your comments. Bye. Timed out. Banned, So, he does these things. But listen, nobody's perfect. I'm not demanding anybody be perfect. Yeah, boy, that's a whole nother story. That was a beautiful looking cat. It's a Boomer Glock. I've never had a Glock. I've never used a Glock. There's so many brands and great pistols. Why does it have to be a Glock? This has a grip and frame. No, this has a grip safety and, thumb safety. Well, I guess you could say frame safety, yeah. But you can get it with or without the thumb safety. Firearm shopping will not reduce debt. Well, I'm not buying it. I'm just saying, gee, I would think about it, but I can't pull the trigger, quote, to buy this. I think this sells for $4.59, the Equalizer. Okay. Geek Ed 1. In all honesty, I heard EZs are good for old folk. It's got a soft slide. Yeah, easy to rack slide. It's some people like many CZ pistols that I've played around with. Slides are harder to rack than other pistols, so they're not for everybody. But like I mentioned, for certain females or certain effeminate men, or arthritic hands or elderly or for anybody, it's a terrific pistol. Anyway, hey, Dirk Diggler, how you doing? Oh, hello, Breitling. Had a brand new Ruger that had an issue discharging the cartridges. Sent it to Ruger. They replaced a bunch of parts free of charge. Most firearm manufacturers will fix an issue for liability reasons. That's a very good point. Yeah, so while your Ruger was in the factory being, being given a service call, repair, you were without a firearm. So that's why you need two. Or, as I mentioned, so on. Yeah. Oh, here we go. The Holiday Inn Man. A returned appearance from yesterday's appearance. Okay. Smith & Wesson, good history and good value for money. I've actually called Smith & Wesson over the years a couple times, and I got outstanding customer service representatives. I mean, really friendly and very, very helpful. They didn't piss on me like I was some customer scum wasting their time. I also called up HK once to ask a question about the HK, which I did buy, but I wanted to double check something, and man, this guy was absolutely top of the line service quality. He was great service rep, customer rep. If you're about racking, get a 38. Well, yeah, no, I don't have a concern about the easy rack feature, but all in all, it's a terrific pistol, and I like it a lot. Okay, it's important when making a chicken Sammy to marinate it overnight in ski soda. Ah, that's the secret. The guy? That's a perfect summary of Lex. Well, I mean, he's a likable enough guy. I'm not criticizing him. I'm just pointing out, he's very, very critical of things that, of people, every day it's Timmy, Archie, and that's his channel, so it's none of my business. But why? Why are you talking about these people? They mean nothing to your life. Timmy's doing great. He's making a lot of money, and he's married, and he travels the world, and he has a lot of laughs and with friends. And what's the big deal? I mean, so he ripped off Archie in the beginning when he started his channel. Well, considering the offensive nature of many people on YouTube, big deal. And Archie, who cares about Mrs. Lai and Archie's marriage and Mrs. Archie and Archie this and Archie that? And who gives a shit? Why are you so obsessed every day with Archie and Tim? I mean, who cares? I mean, it means nothing, But I don't know. You have reasons for doing it, and it's whatever, Anyway. Holiday Inn Man. I'll be giving great tips on how to manicure your lawn to look like Doxx's backyard on my next riveting pro. Oh, that'll be great content. Looking forward to that. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Dealer in America. Hey, why is Holiday Inn Man using my image and likeness? Okay. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, my HK P30S, it's just, you hear about German engineering, and this thing is just absolutely remarkable. That's my go-to war gun. That's the one for the Battle of Portland, The Equalizer is my home gun. And my EDC is a Springfield XD series pistol. And plus the other stuff I have, but... Holiday Inn Man, I've learned that I can Google on my new MacBook Neo. This is the highest tech I've seen since the Wire days. I don't follow Apple products, but I did look up, people were talking about this MacBook Neo, so I looked it up to see what it is. Wow, what a cute looking laptop. It's like a 13.5-inch screen. It's ultra high tech, $700 and up price range, I think it was. And you get a choice of 4 colors. And what an excellent choice. I mean, you can do basically everything you need to do. If you don't mind the 13+ inch screen, it's got it all, baby. Guy Gadwal, we love 8-hour pocket watching streams. Okay. Dirk, enjoy your money. You can't take it with you. Well, that's true. Right. Check out the Staccato 2011. Well, yeah, I'm not interested in that, but you're right. Correct. All right, let's get back to what I was talking about, which was, the Equalizer. So, yeah, I'm not going to buy it. And if I had the money, I wouldn't buy it because I don't want a purple handgun. But, okay, did I have another... The $20,000. Everybody keeps talking about Morty and his $20,000. So I heard, I'm not subscribed to the News Bro Show channel. It's like, why? And, but I saw he had a show on. It popped up a couple days ago. I saw he had a show on. An 8-hour show. So, I certainly didn't watch 8 hours. So I just, moved my cursor to somewhere and clicked on it to see what he was talking about. And bingo! Talking about Morty. Yeah, it's unbelievable. This guy and Morty. So he went on someone asked him about a question of, when are you going to get back with Morty and be friends? And he says, don't care about Morty. Don't give a shit. Not even thinking about him. So, not interested. You don't know how tough it was to be his friend, how much work it was. Sick of him, not interested, whatever. Well, okay. So, I have a question for the audience. Hey, 12 people. Fantastic. The 20K, yeah. I just find it interesting that when ER, this is years back, when ER gave Archie $20,000 wire transfer for the sole purpose to ban Bear Clooney. This is all well documented, okay? Okay. Archie said, I have received it, I've got it, okay? He looked at his computer, money's here, I got it. And Bear left the show. He said, okay, Archie, I'll leave. And it was a tearful departure. Yeah. If you remember that show, Archie got $20,000 wire transfer to ban Bear Clooney. Okay, none of my business, right? That's between ER and Archie and Bear, right? The next day, Bear was back on the show. Then the day after that, he was back on, and then he was back on a regular basis. So, nobody finds that interesting, or found, back when. Nobody found that interesting. Archie accepted $20,000 for the single designated purpose to ban Bear Clooney. The next day he's back. So I put out the question, are you going to give the $20,000 back to ER, which of course, big negative on that. And isn't that amazing? Nobody talks about it. Nobody talked about it. About, why is he keeping the money? Because he didn't fulfill the terms of the agreement. for the term of the agreement. You know, isn't that amazing? No, it was 20,000, and it's not amazing. So anyway, I just found that amazing, but I shouldn't have at the time because nothing amazes me anymore with any of these channels. Anyway, Holiday Inn Man. I paid less than $20K for my Lexus because I'm the mayor of F-Town. Right, okay. Yeah, no, it was back then it was 20. I told you Doc to pay the $20K back by mowing lawns, the grass. Right, okay. Patrick on his show a couple days ago goes, I know, there's $20,000. I don't know. Why didn't he just get a job at Walmart as a greeter and tell everyone at Walmart all his stupid, depressing stories? Yeah. Anyway. So, this isn't the real Marcello. Couldn't be. Anyway, so, let me just, look up one thing here. That is the real Marcello time. Unbelievable. Well, you're not banned because you're in the chat. How about that? Okay. So, then he said, is this $20,000 loan that Morty keeps asking about or inquiring about, is this for real? Like, I don't know. Is it for real? Is it not for real? I don't know. I mean, does he really, is he that destitute or is he not? Or is he playing a game? Is it a troll? Does he really need it? Why doesn't he just get a job at Walmart if he really needs it? Then he said, then again, maybe he has a disability and he can't. And for a second in time in Patrick 80 Never Calling's life, a shred, a spark, a nano spark of humanity popped into his thinking. I don't know, maybe he can't work. Maybe he has a disability. For a nanosecond, a flash of humanity entered into 80 Never Calling's thinking. Interesting. Okay, yes, it's me, Marcello. Lux is my brother. I support him. Why would you admit that in public? Jesus. Hello, Brightling. Lying is common among narcissistic and psychosis disorders. Oh, completely, yeah. There is a reason not to believe 99.99% on most of these streams. Oh, absolutely correct. Okay. Jacks be nimble, Jacks be quick. Holiday Road. Lux is my brother. Maybe that's why I hate... I can't believe this is the real Marcello time, but it really is. Anyway, okay. So I have a question for the audience, all right? Because over that 7 weeks I took off, and well before that, AD has been relentless with the insults and put-downs. So my question for the audience, for the viewers, Hurricane, maybe he's still out there, or whoever's out there, is a week or two ago on the Newsbro show, AD Never Calling stared right into the camera and says, you know, Morty, you keep talking about you got all these clips. You got clips and screenshots and clips. Show them. I dare you. Show them, you know? So my question is this for the audience who are watching this or on the replay. Do you want me to go through all the clips of AD Never Calling, screenshots and clips, and put together a montage, and then to accompany my explanation, of why things went sour. That would be a hell of a lot of work, but I will do it if there's a request or a demand for it. If nobody gives a shit, I don't have the effort, the energy to want to do that. You know? But if people really, really want to see it, and will reward my dozens of hours of effort that I'll have to put into it, with some form of recognition, then I will do it. Okay. But I need a good response to that. And Guy Gadwa, yes, okay, well, that's 1 vote, yes. Loose Tooth, yes, that's 2. Rufus, yes, do the montage. You said you were going to do one on our friend in Chicago, but you never have. I'll answer that. I'll address that. I don't think you'll do this one on Patrick. Good luck waiting. Okay. Yes, clips. That's 4 yes. Okay. I did say that about the guy in Chicago, the psychopath, and I started to do that several times, and a few times over the many months. And I have tons of stuff, you know. And the thing is, when I would start playing an old show to look for the material to edit out segments to form a, montage or, group of clips, it is so depressing to be in a cesspool of derangement and hate and viciousness, and to dwell in it, listening to I had to stop each time, because it's just like, and when I do this, if I ever completed it, would I get any consideration for all my time and effort and dedication? Probably not. Maybe 20 pesos, from our friend GD. So I never fulfilled that idea that I would go ahead and put that together. Is the material all in the files? The computer storage and the external hard drive? Yes. Going back years? Yes. And it's just incredibly painful. That's the word. It's painful and personally degrading, and a lowering of myself to a subterranean cesspool level to dwell in that vicious, hateful environment. But look, if I were a special agent over at the FBI and this was my assignment, I would have to do it, because I'm under orders to do it. This is my job. If I was like on the organized crime task force or something, and I had to put together photographs, screenshots, telephone wiretaps, camera film, all that stuff. That's what cops, police, and FBI people do. But man, that's different. That's the person's occupation, their job. I'm tired of building cases prosecutorially or criminal defense. That's over with. That's in the past. I gave that up, and after a long time, I don't want to do that anymore. It's hard work. But if there's enough encouragement or support, for people to want me to do this about 80 Never Calling, who's been attacking me relentlessly, daily, not just on his channel, but whatever channel he appears on, in the chat or on a panel. If people want this, let me know. If there's enough votes, I will put it together. Okay. All right. Holiday Man. I'm currently pursuing an associate's diploma in gender. Jesus. Okay. L. Thank you very much. Okay. No, that's a no vote. I'm biased because I like both you and Patrick. Okay. Oh, Pavel says yes. All right. Morty's scared of the outfit. Okay. All right. Well, in fact, I'm not scared of YouTubers. It's everybody else who's frightened in their pants to challenge him I'm the only guy, who talks about the vile content, and points out, go find a tree and hang yourself, go slit your throat, go jump off a bridge, go fucking kill yourself. I'm gonna fuck your children and wife up the ass and come on your face. And this is amazing. He's got these 5 rules, and he's violated those 5 rules ever since he's been on YouTube. Repeatedly. You can't make this stuff up. It's absolutely classic. No anti-Semitism, but he's said he's spewed out anti-Semitic shit. I got all the clips, and people don't even mention this. They never point it out, it doesn't matter, whatever. He's got to keep 3 pieces on him, as is right. Very good. You do the best impression of him in the fishbowl. And by the way, this is not a good excuse. Right. I say, okay, Rufus, well, you're drinking the Kool-Aid. You've gone the Kool-Aid route. What can I say, Rufus? You're a nice guy, but you took the Kool-Aid. All right. Watch Nicholas once yelled at me. I shrieked, then I went on to mow some lawns. Right. Jesus. Okay. Guy Gadouin, bad take. I point everything out. Really? Well, all right. I don't recall seeing that, but all right. Yeah, right. Okay, so let me just scroll through here. What was the first response here? Let me count. Let me see what I got here. Okay. Okay. Guy Gadouin, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a no. 5 yes, 1 no. 6 yes, 1 no. 6 yes, 1 no. Well, I need more response, you see, because for 6 people, that's an incredible amount of work I'll have to do. Incredible amount of work. You would look like the Penguin if you were carrying this pistol. Well, I don't think the aggressor, the victimizer would care whether the pistol who's going to stabilize that situation, neutralize it, was pink, purple, orchid, yellow, or petunia colored, But, yeah. Anyway. All right, do I have another picture on what I was going to show? This is a beautiful cat. I have cat stories and dog stories galore I could tell, but I'm not going to get into that part of Morty. And cats are absolutely amazing. I will be investing all Ko-Fis into a new John Deere ride on so I can live stream. Right, okay. Yeah, who is the Holiday Inn man is the question. Yeah. I mean, it's not Jack's, but it's a some troll out there. Anyway, so that was 6 yes and 1 no, and it's just not enough support to get into all that work. I mean, but not only do I have to find the clips, then I have to edit them down and then put them all together, and this goes back months and months and months of shows and clips and screenshots, and it's a tremendous amount of work, or actually years. Crappy's dead, Laura Connor's dead, I was out mowing my lawn when I heard I had the computer on in my house, and I was outside mowing the lawn, and I heard someone say Crappy was dead, and I went running in to hear the story. But he's the guy who created the story, Crappy's dead. You see, he's just mental, he's just nuts. But I got all that, It's an absolute nutcase. But I'm the bad guy. I am the bad guy. Right. Okay. Anyway, yeah, so I will try and get to that, but with only 6 people saying do it, we'll see how it goes. Okay, but anyway. All right, so let me see what I got the title. 80 Never Calling, Shot in the Dark, Doxx, Baba, Watch Nick. Oh, Watch Nicholas. Yeah. So yesterday I saw Watch Nicholas on his channel, on the channel that's up. He did a show. I don't remember what time it was on. It was last night or late at night. So I clicked on it and thought, well, I'll watch some of this while I'm doing some paperwork. And oh yeah, Morty's a retard. He's a fucking retard. This, that, Morty. And then he says, and this is on his show last night, if you want to go back and listen. He says about Dr. Bob, he says Nick gave Dr. Bob $1,800 for appearing on that late night show with Jax. He says he paid Bob $1,800. And what a waste of money that was, or something like that. But he said he gave him $1,800. Now, if I'm incorrect, maybe he said $1,600. I'd have to go back and check what he said. But yeah, I think he said $1,800. And then I'm the retard, I'm the prick, I'm the turd, I'm the scumbag, I'm the cunt, fuck Morty. Nobody on all these channels over the years Nick's been around was ever kinder and treated him better than me, than I did. It's absolutely true. I never once asked him for a penny, and I supported him basically nightly out of the goodness of my heart. And never asked him for a penny, and he would usually send me a $1 Cash App and say, thanks, $1. Maybe $2, maybe $5. One time, like $1 of Google stock, $1 of Nvidia stock, something like that. That was it, $1. And I never called him up or emailed him and said, hey, we got to sit down and talk about 40%, baby. Because I was doing it out of the kindness of my heart. Right. He gave Bob, and I helped carry that show in periods where he was just lulling into the depths of the Mariana Trench, okay? And I was there supporting him, and, Anyway, Dr. Bob contributed nothing, really, to that late night show, except tinkering around with coffee cups and banging on metal pots. And he gave him $1,800? Is that unbelievable? But I'm the prick. I'm the cunt, And he attacks me still, Fuck Morty, And he gave, Bateman? He gave Bateman $1,000? For what? Oh, he was in a drunken blackout, and he gave him $1,000. I never got $1,000. I never asked him for $1,000. I never asked him for $1. But it's my fault. I'm the bad guy. You're the bad boy. Is this your orthopedic backseat? Yeah. Anyway, unbelievable. Poor Watch Nicholas. Incredible. Rufus, I agree with you that our furry friends in the backyard are not vermin. They are just as entitled to, or even more entitled to, live anywhere they choose. I agree completely. Who would not love having squirrels and opossums and raccoons appear in your backyard while you're, sitting out there on your chaise lounge and you see a squirrel scurrying around, or a raccoon or an opossum. These are, wonderful animals, and they don't harm anything, They're looking for food. They're scurrying around, living their life, and we're there to share the backyard with them. I'm not talking about cockroaches and termites and, that's vermin, or a rabid coyote foaming at the mouth, The gopher thing, gophers, because they dig holes in your backyard, it's not uncommon that somebody with a gopher, you can step in the hole accidentally and break your ankle, so gophers are different. You know, they sell these things like explosive devices you can put in gopher holes to blow out the gophers and kill them, and gas, and gopher gas, and gopher bombs, and gopher all kinds of things for gophers. Gophers are a little bit different, maybe, probably. But because they can really affect you, like I just said, you could accidentally step in the gopher hole and, you know, break your ankle. But squirrels, raccoons, and opossums are wonderful to have in your backyard. And I found some video channels on some channels on YouTube of people feeding their backyard squirrels, befriending them. The squirrels come every day and sit on their windowsill, and they give them, you know, some Trader Joe's unsalted nuts and some blueberries and strawberries, and the squirrels just sit there in front of the person, you know, chomping on the food. They're hungry, you know, and they're not taking anything from you. They're adding to your life. I mean, caging a squirrel and then relocating him miles down the road is just animal cruelty. You're separating him maybe from his friends, from his family, maybe from his children, from his little baby squirrels that he's out he's gathering food for to bring back to his home to give to his little baby squirrels, and you've caged him and relocated him. That's just outrageous. I mean, I just can't believe I've heard that, you know. It's painful for me to listen to that. Caging squirrels and relocating them, I mean. Oh. I need to take some benzos. I don't remember if I just took a few benzos before the show or if I didn't. And I don't want to take another handful, and then that'll be too much, too many. Oh, I'm so screwed up. Well, Rufus, we can agree on that. I'm glad to say that. I'm glad to see that. We can agree on our furry friends in the backyard, right? I remember being a little kid having squirrels back in New York, and I would put peanut butter out and peanuts, you know, Planters dry roasted unsalted peanuts. I'd put those out in the backyard, and I'd watch I was like 5, 6 years old, and I'd watch the squirrels come by, and birds, and we did have an occasional opossum. In the wintertime when there was snowfall, you know, when we go out in the backyard in the morning, and there would be footprints of a cat or an opossum, and they'd be sleeping next to the chimney, which gave them some warmth. And we should be, you know, taking care of the animals who add so much to our existence, you know. And I just can't believe caging a squirrel and relocating them is just... No, I understand it's not dealing in child trafficking, and it's not sex slavery, and it's not robbing a bank. I understand that, okay? I'm putting it in perspective, but not to just have that fundamental human quality of relating to animals in the backyard who do nothing but add the pleasure and happiness, you know, and we can give that back to them. It's really affecting me right now. The Holiday Inn man. I absolutely remain furious at Lux for recording me. Well, he records everybody. Don't people know this? He records everybody. He records Archie. He played me Archie clips, Archie phone recordings. You wouldn't believe it. He showed me how he does all this stuff, hacking into people's computers, emails. He does it to everybody. If you're in the verse, he's probably done it to you. This is well known. And he showed me how he does it. It's unbelievable. I absolutely remain furious at Lux. That's going to get clipped. For recording me. Never mind that I have recorded others in the past without their consent. Lux even rang the coppers. In my case, they were on stand. Whatever. Okay, Holiday Man. I'm getting... we've done enough with Holiday Inn, man. Watch Nicholas did participate in a poetry jam at Howard University, though. Went over. You know, when I was listening to the Watch Nicholas show a little bit last night, he told this absolutely fucked up story. Now, let me see if I recall this, because I was half, benzoed out, and he was flying to Washington, D.C., and the plane, it was a Delta flight that went from, I guess, California to Atlanta, and then a changeover Atlanta to Washington, D.C. Dulles Airport. It was something like that, okay? And what happened was, en route to Atlanta, he was taking a nap on the plane, and the passenger next to him kind of like woke him up and said, "Hey, do you know what's going on?" And he said, "Like, what?" He said, we've been rerouted. The pilot's flying us to Chattanooga, Tennessee. And they went like, "You're fucking kidding me." She goes, "No, like for reals, man." So the plane landed in Chattanooga for whatever reason. They skipped Atlanta, the original plan stop. So he was stuck in Chattanooga, and he still had to get to Washington, D.C. So he met these people at the airport, some really bizarre derelicts and mentally incapacitated people. And they were going to drive from Chattanooga Airport to Atlanta Hartsfield Airport and then catch a plane to go on with their trip to Washington, D.C. So they asked him, "Do you want to come? You can come along with us." So he jumped in the car with them, these three other strange people, and he told the story of the trip driving in the rental car from Chattanooga to Atlanta, which was absolutely Twilight Zone bizarre story. And then he caught another plane from Atlanta finally to Washington, D.C. And I didn't get the whole story. If the plane was rerouted to Chattanooga, why didn't he just stay over at a cheap airport motel, and then the next day get a flight Chattanooga to Dulles then, after he's fully rested? Why get in this car with three very strange, questionable, weird people? See, I don't understand that, But it's none of my business. I wasn't there. I wasn't the one traveling. But if you listen to that story, it's just very strange. Just spend the night in Chattanooga. The airport, the airline, because of their change of plan, they will cover a cheap motel and any reticketing needed to continue your trip from Chattanooga to, in this case, D.C. But, hey, I'm not Nick, and Nick's not me, and I do things differently than other people because I'm a loner. That's what I'm a loner. Yeah, I'm a fucking loner. Yeah, because I don't associate with mentally deranged, needy, twisted. I don't mean just Patrick. I mean many people. Sick, twisted, perverted, deviant, deranged, delusional, vicious, cum-swallowing, lowlifes. That doesn't make me a loner. Everybody I know outside of YouTube, they're not like the YouTube people. They're I don't want to say quote normal, but unbelievable. Okay, let's continue on. Oh, Jack said on one of those shows he finally got reestablished with Dr. Bob, who never called him when he was away, and they're back in business. Well, they're back together as pals, and they're going to move on. And Bob may or may not appear on Jack's new show. I don't know, but whatever. Yeah. Rufus. Well, I believe now that Doxx is way more of a curmudgeon than you, Morty. Why are you calling me a curmudgeon? Well, actually, it's curmudgeon. You have to use the Chicago pronunciation. It's curmudgeon. If you want to call me a curmudgeon, whatever, You're a Kool-Aid drink. You drink the curly Kool-Aid. I'm a curmudgeon. Okay. We can all still get along, both of us, Leave your curmudgeons at home if you... I think this is AD Never Calling. Or, I don't know. If you must, you may... No, it's not him. It's somebody else. Yeah. Hello, one you see it. Yeah, we love critters. Gophers, not golfers. Yeah. Now, you know what would be annoying where Doxx's home is located? Beautiful home where his home is located. I mean, extraordinarily spacious inside and lovely place to live. I mean, you know, you got the golfers out there right on the golf course, which is, you know, right adjacent to his backyard hedges, bushes. If the golf balls go flying into your backyard and the golfers are, you know, walking over the bushes or, you know, walking into the backyard to retrieve their golf balls, that would be fucking annoying. And that would perturb, is that the right word? Excuse me. I never got past the third grade. Let me check this. Disturb or confuse, make uneasy or anxious. Yes, that would definitely perturb me. To alter or imbalance from a normal state. Yeah. I would find that perturbing. I guess you make that a gerund. Yeah, I would find that. I would be perturbed by that. Yeah. I don't want these golfers, you know, walking over my hedges, spreading the hedges, the bushes, so they can walk into the backyard and pick up their fucking golf balls. Now that's you're on my private property now, and then it becomes a case of get off of my lawn, you know. So I wouldn't like that at all. But then again, if I'm living right there out at the golf course, I mean, that can be expected that golf balls may accidentally be landing in my backyard. I think that's part of agreeing to buy a house right at a golf course, you know. So legally, it's an interesting case, but or a not a strong case, but okay. Holiday Man never shuts up. He just nonstop comments. Squirrel fertilizer is what I use when I try to keep a lawn looking. Right, okay. I haven't watched any of the videos yet about the White House Correspondents' Dinner assassination attempt, and the perpetrator. They got a full profile on this guy now. They arrested him, and I just. And Michael Savage posted a couple of videos on that as well, which I'll watch because I'd like to hear his his commentary on that. I'd like to hear the way he conversates about that incident. Gray squirrels are considered invasive in many parts of the country. They decimate existing native squirrel populations. Yeah, but would you call them vermin? And how do red squirrels or gray squirrels in your backyard looking for something to eat as they scurry around, how does that affect you as someone, you know, sitting in your backyard? It's not like feral hogs from East Texas are wandering around your backyard. Those things, you need to blow their fucking heads off. They're dangerous, you know. And they're invasive, but they're dangerous. Okay. Here we go. Doxx. Squirrels are food chain fodder. Always a delight for coyotes and foxes and raptors. Yes. So? What does that mean? I mean, does it mean you can't be humane and friendly to a backyard animal like a squirrel or a coyote or a fox or a raptor? I mean, what if a baby was in a backyard and an eagle swooped down and picked up a 5-day-old infant? He's not naturally food chain fodder, but or, you know, an eagle can do that. But if an eagle lands in your backyard and just looking in your window, it's a beautiful animal, and you throw him some strawberries or or some alligator meat or something, and treat them humanely and friendly. Same with a fox or a coyote. I couldn't believe Doxx wouldn't throw that emaciated fox that he was getting in his backyard. He wouldn't leave him out some hard-boiled eggs or just a bowl of dog food or nothing. He says, no, Nature's tough. Live or die out there, baby. It's tough. I just... Who wouldn't love to have foxes in their backyard, or a fox in your backyard that you could, leave them some snacks just to help them out. Just help them out with some food. You don't have to adopt them, show some love to the animals. I know people who... I'm not going to get into that. Okay. Hello, Herman. Dogs are superior to humans. Well, in many cases, dogs are more worthwhile and, in an overall sense, superior to humans on an individual basis. Yes. You could take a serial killer and then a dog at the pound waiting for a loving home to be adopted into. That dog is superior to the serial killer. That would be my opinion, as an example. Again, Jesus. What's unbelievable are these commercials that randomly pop up during your stream, Morty. Fuck's sake. I'm not aware of that. When I set up the StreamYard for a show, there's a category there where it says ads. And it says something like balanced, heavy, low, or none. So I think I clicked balanced. And I don't know what that means. Maybe they show an ad at the beginning of the show and at the end. I don't know. Or maybe one in the middle. I don't know, but I need money. I need $20,000. Okay. It's funny, Geek Edouard, at that comment about the ad that pops up. You wouldn't mind a 3-hour show where the host is pushing someone towards suiciding and slandering the fuck out of them and destroying and crushing someone's soul. But if a commercial for a condom company or a baked bean company pops up for 30 seconds, that's an issue for you. It's just interesting. Dirk Diggler. I think Bob told Jax, yeah, we're cool, because I got tired of the 56 missed calls. Hey, Dirk, I was talking to Herman last night. He was a really good guest on my show last night. Very relaxed, laid-back show last night. I talked to Herman like an hour or so about just stuff. And he said you're not a nice guy. Or something like that. He doesn't like you. And I said, Dirk? I mean, I've had really good conversations with Dirk. He's a really nice guy to chat with. And he goes, he's no good. So it was something like that. Why is there an issue with Herman and Dirk? I don't know. That goes back a long time, I think, and I don't know what that's all about. But Pavel, Dr. Bob was one missed groveling away from ain't got no use for you. I got to take those benzos. I don't know if I took them before or not. What happens if you take too many? I guess you just go to sleep. And then wake up 24 hours later. I don't know. Well, there it goes. See what happens. Now, I'd like to... I don't know if Jax is watching, and if you are watching, Jax, by all means, stay in the background if you don't want to be seen. That's... Or, if you're sleeping, I don't know, whatever. Or you're out working, that's whatever. But there's something I'd like to say to Jax, confidentially. But it's not my business. That's the thing. About his new channel plans. But... it's not my life, it's not my business, but I like Jax, but whatever. Morty wants open borders for squirrels. I can't imagine having a house, with a beautiful backyard and not enjoying a squirrel, an opossum, a coyote, a fox, a deer. Many places in the country, deer wander into your yard. Up in Alaska, you'll find deer and moose. You'll find a moose in your front yard when you open the door, and it's phenomenal. I bet you people who live up in Canada who have a beautiful backyard, you're sitting there in your chaise lounge enjoying a mint julep or a bone shaker, a beer, or a Moosehead beer, and it's a beautiful fall, autumn day, and some deer go walking through your backyard, and maybe a moose or two, or an eagle, and you just can't enjoy living life like that. I mean, how could you not enjoy that? I don't know what they have up in Canadian backyards. I bet you they have marmots. And wolverines, maybe. Wolverine, you got to be careful about. Those things are vicious. But wolverines, honey badger, lots of crows and birds. It'd be great. Doc said he would give you the $20K. I never heard him say that. You said no way. Yeah. By the way, I found it interesting about Doxx. This is why I found this interesting. Many weeks back, he asked me a number of times, did the dentist get paid? And I said, yeah, the dentist got paid because I used a credit card. And as soon as they ran the credit card, he's taken care of. So the dental bill is now my responsibility. I mean, it is, from the beginning. But instead of paying the dentist, I pay the credit card company the bill. But the dentist himself, his office got paid instantly as soon as they ran the credit card. He's satisfied, on that end. And now I have to, And Doxx was in his chat, in his talking, he was indicating that, he was kind of thinking about if the dentist needed to be paid, he might help out with that. But since the dentist has already been paid, and now I'm just paying the credit card Visa company thing, he's not interested. Or it's different. And that was a line of thinking which, hey, it's his money, it's none of my business, how he spends his money. But that didn't make sense to me. Whether I have to pay the dentist office or the Visa card company, I still have to pay the dental bill. But he seemed to be open to the idea, by what he was saying, that he might help out because the dentist office needs to be paid. But since I have to pay the Visa card instead, no. I just thought that was whether he would have or not is secondary to what I'm saying. It was I didn't understand that line of thinking, that line of sorting through that situation. It was, I don't know. Oh, Herman, the guy wants to call ice on me. Yeah, I don't get it. Jax has been watching everything, pacing, grunting, snorting. Yeah. I think it's safe to say Jax watches everything. Well, he says that. He sees everything. And the Chicago Psychopath, he records and watches everything, too. He's got one screen he's watching, another screen recording. He's got another channel on an earbud on his phone, and another channel on a second phone on another earbud. And maybe even another computer recording another show at the same time. I mean, that's the retirement. Oh. With the occasional fake fishing trip thrown in. So, okay. I will say this about, Curly. And he mentioned this, he knew this from the get-go. When I did that, and he mentioned this on, I guess it was AD Never Calling's channel 2 days ago. Yeah, because they're buds. They're good buds now. Yeah. The show I did about the cookie crumbs in my bed, my bedroom, with the chunky soup can and the cookie crumbs and all the clothing on the floor and whatever that ridiculous show was I did. Of course, he got it right away because, the guy's not stupid. The guy's quite intelligent. He's a psychopath, but he's quite intelligent, okay? Those can go together, John Gotti, Al Capone, Bugs Moran, Dean O'Banion, and all these guys. They're brilliant guys, but they're psychopaths. But anyway, of course it's a joke. Of course it's a satire of his bedspread, immaculate home with the, But Doxx believed it, from the get-go. He really thought that, And very funny. But anyway, Doxx takes everything literally, and literally. He doesn't understand parody or satire; it just escapes him, and that's part of being on the spectrum. And I've read about this, what it means to quote be on the spectrum, and my friend Doxx Report is on the spectrum. It matches 10 out of 10. Same thing with Curly being a psychopath. It matches 10 out of 10. Just go through any legitimate website like Mayo Clinic, University of Chicago, University of Texas Medical School, Vienna Academy of Psychoanalysis, or whatever, and it'll identify how do I, signs and symptoms of a psychopath or a paranoid schizophrenic, or someone on the spectrum. And these guys match out 100 out of 100, Not a bad thing. It's just what they are, So, Doxx is a good guy. He's a good man, He's not evil, not like, other people. He's not evil. He's not demonic. He's not possessed. I think overall he's a good man, But he has a peculiar way of thinking on certain things, which, of course, that's none of my business. That's his life, not mine, But anyway, I try and be fair and balanced, and for the most part, 99.9% I am, always. Geek at what? Jax, hop on, buddy. We're building something here. Promote the show. All right. Dirk Diggler. I guess in Portland, when you open the door, some fucktard pink hair Antifa guy with big hoops in their ears and breasts, artificial breasts, like Kristi Noem's husband, pops in. That story about Kristi Noem's husband, who wears those fake prosthetic boobs and dresses up as a woman. What an unbelievable humiliation and embarrassment for Kristi Noem to be married to a deviant fuckwit like her husband. What a disgrace to her image, reputation, and accomplishments to be married to this boob-wearing, ladies' dress, transvestite sicko. Unbelievable. Doxx considered making the dentist whole. Yeah, very well put. With a wizard-like reference. Very well put. Right. Yeah. I will say that about Eddie Never Calling. He does some pretty good impressions. He does a terrible impression of me, but that's like with Ed McMahon. Rich Little, all the famous impressionists. Nobody ever did an Ed McMahon. It's one of those people you just can't do an impression of. But he does do a good wizard, I mean, that is true, But good comment there, Pavel. Correct. Right. Lex thinks I'm a drywaller. Well, I don't know what you do, Dirk, but you did travel to Europe one time. So maybe you are a drywaller and you're very successful. I think that's fantastic. Maybe you work in tech. I have no idea. Maybe you do both. Maybe you own a drywall company while you're actually an IT guy. Who knows? Hello, Gampers. Hello, Bateman. Bateman. I should have put Bateman in the title, but I ran out of space. We're only allowed 100 characters in the title. I should Doxx. Doxx should pay it forward and help it. I don't understand. Why should Doxx should pay it forward and help out his good friend Morty? I think I don't know what you're saying there. It's all confused. Why should Doxx should pay it forward and help out his? I should Doxx. We should Doxx. He, him should Doxx. They, them should Doxx. Should. I don't know what you're saying, Bateman. Could you retype that with more clarity? I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly. Gampers. Morty, you were gone for many weeks. Yeah, 7 weeks. Did you travel during that time, meditate, try any new sardine brands? Well, I want to keep that to myself, but I took care of myself. I'll put it that way. I did try out new sardine brands. I went and bought a 4-pack of Nori, N-U-R-I. I watched a video on YouTube about Nori sardines, and these are hand-packed in a 100-year-old 100-plus-year-old Portuguese sardine factory in some town in Portugal, which is the sardine town in Portugal. I forgot the name of it. And it was so impressive. I mean, they got these incredible Portuguese ladies working in the hand canning, hand preparing each can of, and hand wrapping each can of sardines. Unbelievable. So I went on Amazon and bought a 4-pack. Olive oil, spiced olive oil, tomato sauce, spiced tomato sauce, something. And I didn't like the spice in spicy tomato sauce. I didn't like that at all. And I thought I would go on this sardine diet, quote, diet. 2 cans for breakfast, 2 cans for lunch or tins, and 2 cans for dinner for 5 days straight. It would turn you into a Superman with a massive, massive sperm count. That's what these videos I saw said. So I did it. I got 2 days into it. My head was like bulging with brain power and power. I couldn't take it. It was overwhelming. So I stopped. I couldn't get more than 2 days into that. But if anyone can do that for 5 days, I think it's a life-changing experience. 2 cans a day for each. 2 cans per meal, 3 meals a day. Nothing else but water, tea, or coffee. I actually would add 1 fruit into that, an apple, an orange, something, because you need that, But that's it. And because a can of sardines is actually maybe 3 ounces of fish, 3 or 4 ounces. So for a healthy person, 2 cans is fine, And it's got to be the ones packed in extra virgin olive oil, not in soybean oil, like the Walmart Great American Value brand, which is just poison shit, The cheap sardine brands are just absolutely disgusting. That's an important thing to remember, okay? And, yeah. But the sardine regimen for 5 days, it makes more sense to me than the 1 chicken sandwich a day. I must say that. I will say that. Bateman, I think Doxx should help his good friend Morty. Well, it's up to Doxx. He's not going to do it, but does Morty really need the... AD Never Calling was talking about on his last show. Does Morty really need that 20,000? Does he really? Is that possible? Is it possible? Well, then why doesn't he get a job? Go to Walmart and be a greeter at Walmart and tell your stupid fucking stories to all the customers at Walmart when they enter the store. You said something like that. Unless I had a disability. Then he said maybe working would not work. It would not be appropriate. Okay. It's true, Gampers. Few understand the power of sardines. It's true. Few understand. Indeed, few do understand the power of sardines. But they have to be the right kind of... They have to be proper quality sardines. Not shit, sardines. Gampers. Morty, I recently was in Baltimore and went to Atman's Deli, once a part of the city's famed corned beef row. Well, I've never heard of corned beef row. That's interesting. I've been to Baltimore a few times. I've been through Baltimore. I've never really explored Baltimore in any depth. Atman's Deli. Okay, let's look that up real fast. Last night on my show, Patel Philippe told me about a deli up in Montreal, Walensky's, about the fried bologna and salami sandwich. Here it is, Atman's Deli, authentic New York delicatessen in Baltimore. Now hiring. Apply here. Wow. Since 1915. I will save that and review it later. But let's just take a quick look at the menu. Do they have the menu here? Menu. Okay, let's take a look real fast. All right, the menu looks proper. It's a proper looking menu. Let's just check. Chocolate eclair, carrot cake, rainbow cake, okay. Cookie tray, very good. Deli tray, box. Okay, how much is a tongue sandwich? Do they have a tongue sandwich? Do a real $14.89 for a corned beef sandwich. That's a fair price. Do they have a tongue sandwich? Chopped liver and onions, $15.99. That's all right. I don't see a tongue sandwich. Do they have a tongue hot plate? Let's look for that. Combination sandwiches. They may. This is a big menu. Well, it's not that big, but I'm not going to sit here and look. I'll look at it later. If in the event I ever go to Baltimore. All right, let's continue on. Thoughts on AD eating cold Chef Boyardee. Well, I'm not aware that he was eating Chef Boyardee on any show, but since you ask, Guillermo, as a kid, I would eat Chef Boyardee canned ravioli, spaghetti and meatballs, and they have a lasagna, which is pretty bad, actually, in a can. And I used to eat those, as every American little kid did, or still does. And I always ate it out of the can cold. It tastes better, the beef ravioli, the cheese ravioli, the spaghetti and meatballs, or the lasagna can. It tastes better cold right out of the can. Once you put it in a saucepan and warm it up, it doesn't taste as good. I'm not aware of him eating it on any show. Gampers. Yes, they had tongue. Ordered the pastrami and it was decent, not to the level of Cats. Okay. Very good. Yeah. Hey, I found 25 people watching. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for watching Morty's Diner. And please consider Ko-Fi, PayPal, Super Chat, and Cash App. Everything's in the description. Just click right under the video screen and help out the channel. Morty's dying here, literally. Anyway, I found a video on YouTube, some channel on YouTube, some New York guys. It's what a real New Yorker does, where the real New Yorker goes for this or that. The guy was extremely flamboyant, you know what I mean. But very, very well dressed, clearly very successful guy, whatever business he's in. And he was showing all the places to get a pizza, to get an egg cream, to get a black and white cookie, to get to get rugelach, to get sturgeon, all the New York things. And I think he was right on target for most of the stuff. So if I can find that guy's page again, I will email it to Gampers and Patel Philippe. And in my posts page, I'll put it there as well, because it was pretty good stuff. I think the guy was right on most of his specs. I'll find it and send it to you. I think I have your email, Campers. I do, yeah. So I think. So I do, yeah. So I'll send you an email. I'll look for it and yeah. And Hurritan, he's very interested in egg creams, and the guy talks about the place for an egg cream. So I couldn't do it last night. I was unconscious last night, and well, I still am. But did we cover everything in the title? 80 Never Calling, Shot in the Dark, Doxx, Baba, Watch Nick, Dr. Bob, Rufus, Pasta. You know, let me get this correct. You know, no, you know, the more I think about it, Rufus, in this whole fucking demented cesspool, I think he's the most normal guy out there. Smith & Wesson and 20,000. I think we got that covered. Okay. If he said go to that place on Lexington for egg cream, he's way off. Well, that would be a fantastic show, Gampers. You've never been on my panel. Maybe you never will want to. But I could show those clips, and then we could talk about egg creams and the places, what you recommend, and all that. And yeah, Rufus, you know. I'll find those clips, those videos, and get them to you, Gampers. Yeah. Rufus. Yeah. Exactly, Max. You got it. No class, just all ass with a bit of face plant. Amazing. Maybe not every 5 minutes, but throw one or here. Yeah, well, I'll send you the one, and then you can look at the guy's channel for his content. But it was pretty interesting, guy. But well, yeah, Rufus is a nice enough guy, but he's drunk the Kool-Aid. He's drunken the Kool-Aid. I mean, that's fine, you know. The curly Kool-Aid, very refreshing. Rufus hadn't done anything, but he's, yeah, whatever. All right. Hey, 30 people watching the Morty's Diner channel. Thank you all very much. We know who's out there watching the show, by the way. We know they're watching. Let me put this in here in case anybody wants to help Morty. Help the channel. Cash App. Ko-Fi, PayPal, Super Chat, wire transfer, $20,000, dental bill, and so on. Rufus is a face blast survivor. Whose cat is that? Sorry for party rocking. I was looking at an animal shelter in a non-specific, I won't name the city, where this particular animal shelter was, because I really miss having a cat and or a dog. And Rufus hasn't given Colonel's pushback like Morty. No one does. Anyway, okay. And I was looking at the cats page. Cats available for adoption, dogs, rabbits, and all that. And I saw this cat, and it immediately I thought, wow, what a fantastic, beautiful looking cat. This is not in my city, but when I looked at the page a few days ago, he was at that time available. And I thought, wow, if I lived in the same city, I would go over to that shelter and visit him. I don't know if I would adopt him because, I don't have any money to take care of a cat. I can't afford the cat food or the cat litter. But I would go visit him. So that's the cat there. Face blast survivor. That's like General Patton in that movie with George C. Scott. He goes into the medical unit, and he's visiting the injured troops who have the most severe injuries. You know, covered up in bandages and and he's giving them Purple Hearts and praying for them, and then he sees this other guy just sitting there, the guy who he slapped, you know, who had what do they call that? It was called battle fatigue. What do they call that now? You know, and he goes, and he said to him, "What are you in here for?" Something like that. What was that comment? Where was that? Yeah, what are you in here for? Yeah. Well, whatever. Yeah. Rufus, $1.99 channel support. I'm influenced by no one. Maybe karma. Well, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you. Being on Kool-Aid, you're not aware of the Kool-Aid influence. If you talk to people in Jonestown who are all, you know, Kool-Aid eligible, well, they were all drinking the Kool-Aid, and they didn't know that they were unkool-aidable or unkool-aided. They were fully Kool-Aid controlled. But if you asked them, it's like a Scientologist. If you ask them, are you brainwashed? I say, what are you talking about? I'm not brainwashed. But of course, they're so brainwashed they don't think they're brainwashed. Same kind of thing. Invest in a marine fish tank. I don't want a fish tank. Fill it with anemone and clownfish, and you'll be fine. Well, I like fish, but I don't want to get into tropical fish. It's stock it with anemone. Anemone. Thank you again, Rufus. There's the purple Smith & Wesson equalizer. They call it orchid on their website. Then they also call it purple. Orchid makes it sound very feminine, so I wouldn't buy it because calling it orchid, that's just feminine. Calling it purple, you know, purple is a very popular color. But I wish it came in flat dark earth or olive drab. Then I would, maybe I would then sell the HK and then get a second equalizer and just be an equalizer man, you know, but the purple, I guess for women, it's very pretty, you know, so they would choose the purple / orchid one. Yeah. The trigger's excellent. I really like the trigger. I mean, it's just great. I got the O-Light, you know, detachable light there. Very nice. The equalizer comes with 3 magazines. You get a 10 round, a 13 round, and a 15 round. Which, you know, they do that, you know, whatever. But I wish it just came with 2 15s or 3 15s. That would have been. But, you know, and then, you know, if you were in a communist state, then it comes with just 3 10 rounders. Like, you know, California or some shithole like that. If this cat were in Doxx's backyard every day, would Doxx cage the cat and relocate him? I don't know. Or would he throw him some food? Put out a bowl with some cat food, dried cat food, and a bowl of water? I don't know. I certainly would. If he was really friendly, I'd take him to a vet. say, is he microchipped? Does he have any identification microchip? And if the veterinarian said, no, he's not microchipped, I would adopt him. I'd take him I'd give him a bath, or I'd have, the cat salon, give him a bath and all that. And I'd adopt this guy. Give him high quality cat food. And it would be great. I wouldn't recage him and relocate him down the street, a few miles down the street. Yeah. Nothing says freedom quite like a Desert Eagle 50. I've neither held nor fired a Desert Eagle. Decades ago, I looked at the Desert Eagle website, and they came in like 10 or more different finishes. All chrome, high polished chrome, stainless steel, matte stainless steel, black and silver, black and chrome. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Gold, all, gold plated, or, gold tone, or just... Hey, Hurtan. Morty, did you address the fierce response to ADNC earlier? Yeah, I talked about ADNC before. I'm sure he was watching, or will hear about it. I'm sure he's watching now. Yeah. Yeah, I asked the audience, do they really want me to go through all the work and effort and time to put together a lengthy collage of AD never calling screenshots and clips, and really talk about this guy. I don't mean nothing personal, nothing family, nothing about the missus, nothing like that. Just YouTube-wise. Put together the screenshots and clips, and refute and show the real deal. And I got 6 yes and 1 no. That's all. That's the only response I got. And for me to put through dozens of hours, to put this together, and I mean, it would be very unrewarding to do that. All that work and effort and time and. Well, yeah, Gampers, I can answer that very quickly. You and AD were thick as thieves, but something went horribly wrong. What was it? Yeah, for months and months and months and months and months, every time I saw AD, he had a put-down insult, hate comment about Morty. It was just relentless. Day after day, whether it was my channel or Doxx's channel or Dungeon channel or the hate channels or whatever channel. Morty, fuck Morty, Morty's a fucking cunt, Morty's an idiot, Morty sucks, Morty eats prison cock, every day, Morty swallows, doesn't spit, just, referring to Chicago stuff, and fuck Morty and fuck his diner and fuck Morty and Morty's pathetic and more. It was day after day after, brought about for no reason at all. It's just who the guy is. He can't fucking stop. It's like Laura Connor's dead. Crappy's dead. He can't fucking stop with the put downs and the insults. And I asked him repeatedly, will you stop with these attacks, with these incessant, non-stop put downs and insults? Will you stop with that? And he kept doing it and doing it and doing it non-stop. So I finally, every time I turn on the computer and look at somebody's page, there's a comment from AD Never Calling, Morty. So I said, stop this shit, will you? And he just kept going and going and going. So I had enough one day, so I added him to the penance list. And I put him on there, I don't know, whatever the amount was, I don't know. So that same show, he pops into the chat and he goes, what? In the chat, he types in, what? I'm on the penance list? Oh, you've declared war, baby. You just put me on the war path. You don't know what you've done now, you cunt. It was something like that, okay? Something like that. And that was the last time he was on my show. Well, he did sneak back, and I banned him from the chat because it's just nonstop insults and put downs from a guy who's supposed to be pals. You know, years and years and years of, quote, pals, and he just doesn't fucking stop. So I banned him from the channel. I added him to the, quote, penance list. The penance list meant nothing. It's just interesting content. No one was ever expected, and I never expected anybody to pay a penny on the penance list. It was to make a point, And he went ballistic. He went, quote, as he said, on the warpath. And ever since that show, which was some months ago, he's gone unhinged on Morty. And he talks about me every day. Every day you turn on a show, he's there with the Morty comments. And I've got I got tons of screenshots and clips and from way beyond that, way back, from the Morty's dead, Crappy's dead, and which he kept that going on for half a year to, what was it, a year or half a year? And Laura Connor's dead, and on and on and on and on, and so I put him on the penance list, and I banned him from my channel. He went fucking on the warpath, and that's what flipped him out. Now, you would think, if the guy was a pal, he would just send me an email and say, hey, I'm sorry about the insults and daily put-downs, I'll stop. That's what a rational, mentally healthy person would do. They say, hey, all right, I'll knock off the bullshit. I didn't know it was bothering you. No, he just takes it to the extreme in the other direction. So that's it in a nutshell. That's it. That's absolutely the facts. That's the truth. But there's way more. Yeah. I mean, that's absolutely the fact. Yeah. So he's drinking the curly Kool-Aid now, and there's plenty of stories about that, and the Watch Nicholas story, and it's amazing. I think we, the jury, would like to hear your argument why ADNC is obsessed with Mort. I think he's in love with me. Did you get that clip? I think he's in love with me. He acts like a spurned, or is it spurned lover? Like a man obsessed with an unrequited love. And he was spurned by his object of affection, and he's flipped out. Why else would he have years ago, when I took a break from the shows, created the Crappy's Dead? He did that to bring me back. 6 months or a year that went on. Crappy's dead. I don't know, he's dead. I was out mowing my lawn, and I heard someone on the show saying, when I was out on the lawnmower, Crappy's dead. And I turned off the lawnmower, went running in the house, and I was listening to the whatever channel it was. They're talking about Crappy's dead. The guy's deranged. He created that rumor. Why? Because he missed me so much. He wanted me back. He missed me. Talking about living in somebody's head. And it goes on and on and on, But look, you gotta hand it to the guy. He's got an incredibly beautiful home, backyard pool, incredible backyard, an amazing wife, 4 successful kids, decamillionaire success, or, multimillionaire success, but he's a full-fledged nutcase. My nickname for him is Mr. Lonely. That's my new nickname for Mr. Lonely. He is so determined he must be in a group of people who will accept him, no matter who the group members are. They could be serial killers on death row. He's got to be accepted by them. He's got to be a part of it. He has no standards for who he associates with. He doesn't, he just has to love me. What was that thing on Seinfeld when Jerry had the European? It's not a purse, it's a European with the fur coat. He goes, love me, kiss me, worship me. That kind of, he'll set aside any standard of normal, quote, reasonable behavior to just be part of a group where he can be accepted. ethics or normalcy or standards or priorities be damned, and you don't know how many times he contacted me at midnight over the years and said, "What are you doing? Start a fucking show. No one's on. I'm going crazy." I said, "I'm tired. I don't want to do a show." He goes, "Do a show. I'll send you $5." Or I don't know what he says. "Do a show. I'm dying here. So I would do a show because he needs that fix. The guy can't be alone. I mean, the guy's got everything. He's got the incredible house, incredible wife. He's got a dog, or is it 2 dogs? He's got the pool. He's got, and he's just dying of loneliness, and he needs to be in a group. Why doesn't he join he's active in his church, he talks about that. Why doesn't he join his church brotherhood group and socialize with, quality people, play mahjong or the bingo club or something, not these demented, delusional, deranged, vicious, vile, hateful, scum-sucking, cesspool-dwelling parasites on these YouTube channels. No, he abandoned all standards and any sense of morality or ethic or anything. Just love me, accept me, worship me, take me, kiss me, hug me, give me I have to belong. But yes, over the years, we had many, many good chats, but that's not how you treat a friend. If you fucked up, call the guy up, send him an email and say, "Hey, I'm sorry for all the stupid fucking comments, I'll stop." No, he's not going to do that. He instead, he just went on the warpath. Now, is this a good enough answer for you, Hurricane? He finally, after a year, I don't remember, was it a half a year of the years, Crappy is dead, putting me through all that torment of Crappy's dead. He finally, sometime quite a long time later, he went on different shows and apologized publicly for all the shit he put me through with that Crappy is dead imbecilic storyline he created and fomented and pushed on all the different channels. And he sent me an email about that. I really hope you'll accept my apology. I'm sorry for what I did. I don't know what I was thinking. I was fucked up and, whatever he said. Whatever happened there. Yeah. And, but that's not enough. He has to come back and just keep harassing. Yeah, it is a kind of harassment. Stop with the insults. But he doesn't do that. Now, based on his past performance, you might think, well, in half a year, he'll send me an email and say, "Hey, I really apologize." But no, he stated on his last show, "Fuck Crappy, I want nothing to do with the guy. He's sick. I'm the guy who's nuts." Yeah. I'm the bad guy. You're the bad guy? You're the bad boy? I'm the bad boy? Is that your orthopedic back support? Yeah. She likes the bad boy. I've been the bad tipper. Been the bad boyfriend. I've been the bad employee. Now I'm the bad boy. Yeah. I like being the bad boy. Unbelievable. ADNC is a psychopath. No, he's not a psychopath. No, not at all. No. He's a very, very needy, lonely guy. Deep down, he's a good guy. Okay, he's a good person. But he's very, very needy and very lonely, and he'll do anything to be a part of some group. He tells terrible off-color jokes with racially tinged jokes, I've heard, which are pretty disgusting, or not disgusting, but he thinks that's funny. But that answers the question, Hurricane. Is that a reasonably? Do you accept that? Did you hear that? Is that okay? Is that a good enough answer? Off-the-cuff answer, right? AD Never Calling is more hateful than me. Well, deep down, Herman's a good man, too, But no, AD Never Calling, he's not a psychopath, nor a sociopath, nor a paranoid schizophrenic. The guy is just extremely needy and very, very lonely. And that addresses what he's about, Mr. Lonely. And I'm not picking on him, I'm just pointing that out. That's he's brought all this up, by the way, not me. I just said, stop the bullshit and stop daily attacking me, with these fucking insult comments. And he went fucking nuts. Yeah. Okay. Laura was said to be the narc in women's clothing. Well, narc may wear a woman's clothing. We don't know about that, but no, Laura's not narc. Sorry for party rocking. Someone should do a clip of Curls as the Kool-Aid man. Oh, we did that. I did that. Me and my creative team. I don't currently have that. I removed that stuff from my current StreamYard stuff here because it was time to move on from that and explore new territory with new clips and screenshots. But I mean, I have those on my computer storage. But we did a Kool-Aid with the gap tooth, the big tooth gap, and drink the Kool-Aid. No, we did that. Yeah. Yeah, he loves those $75 Chinese watches. Yeah, incredible. Yeah. Absolutely, Max. It's obsessed. Like I said, it's unrequited love kind of thing. You know, it's the spurned love or the unrequited love. Yeah. What do you do when you get lonely? No one's waiting by your side. You know, that's what it is, man. You know, it's just your foolish pride. It's like Layla, you know. You've been running and hiding much too long. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, we got a guest backstage. Let me lower the music here. And bring on a quality guest who will proceed to insult the shit out of me. Hello, Aussie Expat.
How you doing, Morty? It's been a while.
Having a great day. How are you?
Yeah, doing well. Sundays are always good, even when you don't have to work during the week.
Ah, terrific. Yeah. Wow, beautiful sunny day out there.
Yeah. Perfect weather in Vegas the last few weeks, which is not super expected because last month we just had like massive heat. It was really awful, but we're back to good weather, back to spring weather.
Yeah, in the July, August time when it's brutally hot and sunny, are you mainly inside with the air conditioning, or do you go out on fake fishing trips and stuff, or what do you do?
These days we plan on just being away from Las Vegas for most of summer.
Right.
Like last year, from the start of school holidays to the end of school holidays, we were on a road trip.
Right. Are you active in your children's school? Like talking to teachers, looking into the curriculum, what books?
You really don't get that many opportunities to really do that, honestly. And the curriculum stuff is kind of the county level. I'd say this just isn't really what you get from public schooling. So you either like it or you leave is kind of...
Yeah. I mean, did you ever look into the school library and see if they have all the genderqueer books and what they're teaching in the classrooms and about it's okay to dress as a woman? And
yeah, I try to pay attention as much as possible. I mean, for the most part, it's grade 1, so the risks are low. I think middle school the risks are high. I mean,
grade 1,
I did spot what the other grade 1 class. The teacher had an Obama poster, life size, Obama. I'm like, thank God I'm not. And it wasn't like, I don't like extremely highly object to someone talking about Obama if I want to be a normie, you know what I mean? We could, between you and me, we know that he's a despicable person, but we know what the mainstream BS would be.
Arch criminal.
Yeah.
Treasonous. Yeah.
But it can be harmless. You know what I mean? It can be harmless. Like they're not gonna talk about, murdering American citizens. You know what I mean? Like that's like they're not gonna that kind of person isn't gonna talk about.
Well, I would if I were a parent in this hypothetical situation. I would ask the teacher, why do you have an Obama poster on the wall, not a Trump or a Thomas Jefferson or George Washington poster? Why Obama?
Yeah. But you get nowhere. You know what I mean? Like,
and I know what they would say though, but
it doesn't help you. It wouldn't. Yeah, it doesn't help you.
they would just want to give my kid bad grades then if I brought it.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it wouldn't help you at all.
Yeah.
So you either like it or you leave is really it. And just say you happen to get the bad teacher, you can't
Herman
request.
Says, yeah, right.
Good.
Herman Ingram says you're looking like Gene Simmons. Do you ever think you look like Gene Simmons?
It's plausible.
Really? Wow.
Well, the longer hair and everything.
At the Rio Hotel, did you ever look at that Kiss exhibit they have there? Which I found.
I did. I liked it, but it's pretty small. But they've got a lot of heavy duty memorabilia there.
It's at the far end, the dark end of the old wing of the hotel there, that they're refurbishing. Yes. And I was surprised when I saw it. But for a Kiss fan like OC, it would be a lot of fun, I guess, to look around there.
Yeah, I think it's pretty heavy duty if you're a Kiss fan. It could be a lot bigger. Like, I know that there's been like Kiss themed things where you could potentially make an entire theme park a Kiss themed. You know what I mean? And it'd work. It'd be not much different from like a clown theme, honestly, but you know what I mean? Of like heads, painted faces everywhere, and tongue sticking out. That's the theme,
Kind of like a modern revised version of Circus.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
Gene Simmons could form a group to buy Circus, demolish the whole fucking place, and turn it into a Kiss hotel resort.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Hard Rock is gonna be fantastic. I mean, Hard Rock is going up really, really fast, and it's gonna transform how the strip looks. It's about 50% done in terms of externals. There's this massive guitar on the strip now. Like it'll be done by the end of the year. I'm sure it'll be done. Because it's going up so fast, and it's ginormous. It looks like it's going to be as tall as the Venetians. This giant guitar, it's unbelievable.
I never stopped by that hotel to look at it, the Hard Rock.
No. It's being built. The Mirage was closed down.
There is some kind of hotel there, Hard Rock or something like that, similar.
There used to be.
Okay. Yeah.
I think it's what the Virgin used to be. It was off strip actually. So
yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was Hard Rock, i.e. the Hard Rock's kind of weird. Like I'm not a big fan or anything, but the Hard Rock that you saw before was the American franchise of the Hard Rock Cafe. The hotel that is going up now is actually being built by the original Hard Rock Cafe from England. So it's a British enterprise.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, so it's a kind of a different thing. Like they sort of splintered off in the, 70s or something. There's a slightly different vibe, but it's still a guitar.
Yeah. Well, I'll look up on YouTube. On Google. I'll Google that. Look for the pictures.
Yeah. Try to see latest pictures. I'll take a picture next time I'm nearby.
What well-known hotel is the closest that we would know next to that Hard Rock that's being built?
It's opposite the Venetian. It's the Mirage. It's where the Mirage Hotel was. They were going to demolish the Mirage and put up the thing, but they actually decided to keep the Mirage towers there, and then they just built the new hotel right up front, like right near the where the pedestrian walkway is.
Right.
They just built as close to that as they could, and they've squeezed in this massive new building there. So it's excellent. So it's not like sitting far back off the strip. It's like sitting on top of the strip. This huge guitar, and it's not a facade. It's a huge hotel. The guitar is. Have a room inside the guitar.
If I ever go back to Vegas, I will check it out. Hey, if this new Hard Rock facility contacted you by email and they said, "Hey, we've heard about you, your excellent work and superior brain power. We'd like to talk to you about working here as director of certain department, in your specialty. Would you give us a call if you're open to it? Would you consider that for an incredible salary?"
Yeah, I could probably think of something.
Mm.
I could think of something.
So
I,
you could see yourself saying to your wife, this retirement thing, I'm going to go back to work. I got an offer here I can't turn down.
yeah, oh yeah, for sure. There are things that could bring me back. There are things that
Right.
could bring me back. But
Right.
most of the things that could bring me back into the fold have to be worth about 2 million a year.
Right.
It
But
doesn't have to be
food and
2 million
beverage administrator,
guaranteed.
but food and beverage administrator for 75,000 is not going to do it.
Yeah, I don't think they would pay that. So I knew someone who was head of food and beverage for Caesars and MGM. So he did
Right.
one
That's a
after
big
the
job.
other.
Yeah.
And it's not just for one hotel. It's for the entire strips properties
Right.
of Caesars and MGM. And I don't think he was pulling more than 200, 250 a year, I think. I would think he's definitely well off by Las Vegas standards, but not by a lot of other standards. That's a very, very
Got it.
high
Got it.
salary, but it's not.
Okay, I just looked this up, Ozzy. It's casino.hardrock.com. And it's the official website, Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Las Vegas, coming soon to the Las
Cool.
Vegas Strip. So that's
Yeah.
casino.hardrock.com, and that's the official page for updates and info.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be very exciting. It'll be interesting. It's not an MGM or Caesars property, so it'll at least be a new group doing their own thing. So we'll see. We'll see.
Wow. Okay. Do you play a lot of gaming stuff in the casinos there in your leisure time, or you're not really?
No, zero. Yeah, zero.
Zero. Right.
That's the only healthy place to be. I mean, oh my gosh, here in Las Vegas, they've got little nooks in the supermarkets where they have 6 or 7, poker machines and spinning wheel type stuff. And there's people in there spending hours of their time in the gambling section of the supermarket.
In the
this is just so depressing.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, if you're going to spend hours of your time, wouldn't you want to do it at least in the local casino down the road at the Durango? It's nice. They'll give you complimentary drinks and stuff. I mean,
Yeah. Right.
they're just, I'm done with shopping. I'll just sit over here and pour thousands of dollars into this machine. I don't know. It's just the whole thing is very odd to me. The whole gambling thing. Yeah.
Okay, I've got a couple pictures here. I'm going to try and screen share this guitar hotel. It's unbelievable looking. I guess this is an artist's what do they call it? Representation?
Rendition, yeah.
Rendition.
But it's got to be pretty faithful. I mean, I'm seeing the progress, and the progress is ridiculous. It's
so let me see if I can.
Unbelievable site.
I'm going to try a screen share here, Doc. Let's see if I can do this properly. I'm doing it live. Okay.
Yes. Oh no! Oh wait, what am I looking at? Is this from behind? Yeah, this is from behind.
Okay, but that's the work as it is, or that's an artist's conception of it?
This is definitely artist conception.
Okay.
I don't.
It's unbelievable.
Well, is this even? This isn't even Vegas though.
Really? Okay.
No, I mean, look at it. Where's the rest of the strip?
That couldn't be. Maybe that's Florida or some other place, right?
Yeah, that's some other place.
Let me take a look at another one. Is this it?
No, that looks like another shot of the same place.
Okay, then
but it looks similar scale.
Hollywood
it looks similar
Guitar
scale.
It's called Hollywood Guitar Hotel.
Hmm.
I don't know what the hell that is then. Okay, skip it.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah. Oh, Rufus, that's in Florida. That's what he says.
Wow.
That's a place in Florida. Unbelievable. Okay.
I just purchased 4 21 round P365 mags today. I want to start using that more for competition because
Now a
I normally use the
21 round, that's really going
P320.
to stick out of the grip. 21 round.
Well, that's just what you need for competition. Like in
Right.
competition, your limit is 141 millimeters, and 21 rounds is basically fits in 141 millimeters dimension. So
Right.
no,
Right.
it's not what I would carry. It's just what I would
Yeah.
do
Yeah. Yeah.
competition with.
Right.
But yeah, I'm
He,
switching over from the P320. I just wear the 365 a lot. And when I travel, I'll use the 365. So
what's your carry ammo on the P365?
same as what I run the 320 with. Federal HSTs, 147 grain.
The 147. Really?
Yeah.
You know, I've been watching a lot of videos on the 147, which I've never used.
Yeah.
HST, and it's not an over-penetrating round, which I thought it was, and it's
No, it's phenomenal
it's an
round. Yeah.
outstanding choice. And I'm thinking of shooting through all my 9mm and just buying a couple cases of the HST 147.
Yeah,
Of course,
HST
I'm just
147 is
thinking about it. I
fantastic.
can't afford
Yeah.
to do that, but I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's not really a choice that really matters as long as you got a quality self-defense round.
exactly right. Right.
You don't need to go crazy.
Gigad was asking, is Ozzy wearing a Nut and Fancy style fanny pack?
No, I just have an actual holster. No, it's not
Right.
a fanny pack thing. Oh my gosh.
I
Like
did a
the
fanny
fanny pack's
pack holster,
okay just for utility,
yeah, I did
but not.
that when I lived in LA. I did a fanny pack holster thing for a
Oh,
while.
okay.
It was
I
not
think
that strange at the time.
right, but it's not discreet enough. Like if you can actually get a good holster and conceal it well, you being there in the shorts and the t-shirt is the ultimate camouflage.
Right.
With the kid here with the whistle.
I
Sorry about
purchased
that.
a holster from Muddy River Tactical.
Mhm.
If you know that website, I really like it. It's really good.
Oh, okay.
If anybody wants to look at
Nobody
that
should
website.
ever give children whistles. Like that's so unnecessary.
Nobody should ever give children what?
Whistles.
Oh, whistles.
Yeah. They don't need ways of being extra noisy and annoying. It's not a problem solver.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm excited. I mean, they cost a fair bit, but Sportsman's Outdoor Superstore had a deal, $45 instead of like the normal $70. But they're being a little nasty with their deal. They only allow you to buy one mag. It's just so that you can have a cart and you're enticed to try to fill the cart a bit with other stuff.
Right.
Kind of like a loss leader, like it's like a discount on eggs, but one per customer type thing.
Right.
But I tell you what's always good to know, if you don't like the terms of a website that is selling something you want, some aspect of you don't like, or their shipping options are no good. Optics Planet, they've got a little thing, you fill out the form, they'll price match, and they'll ignore the shipping. They've got free shipping options. Like with Sportsman Outdoor, they want $11 minimum, which is going to make the mag like $56 instead of 46 rough. So I bought 6 mags from Optics Planet for like 400,
shopped at that
300
website,
something
in the past. Yeah.
Some people say bad things about Optics Planet. I don't know what ultimately, like I keep an eye on it. Their customer service has been good.
Mm-hmm.
And I've bought a lot of stuff from them over the years. I think what is perhaps objectionable to Optics Planet is they're usually not the cheapest place until you price match.
I found that they're not the cheapest. That's correct.
Yeah, but they will price match.
Yeah.
So the 2 reasons I price match: one, if the shipping and quantity options suck on some other website, or if I don't trust the other website. Like I've done lots of business with Optics Planet. But, if I see some like weird Holler Hickey Gun Club, blah, 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 you know what I mean? Like you can put the order in, you may never get your stuff. It could just be straight up
fraud. A lot of the things on their website say out of stock, place order, back order, back ordered. Order now for late, and you don't know when they're coming in. The stuff. So
That's true too. That is true too. They don't clean up their SKUs, but sometimes those things do come back. Sometimes they don't. Yeah. So yeah, I've been a pretty good customer of Optics Planet ultimately, and they've price matched everything I've ever thrown at them, and I've gotten a lot of stuff that would otherwise be very expensive that way. So I've been pretty pleased, and it's better than Amazon, because Amazon. So for example, if you see a price on Amazon that you like, absolutely do not buy it from Amazon. Just take that price and go to Optics Planet and get it from Optics Planet, because
why Amazon not buy from Amazon?
Counterfeits. Just
even
counterfeits.
If it says shipped and sold by Amazon, it's a counterfeit.
No, it's still. So they might have corrected that. Back in August of last year, they changed Amazon's policies such that there was no commingling of stock anymore. But that's only a measure. Like, I wouldn't consider the problem of counterfeit solved. You could still end up buying something from a seller and it's still a counterfeit. And really, what's really lost? The reputation of a seller on Amazon, like, who gives a shit? The real, like, but if Optics Planet sells you a counterfeit, oh boy, that's going to be a hugely bad look for them. But there's no reason for them to do it. They're going to have the direct relationships with the suppliers.
Right. What if you're looking on a company website like SIG, for example, and they're selling a holster on the website, and it says buy now, and you click it, and it takes you to, and it has an Amazon link, and it clicks you to the Amazon page for that holster direct from SIG website. That would be
that's
safe.
tricky. Yeah, it's plausible. It's plausible. Wow. Yeah, so there are conditions, but it was just an example. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So the reason to do it from Amazon is that you get prime shipping, probably, like really fast, reliable shipping. The reason to do it from Optics Planet is they do have a free tier of shipping. So a lot of gun stores don't do that. It's like minimum $10, $12 or more. So it just really depends. But Optics Planet, as long as you factor in that you can do a price match with them, can be a really great place to get your stuff.
When cheaper. You do the price match, do you call them up for a phone rep, or do you email them with that? Or?
I email them, and they've always been very responsive. So I did this one yesterday. They were back to me in under an hour, I think. Now, I'm not going to hold them to it, you know, as in, like, you know, feet to the flame because it wasn't under an hour or something. But they said, yeah, okay, we'll do that, and just send us the order number, and we'll refund you the difference.
Wow, very nice.
But, you know, they'll correct it. So I've just sent those emails, see how it goes tomorrow. I mean, there's always room for problems and manual intervention, but I've never had a problem at the end of the day. And I'll let you know if I get my mags. Again, I need a bunch of mags. I can't just have one 21 round mag for $55. That's not going to make my life different. But yeah, I ordered a bunch of mags, and it's something that sportsmen
needs his mags. Man needs to know his mags. Yeah. Like that.
Yeah, I was a bit weary because I don't know if I'll spend the time actually getting back into competition with this gun, but I should at least try. I think that the good number of mags that I've found very comfortable with, 6. 6 is a really, really good number. There's not really anything you can't do with 6, and I like 6. I think you could use slightly more than 6 if you want to do dry fire and you just want to have dedicated dummy mags just to dry fire with that never get loaded. That's a good idea. But even if you have 6, that's still plausible. You just take 2 out and have 4 for range of competition. It's still plausible.
Well, 6 times 21 is 126 rounds.
Yeah.
So that'll get you through. That'll get you through downtown Portland, okay? on a nice day.
Yeah. The reason I like 6 in my mind is because on a competition stage, you need 2 mags to get through a stage of 32 rounds. So 2 covers you pretty easily and allows you to reload at any position almost. You know, as long as you don't like shoot 2 rounds and then you're done. You shoot at least like 14 rounds out of the first mag, and then you can reload from there. But
how often do you? Please go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay.
How often
So 14 rounds. I need to have a third mag in case something happens to the reload or something like that. Like I pull the mag out, I scuff the reload, and the first round is like halfway out and it won't go into the gun anymore. Then I just pull out the third mag. The third mag is an emergency malfunction mag. It's not really for the rounds.
Right.
So three mags, and then another set of three just in case I need to reshoot the entire stage. Because if someone screws up the scoring, it means you're up and have to shoot again almost immediately. And you don't want to be sitting there stressed, reloading the rounds into the mags. And
Right.
like just having a clean
six
set.
magazines, 6 21-round capacity magazines would cover you in case you have backyard gopher problems.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Hey, when you buy a new piece, a new handgun, new gun, do you break it down and clean it before you go to the range, or do you shoot it out of the box and then break it down and clean it?
Definitely break it down and clean it.
Before you take it out to the range?
Yeah, 100%. Like,
right.
I mean, think about what you would do. Like, if you took it out on that first range trip, and it was malfunctioning, what would your next step be?
You got to break it down.
You break it down and relube it, So
yeah, right.
You may as well do that first.
Right.
Yeah, you may as well do that first, because if there was a problem, the first thing you would do is break it down and clean it. So save yourself the ammo and the hassle and just break it down and clean it. Because the stuff that they use for keeping it in storage isn't the same thing that is going to keep it running really, really well.
Yeah. Right. Well, that's good.
Like I think the Russians had this stuff called Cosmoline. They'd like vacuum wrap the entire rifle, and it'd be like just soaking in juice for 50 years, which is cool.
Right.
Very cool. Yeah.
You ever buy Serbian ammo?
No.
Any brands from Serbia or Eastern Europe countries?
I don't think so. I mean, I've certainly bought lots of Russian ammo when that was available, but I've never gotten anything from an East Bloc country, as best as I can tell. Not that it's bad, it's just that the Russian stuff was widely available. So.
Yeah. I was looking at the Ammo To Go website a couple days ago, and they had some brands I hadn't seen. And I clicked on the page, and one was from a Bosnia manufactured brand. One was a Serbian brand. I mean, they had all the other stuff too, but they have
that's cool.
Brands from
Send me an email. I'd like to take a look.
Reasonably okay stuff, but I don't know about that. Yeah.
I'd love to have a good supply of 7.62x39 for my AK again, but I'm gonna guess it's just going to be cheaper to buy 223 still, even now. Right. Oh, I hate war. Well, why can't we just have peace? I'd love to be able to just buy Russian ammo again.
There never has been peace, ever. Ever since Homo sapiens been here, or prior to Homo sapiens, it's been conflicts. It won't change. Yeah.
I think first term of Trump's presidency, we had peace.
That's correct. But I mean, over time, there's always conflicts, there's always battles, always wars, always hate. Just turn on YouTube, there's always hate.
Yeah. But no, we had peace and it was good. And I was buying Russian ammo, I was buying Russian gun parts, and I didn't see any reason for them not to. This being said, I've always bought American firearms because I have always felt that at the drop of a hat, they can just close the borders on guns. Like they can't stop American manufacturers, but they can stop foreign manufacturers very, very easily.
Right.
Like all of the foreign guns are imported only under these sporting use terms, which are ridiculous. Like if they're too tactical, you can't import.
Yeah. What would happen with our good friend GD if they closed the import of Bursa Thunders from Argentina, where they've sold about 1 million of them here? Or the Bursa company would go kaput, so that would be bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So yeah, I'm glad to see when there's American manufactured firearms, and it'd be good to give that support to American manufactured ammo, but that simply was never really possible with X39 because it was just too cheap. And
you ever
I
buy
don't know.
Arms Corps ammo?
I think so, but I don't think they ever sold any steel case or aluminum case ammo, so they tended not to be the cheapest and I only shoot the cheapest.
Yeah, it's Philippine
Really that
manufacturer.
simple?
And when I look at ammo websites and I read the reviews on Arms Corps, the reviews are really bad. Jamming, stovepipes, shit this, dirty ammo, always jams. I've never bought it.
Interesting. I went through a little experiment where I bought every single brand of 9mm I could find on the market. Every single one. Like I went to every gun store. I went to like Bass Pro. Hold on, honey.
Okay, I'll wait.
I went. Sorry, it's my wife. She's crossing the road.
I know.
Crazily. I went to Bass Pro Shop, and if it was a brand I didn't have in my spreadsheet, I bought it. So I've still got a box of every single brand that was around circa 2018 or something.
Wow.
And
no, that's right. Yeah.
And I shot a 5-round group from every single box from 3 different guns: an M&P, a P320, and a Glock 17. So you could see like which brands of ammo were more accurate than others, and whether they favored a certain gun. And it was definitely true. There were certain guns where certain brands worked really well, and others where it was just a little wacky. But consistently, the best performing was tool ammo. It's the cheapest.
The Russian ammo.
Yeah, the Russian 9mm steel case was by far the most consistent. So it wasn't the number 1 most accurate on all of the guns, but it was number 2 or 3. And the number 1 most accurate was only most accurate for the specific gun.
Right.
So if you just wanted an off-the-shelf, this thing will carry me through competition very well. The only answer really was tool ammo, because anything else, it would be like only if it really loves your gun would it be accurate. Everything else, so tool ammo. And it isn't a case of like steel is better than brass, because we also had other brands of steel case ammo like Winchester, and that stuff was horrible. I was like dead last or something like that.
Wow.
The aluminum stuff wasn't that great in general, but the number 1 was a steel case. So I think ultimately the case in a pistol round just doesn't seem to impact performance that much, or at least it doesn't have to perform. It doesn't have to be bad. You know what I mean? You got to test it, basically. At the end of the day, you got to test it. There's no rules of thumb.
Right.
Because everyone says, "Oh, you got to get brass, otherwise it's no good," or you got to get, don't do aluminum, that's terrible, or don't do steel, it's no good. It's like, no, it's not true.
Well, I've heard that if you use steel or aluminum casings, the heat can expand it and it might get stuck in the barrel. Stories like that.
For pistol rounds, the risks are very, very low.
Well,
you know what I mean?
So, yeah.
For rifle rounds,
a shotgun shell company called Rio Ammo. RIO, Rio. It's a Spanish brand.
Reload shells. I should. Shotgun ammo is just not coming down. It's still $10 for a box of 25.
Yeah, so like 10 years ago, when people were really freaking out about ammo being, maybe Obama was around then, or everybody was. So I wanted to stock up on some 12 gauge shells, and I couldn't find Federal or Remington, Winchester, the major brand stuff. Everything was unavailable, sold out. But Bud's Guns had a brand in stock called Rio from Spain. Rio shotgun buckshot. So I thought, well, I don't know, Spain, I guess, So I bought a bunch of that, and I still have it. I've never fired it, but I guess it works, But yeah.
Well, it's hard to get shotgun shells to be rubbish. You know what I mean? Those things will shoot
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
I mean, ejecting in an automatic might
But that's
be
different. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but nothing's guaranteed. Like you can't say, oh, but if you get the federal, it's gonna work fine. It's not
Right.
not true.
Exactly. Yeah. Any opinion on the H&K? What was it? Looks like. What's the question here? The CC9 is being asked by JBI Deeks. I've looked into the CC9. It really looks great, and it comes in like 7 different finish options, like black.
This is the new one.
The CC9 by H&K. It's like a shield size carry
Yeah.
case.
So, but
Comes
this
in
is
like
new, and it's
olive
also a
drab
completely
green,
new
flat
category
dark
for
earth, comes in all
H&K.
like 7 different color combos, and I screenshotted all of them and just to look at them because I thought, boy, it looks great. But I've read reviews about it. A lot of people don't like it. A lot of complaints. So I don't know. But
Yeah, the thing is, like H&K typically doesn't do good civilian guns, and by that I mean, like a civilian gun has to be extremely efficient. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like it has to be small to weight, small to its round count, lightweight, feels good at the same time, shoots well, reliable. Like there's so much criteria that a civilian wants that, you know, law enforcement are just going, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like, and HK have never really had to compete in. They've never competed well in civilian terms, so it would worry. Like I shot a VP9. I don't think the VP9 was any good. I think it was trash.
HK is much more expensive than Ruger, for example, or Equalizer, Shield. You know.
Yeah, I've never seen a Ruger pistol not fire a round properly. Like
I really like the Security 9. It comes in a flat dark earth.
Yeah, the Security 9 is a fantastic product. Yeah,
it looks so nice, and I even I was deciding between that and the Equalizer years back when I bought it, and it comes in a flat dark earth with a black slide. Oh, and it's only $299 for the Ruger Security 9.
The Ruger pistols are so well, and their rifles, honestly.
Yeah,
like I don't know what it is. Like I think they do sell very well, but people like just underestimate Ruger so much because it's quite clear in their MSRP to street pricing and the product that they deliver.
Yeah,
that bang for buck. I don't know why like Ruger doesn't absolutely crush it all day, every day. It's unbelievable to me. Like for a long time, I don't know if they sell it anymore, but they had this AR, the Ruger MPR, multi-purpose rifle, but Ruger fully tooled out for their in-house made cold hammer forged barrels. Like this is like par excellence of 5R rifling and everything. My MPR shoots a .7 MOA 5-round group, and it's unbelievable. And it costs like $750. Like it was dirt cheap. Came with an incredible 2-stage trigger, and it's dirt cheap. Unbelievable. But the thing is, it's not dirt cheap enough to someone who only wants to spend nothing, right? It's like $250 more than a bare bones AR. But you couldn't put together a better AR for less than $1,200. So yeah, Ruger really kill it. Like also the LC Max line is also very popular. Very, very popular. I personally don't like it just because for me, I prefer the LCP. Like it's just,
you mean the Max 9?
Well, they've got a Max 380, I think, and then also a Max 9.
Oh, they have the Security 380.
Yeah.
Like the Security 9, but they also have a Max 9, then the LCPs and stuff. Yeah.
Right. And for me, like if you're in 380 land or you're in that sort of tiny gun land, you should just go all the way to super lightweight and get the original LCP or LCP2.
Well, now it's the LCP Max, but yeah.
You can't get a single stack LCP?
Oh, no. You certainly can, but they introduced the LCP Max, which I had, and then I sold last month or 2 months ago.
I'm not a fan of the Max because, like, if you're going to go double stack, I think you'd be better using that weight, that compromise, to go into a 9mm, and then if you're going to do that, there's so many options.
It was a 10-round or 12-round magazine, and it was 10.5 ounces, which is just unbelievable. You know, like the Bodyguard 2, just incredible.
Yes. The Bodyguard 2 crushes it. Like, my understanding is that's like the number 1 or number 2 most sold gun in America.
Yeah, probably so. I wouldn't. Well, I looked at both, and I just went with the LCP Max instead. But they're both the same kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're very similar. I think the Bodyguard, it's really good. Like, the price difference is
the Bodyguard 2 is incredible. The design is just unbelievable. How good it is.
Yeah. The original Bodyguard kind of sucked.
Correct. Yeah.
On paper, everything was really good, but it had just the worst, like, 16.5-pound trigger or something. It was just really, really nasty. So, you know, honestly, the LCP line did so much better than the Bodyguard, and rightfully so. But there was a period of time where the LCP didn't exist. So, you know, credit where it's due. The Bodyguard protected people's lives when it mattered.
Right. If Doxx Report loans me that $20,000, I'll take $299 of it and buy a Ruger Security 9 flat dark earth finish, just to look at it. I don't need it. But anyway,
I do like Ruger's pistol design language. I do.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll show you something. I'll show you something really cool. I can't show you firearms, but I can show you this. I'll show you something cool. Might take me a minute. But yeah, I really like Ruger's stuff. Like, and their 5.7 gun is better than an FN 5.7. The only reason an FN 5.7, if you like some military.
Well, that came out first, and then Ruger introduced their 5.7, and apparently that was better received as more likable.
Oh yeah, infinitely. Like, I mean, have you ever seen where the safety is on the 5.7?
No, I don't recall.
The FN 5.7. So you're familiar with Berettas? They have this sort of like turn switch on the back of the slide.
Oh yeah.
Towards the rear. So it's like one of those. It's got like this little turning thing that you have that's up on the slide.
You mean like on the Beretta Storm, that little tiny safety thing?
Well, it's also on the 92.
On the 92. Okay, I know what you mean. Okay.
On the M9, it's just on the back.
Yeah.
On the FN 5.7, it's like halfway down the slide.
Mm-hmm.
It's near the ejection port.
Yeah.
So you got to like finger this thing where nowhere near your hands are, and then then you can shoot. It's just so weird.
Right.
So check this out from CRKT. Let me put it back.
Let me
check
change
this
the
out.
Screen.
This is from CRKT, and it's called the Ruger CEO. And it's got a really nice deep pocket hinge, deep pocket, what do you call it? Clip, pocket clip. So when you put it in your pants, nothing is visible. Like, it's just a clip. And it's got the sort of the Ruger serrations, you know how they do this sort of straight edge and then the thing, and it's in their same black sort of G10 sort of looking thing. It's just.
I hope this isn't going to get me a strike showing a knife live.
I don't think knives are in there, but so it's from CRKT, a proper knife manufacturer. So it's not some in-house brand, white label Chinese garbage. No doubt, still comes from China, but it's it's a quality brand, CRKT. Very, very nice, useful, functional, and whenever I wear my LCP 2, I have this.
Right.
It's just too cool. It feels really nice. Like, I think this thing is cheap. I think it's like $30, but it doesn't say $30 in any part of it. It's really a lovely, lovely, lovely knife.
Right.
The only thing I can say, it's a little too stabby.
A little too what?
Too stabby. Look at that point.
Yeah. Right.
It's just so stabby. Like, it's so easy to, accidentally like poke something and tear it and stuff. It's just a little bit too stabby. Like, I like having a deeper belly and an edge, but this is what happens when you have a really, really thin knife. You know what I mean?
If that mental case Uzi, the tow truck driver is watching this, you can guarantee he's jerking off right now. Just saying. Okay, very nice. Wow, amazing.
Oh wait, one last thing. The stock on it's actually pretty decent. So despite being a thin knife, look at the stock on that.
Mm-hmm.
As in, like the base stock, the baseline of the blade. It's actually pretty thick. It's like 3 millimeters, 4 millimeters almost.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like it's a pretty solid knife, despite being, not thick on this dimension. The actual stock isn't, flimsy bullshit. It's really nice.
You sometimes carry an LCP?
Rarely.
Right.
Because I have the Sig Sauer P365. That's
Right.
that's very good. I use the LCP only for quote unquote deep concealment in non-permissive environments.
Like you're gonna hoop the LCP, like Wes Watson says, but well, whatever. Yeah.
Is that what he said?
Got it. You know Wes Watson,
Yeah.
the convict guy channel? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what he's become over the last 2 years?
Yeah, he's back in
Okay.
prison. He's back in jail. He was arrested for beating the life near death out of some guy at a fitness center gym. It's
Yeah.
on video. He just beat this guy
Yes.
to a pulp. So he was arrested again on different charges, and he's in jail now. And I found his channel.
Well,
years ago.
he wasn't. He's not in jail for that actually. So
Okay,
that's
well,
still
no,
pending.
But, yeah, he's back in jail again, and he's posting stuff from jail. And
No, he beat his fiance.
oh, that's right. Yeah, he beat the shit out of her, right? Because he paid
Yeah.
for her tits. He paid for her tits, and he accused her of flashing her tits in some revealing clothing, and he didn't like that. He goes, those tits I paid for them. I own them. They're for me only." And he beat the shit out of her.
Yeah, complete nut job.
The guy's a complete nut job.
I mean, nut job. He was a little bit charming when he just got out of prison the first time.
I found his channel like 4 years ago or so. And,
Yeah, but he turned into a complete piece of shit. I'm like,
yeah.
I find it so hard to. It's quite a journey with Wes.
Yeah.
Quite a journey. But I guess this is how it works. As in, like, what does it look like for someone who to reoffend and end up, what does recidivism look like?
Mhm.
This is what it looks like. It's like, whoa, okay.
If we believe
All right.
his stories, he got out of prison and became a mega millionaire, and now it's all for nothing. He's back
Yes.
in prison.
Yeah,
And this
100%.
time he's going away. Long time. Yeah.
What do you think he'll get?
Yeah.
What do you think he'll get? This sounds like, add it all up together, 5 to 10.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that he's a reoffender, I don't know what his first offenses
I
were,
did see
why
some
he was
videos.
originally.
I did see some legal analyst kind of videos about what he might be facing, but I don't remember what all the different charges were. But it's like he could, at the max, be in there for a hell of a long time.
Yeah. But I mean, realistically, when will he be out is a very different question.
Who knows?
Tugger is halfway through his
Oh, really?
sentence. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Tugger's halfway through. I
Mhm.
think he got 5 years or something. 5 or
Didn't he get 5 years early release capable, eligible at 3 or something like that? I don't remember. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw someone else who did a financial crime, and they got like 20 years or something. I'm like, whoa, that's well, I mean, but at scale. So the person who, no, it's not worth talking out without like critical details. But I noted that this person who got 20 was in the order of like hundreds of millions of dollars worth of bullshit, and Tugger was probably in the single-digit millions of dollars.
That's right.
Still unrecoverable, but it didn't scale, is what I noted. Is that it didn't scale? Like this guy did, 50 times more, and he doesn't have a sentence 50
What
times
about
longer.
people commit murder and get out in a few years? I mean, it's unbelievable.
No, exactly. Yeah. And there's people who've committed murder or rape or things like that, and they get like 3 years, 5 years. Someone who bashed someone's head in. It's like 2 years. Like the sentencing doesn't make any sense.
Correct.
And I'm not saying white collar crime needs to be punished less.
Right.
It's just that there's something very screwy with sentencing
Yes,
in all of
indeed.
this. Yeah.
Do you think, YouTube wise, speaking wise, do you think Tugger is folding laundry or folding his own laundry? Or is he folding other people's laundry? What do you think?
He's
I mean,
folding
what I
other
mean
people's laundry.
is he folding other people's laundry or are other people folding his laundry? Is what I meant. Yeah.
He's definitely folding other people's
He's
laundry.
folding the laundry, baby. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, how he described, well, not how he described, but we know what he was doing for money
Right.
initially.
Right.
So-
Well, watch Nicholas expose that. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So we understand what he's comfortable with, and if you're comfortable with that, prison's not going to be that rough. You know what I mean?
The laundry, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's only going to be rough if like you're putting up a lot of resistance. Like this stuff
Wow.
is going to remain alien to you. It's going to be a hard time.
Wow. He's folding the laundry, baby. Yeah.
But he went to federal this time.
Mhm.
Like, so I don't know. Like his first time around, he was in for like DUIs, I think, if I recall correctly.
Mhm.
So this time around is federal. I have no idea. All I know is that those are different systems, and yeah, it's not. I won't assume the same things.
Yeah. Right. Oh, Geek and well, Lux said he exposed it. Well, I don't know about that, but I thought it was Watch Nicholas who exposed him first. But either way, yeah.
Either way,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Wow. Would you ever?
I mean, it felt like Watchnik was constantly exposing him.
Oh, he was doing like 5 videos a day on the guy.
Yeah. Wow, those days.
I don't know what Watch Nichols was drinking or smoking back then or eating, but he was doing like mega hours every day on the guy. It was unbelievable. Yeah.
He was.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
And he was always right. So in those days, a lot of people gave him a lot of shit, a lot of negativity, and he was actually right. I don't support or reject anything that he did after the Tugger days or anything like that. Like, his show just wasn't for me. And you know, he you know, I tried to be on his panel, and I didn't enjoy that, and he didn't enjoy me being on his panel. And
did he call you a prick, a retard, a fuckwit?
No, nothing of the sort. Nothing. Anything less than amicable. It's just that he felt that, you know, I was boring, and he felt like panelists. Like, to me, I felt that he expected panelists to be responsible for his ratings / audience and so on and so forth. Like he expected the panel, if you come on his panel, that you would be the person responsible for that. Do you get like? But when I'm talking to you, I only give a shit about you. I'm talking to you, Morty. I'm not talking to the audience. You know what I'm saying? So I don't enjoy, like, if I wanted to be responsible for a stream and its audience and its participation, then I would start my own stream.
Right. Hey, I want to tell you something about that. A few weeks ago, because I know you have a channel, so I thought, hey, I wonder what Aussie Expat's got, if he's posted anything new on his channel.
Yeah,
so I
pretty
went back
rarely.
to your channel. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and he really hasn't posted anything new. And the last video you had up there was when you and your wife went and bought the Land Dweller. Okay. At your Vegas dealer.
There's a newer one. There's a few newer ones since then, but anyway.
Okay. Well, when I looked, I think that was the most recent. So maybe it was a couple months ago. I don't know. Yeah. So I watched that video again. Okay. And I was like, wow, what a great video. And
well, thank you.
And again, not only content wise, but camera work, edit wise, it was very, very good. And it was another case of me like, man, this guy has got it all.
I appreciate that.
I mean, you got
and it's not fake. It's not fake. I enjoy my life.
Yeah, you've had a phenomenal career, incredible earnings from the career. You have an amazing wife, beautiful, intelligent, and very, she'll speak her mind, it
Yes.
appears. And you went to, the video was you and her and the kids, I think, you brought the kids along.
The
And
kids
you
came
went to-
along on that one.
Yeah, and you went to the dealer in Las Vegas, and you met the sales lady, and she set up your wife with the land dweller, and looks stunning on her, and what a incredible! I mean, and you compare that to Archie Luxury in his baggy shorts with his burger-stained t-shirt, blue button-down shirt, standing in front of the what was it dealer, the Cartier dealer or whatever it was in one of his Asian trips. Maybe it was Hong Kong and whatever, I don't remember. And he was standing in front of a dealer. He's got his camera around his neck, and he's holding a paper bag, a plastic bag from a drugstore or something. and the guard, this was Singapore or somewhere, and the guard, he wanted to enter the store. Whatever dealer it was.
I remember this video actually.
Yeah, and the security guard wouldn't let him in the main entrance. And he's wearing his flip-flop sandals, shorts, his button-down blue shirt with some food stains on it. He's carrying a plastic or a brown paper supermarket bag, and he's sweating like a walrus, And walruses don't sweat, but he's sweating just like a feral hog. And the security guard, who's wearing a suit and all that, would not let him in the front main entrance door. And he threw a fit. That was one of his videos. He threw a fucking fit while they wouldn't let him in.
Yeah.
And he said you have to go around the back inside the other entrance if you want to come in. You can't come in the main, whatever. And you compare that to your video experience. It's like unbelievable,
Yeah,
But anyway.
and look, this isn't. I take that in the right way. Like, this isn't about being a snob. Like, for example, the jacket I'm the jacket I'm wearing is I got from Goodwill. I think I got it for like $20. You know what I mean? And
I hope you washed it first before you wore it. Yeah.
Honestly, it's in perfect condition. So
there's a guy here, a friend of mine in Portland, who's a retired physician, and he, for whatever reason, he likes going to Goodwill and looking around. So he bought some clothing at Goodwill, some shirts and a jacket, like a fleece jacket, Columbia.
Yeah,
jacket. And he got it for nothing. So he says, "Hey, why should I buy it at the Columbia store? This is just as good." And he was wearing it, and I talked to him about a month or two later, and he had lice.
Oh my God!
I said, "How the hell did you get lice?" He goes, "It was those clothing, the used clothing from the Goodwill store."
Oh my gosh!
He never washed it first.
That's not a good story.
And I said, "What the hell's wrong with you?" Of course, who was wearing that before. You can't even imagine the.
Well, a fleece jacket is kind of different to like a.
Well, whatever the clothing
coat.
was, a jacket, a t-shirt, and he was a doctor, so he understood how to get rid of lice. But
yes,
disgusting.
Yeah.
But he's like 80 never calling. He'll only buy used clothing on eBay. He wouldn't go to the Columbia store and buy a new jacket or clothing.
Yeah.
But,
no, I think certain used pieces are perfectly fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you got to wash them and dry them first before you wear it. Is all I'm saying.
I would honestly eyeball it, like sniff test, eyeball it.
Okay, well, all right.
Well, you got to think, like, if I dry clean that jacket, it's probably like $20, and the jacket only costs $20. So if I thought it wasn't good, I probably wouldn't buy it.
Yeah, but it might be great quality, but don't you want to know? You don't know where it came from and who's touched it and sneezed on it and and rolled around in the mud with it, and
nothing's going to be alive on it. Like, I mean, it's sitting in 0% humidity desert
the
environment.
Goodwill store is full of all kinds of germs. And
oh, sure, but I mean, it's not like
and-
I slap it on and start wearing it every day immediately after I get it. Like, I wear a sports jacket like 4 times a year. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
So
Well,
it doesn't spend much time on my person.
Yeah.
But yeah, what I'm saying is, like, in the case that we're getting a land dweller, we're a long time customer.
Yeah, right.
We're showing up to an event, the Grand Seiko event, dressed as best as we can, and everyone's feeling good, and everything's nice. You know what I mean? It's not. Now, I do know someone who is also a customer, and he doesn't dress very nice and blah, blah, blah. And it, I feel like they do business with them more reluctantly.
Yeah. You mean
And
like when
oh,
Watch
no,
Reporter,
but
you mean like when Watch Reporter shops at that store?
no, I'm not talking about Watch Reporter, but
Yeah.
no, he dresses nice.
Yeah.
He dresses nice. That doesn't mean you. And look, it also like you dressing nice doesn't mean you're a nice person.
Oh, that's
Like
absolutely correct.
that's the flip side there. It doesn't mean you're a nice person.
Oh, sure.
And it also doesn't mean that if you dress poorly, that you're a bad person.
Correct.
Like none of these things are true.
Right.
It's just that I learned a long time ago that you're not going to get a pat on the back for saying like, oh, I'm a multimillionaire and I dressed poorly and they rejected me just based on my looks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they've got nothing else to indicate that you're a multimillionaire. Yes, they screwed themselves over, quote unquote, by, kicking out someone who's a multimillionaire that would have bought something, quote unquote. But no one cares about fashion victims. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's just fashion. It's just a bit of clothes. No one asks you to make these symbols of X or Y or Z your whole identity. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You go to court, put on a suit. Yeah, I don't wear that kind of thing. No, that's the point. You put on the suit. Because you don't want an average outcome. You want the best outcome.
Yeah,
so you put on the suit.
When I watch these courtroom videos on YouTube, 99% of the cases they bring the prisoner in the prison orange jumpsuit kind of thing, to meet maybe for the arraignment kind of situation.
Right.
And I've never been in that position, but I would demand, no, I need to be allowed to appear wearing a suit.
Yes.
When I enter the court, I want to wear a suit. As soon as I exit the door, I'll put the jumpsuit back on or whatever it is, the prison clothing. But it's totally detrimental to be appearing and wearing an orange or pink, whatever, yellow jumpsuit.
100%.
Or whatever the prison uniform is.
Yeah, because like if the judge says, okay, now, the outcome is, put him back, it looks like they haven't interrupted your day.
No. And immediately it's indicating...
Well, you were clearly wearing the jumpsuit before, so you don't even have to change.
Yeah, and I feel like it's in a subconsciously or subtextually indicating, well, you're a prisoner, you're guilty, and
yes.
If anything, you should be allowed to wear a nice pair of pants and a shirt and a tie or a suit,
yes.
Just for the 5 minutes in front of the judge, and then you can change. Yes. But they don't allow that, or maybe you have to really get a good lawyer to let you do that. I don't know, but
yeah, 100%. It's
you
use what is available to you, and that doesn't mean it doesn't mean you need super expensive stuff.
No, it could be a walk-and-wear suit from Sears at the Goodwill store, but at least you're not appearing in court in the prison jumpsuit. McLobster says expat was rocking Brunello Cucinelli before the fall of Bitcoin. Okay.
I wish I was cultured enough to know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I genuinely don't know. So I'm far from the snob. I'm just
don't know.
You just gotta wear the symbols that help you.
Expat was rocking hot Cheetos hoodies from Spencer's, actually. Right.
That's actually true. Well, it wasn't from Spencer's. The Cheetos hoodie. That was very special. Right. That's kind of straight from Amazon. But the other aspect is these people are humans too. I wouldn't wear the Cheetos hoodie the first time I walked into the AD, but the Cheetos hoodie, after you've established a long relationship, they know you're having some fun. You know what I mean? They're going to have a little bit of fun today, and they don't need to be stuffy. They could feel a little bit more relaxed as well. And it's not like the Cheetos hoodie is dirty. It's not literally covered in Cheetos.
So if you
Um,
walked into your dealer where you have a long established purchase history and you're wearing a blue button down dress shirt with food stains on it, baggy shorts, flip flops, 5 days no shaving, and you're
yeah.
carrying a drugstore plastic bag filled with toilet paper rolls in it, would they still look at you the same favorable way, or?
It wouldn't work even for me. I don't
Right,
think that would even work even for me.
right, okay.
Yeah, it's not real look. I mean, half the time, well, more than half the time, I've got a box of donuts with me. Do you
Yeah,
really
right.
want the person who delivered your food to look
Oh
like
my God.
a schlub?
Right, right.
It'd be nice if the stuff that you got that was nice was came in a way that was nice.
Yes, correct. That makes sense. Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Ultimately you gotta trust that I've delivered good food.
yeah,
That
right,
it wasn't.
right, right.
It's
If
not-
Archie, dressed as he was in that video, brought in the box of 2 dozen donuts, looking like he
They'd
did,
probably go straight in the bin. Yeah,
it would throw it in the bin. Right.
it's
Amazing.
like I don't know what the hell, how this guy how this bum
Right.
got a hold of these
And he
donuts. They must
probably,
be
you could be
bad.
sure he probably sniffed some of those donuts before he closed the box back up. I wonder if they make you remove facial piercings and nails in the forehead before they process you into Supermax. Oh, sure they do. Yeah. Nails? Definitely.
Nails.
Yeah. Um,
Yeah.
I wonder at the downtown Portland City, Multnomah County Jail. Speaking of removing body piercings and nails in the forehead, they must do that all day and all night long at the what do they call it? The processing
Yeah,
station,
it must be the first half hour is just removing
removing
metal
body
things from
piercings and
places.
shit.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. They got nose rings, body piercings, those earlobe extenders, and nails in the
Yeah.
forehead.
There's truly actually an unlimited number of piercings someone can have.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like there's not like, oh, it's just how many can you get in your ear. No, they can be anywhere you can pinch skin. Is where they go when you're in that
That's absolutely
community.
correct. Right. Even those places you don't even want to think about. Correct.
Mhm.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Amazing.
Uh,
And those people mostly
I've
were
never
Jacob and Go
understood.
Watch. Yeah.
I've never understood why women do that kind of stuff too.
Yeah.
I mean, like genital piercings. Like,
Yeah,
I
right,
just
right.
like what?
Exactly. Yeah, I don't understand it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I it's disgusting to me. Yeah. It's not anybody I want to be with, put it that way.
Right. Yeah, that blows me away.
Even the nose ring thing, I can't deal with that. Yeah.
The nose ring thing I've seen, and it's so commonplace, unfortunately or not.
Yeah.
It's hard to like I subscribe to, like, someone said anyone with like a nose piercing, like they're clearly crazy. And I said that to a mum here, and I forgot that mums my age are millennials, so they really did get into this stuff. They got into tramp stamp tattoos.
Right, right.
So there's a lot. There's a lot of mums
there
my
is a
age that got
difference. I do
tramp stamp
distinguish
tattoos
between-
and
Yeah, I do distinguish between that little, very tiny nose ring sticking out of one of your nostrils versus those bovine cow rings that go right
going
through
the septum.
go through the. Yeah, right. Those are just like something's wrong with you. You know.
Yeah.
That I
Yeah.
can't deal with at all. Yeah. And you combine that with a nail in the forehead and the earlobe extenders, and and etc. It's unbelievable. Yeah.
I don't know what to say, because a lot of these people will be friendly and they will be nice, but that doesn't mean they're not also crazy.
That's correct. Right, right.
So like I mean, the advice is not advice I have from personal experience.
Right.
I've simply been told, and it sounds like reasonable advice.
Like
if I was
your
on the
wife,
dating
when
market
I saw her in
again.
that video, I could never imagine her with a nail sticking out of her head or a nose bovine ring or anything. You know?
No, exactly. And I love my wife, because of who she is, and that's
Right.
how she looks, and it's she's a natural beauty.
Yeah, yes,
Very
exactly.
lucky.
Yeah.
Like my wife without a lick of makeup is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Which there's a lot
Well,
of
based on the
gorgeous
video,
women out there, but a
yes.
lot of them need a lot of work before you can look at them.
Correct. Right.
And it doesn't make them ugly. It's just, you know, different faces and
Right.
stuff like that. It's just different.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well. So you're still outside, or are you back home, or?
I'm back home, but I'm just in the backyard.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice and
Any
hospitable.
squirrels? You got squirrels in your backyard?
No, we get lizards.
Lizards, yeah. Little tiny ones or huge ones?
Small ones, yeah. Usually under the size of your hand.
Right,
From-
right. Do they
from
crawl
nose
on
to
your?
tail.
Do they crawl over your window screens and stuff when you're home and you see them on the windows?
No, they tend to like being amongst foliage and stones. So they
Mhm.
tend not to go over the bare areas of anything. So they won't
that's-
cross your path as much.
That's tolerable. Yeah.
Yeah. But we don't have quite so many. My neighbor just across the street, he says he's got like just oceans of lizards at the moment, but like we don't really have many lizards.
Wow.
We also have ducks. I took a picture of a couple ducks
beautiful.
yesterday.
I love ducks. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't even know where they are. But for some reason, the ducks can end up here during summer. Like I've seen the ducks here in summer. I was like, it's kind of hot, guys. You kind of need to be flying north already.
Yeah, here in Portland, we get, I don't remember what season it is, but you get lots of Canadian geese flying into Portland, and they're all over the place. They're beautiful. And a lot of ducks flying around that land all over the place that you can look at. Really nice, you know. I would love to have
Yeah, I
ducks walking through my
remember
backyard.
Canadian geese a lot
Yeah.
in Seattle. They end up on the golf courses. I can't say as a golfer I'm that fond of Canadian geese.
Well, they're beautiful birds. I mean,
Well, they're so big and sure of themselves. They don't get out of the way.
no, you really have to walk right up to them before they.
Yeah, and you need to like, come on, you gotta make a noise and like, you know, push them around before they'll clear path for your golf.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think at one point, someone in my group hit one of the geese with a golf ball. I wasn't just imagining. Was it Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Yeah.
So yeah, like they just teed off and they just caught the bottom of their club and it just was a low flyer and it hit one of the geese. And the goose just did nothing. Like it's as if nothing happened. It just bounced off.
Maybe his friendly goose next to him said, "Yeah, I've been there, done that." You know.
Yeah, so they're very hardy birds because if you hit a human with a golf ball, they're rolling around like a baby,
right?
And probably off to the hospital. Crying about it. Yeah, hit one of those Canadian geese. It's like, meh. No, I'm just going to stand here. What, you thought that was going to move me?
Right. Yeah. Wow. So who does the cooking in your house? I asked this to Herman last night. Do you do the cooking for dinner, or does your wife, or does your housekeeper do the cooking?
We both cook.
Right.
We always have to deliberate as to what we want when, and it's usually more of a case of what dish do people feel like, and more than it is like, oh, it's your duty or my duty or something like that. It's not a tag team type thing.
And and cleaning up the dishes afterwards and the pots, that you share that.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
I try my best. I'm not all so my duty isn't normally the dishes. So I've got other duties like maintaining the car. I do the garbage and
oil changes.
I do the vacuum. Right. I do the floors. I do the vacuuming and the mopping whenever that's needed outside of our
Who cleans
house
the
cleaner.
toilets?
We've got a house cleaner.
There you go. Right.
Yeah, we've got a house cleaner. So it is, you know, so we split certain tasks, obviously, and the cooking is we, so I cook certain dishes, she cooks other types of dishes. It's really that simple. Like we're
Right.
not experts at the same dishes, so that's how it is. Like I tend to do the Italian type stuff or the Australian stuff, and my wife tends to do the Asian stuff.
What's an Australian thing?
Oh, if I have to do meat pies, I did
I
sausage
see.
rolls recently for the weekend. Oh, I made lumpia for the first time in my life.
Lumpia, that's
You know, the
Filipino, isn't it?
Yeah, I had some leftover sausage roll mix, which is mostly pork, and I really didn't feel like doing the sausage rolls. So I was like, "Can you get me some lumpia wrappers? Let's just wrap them up and
I've
see
never
how it
had
goes."
lumpia thing. Yeah,
Really?
never had it.
Wow.
The only Filipino food I've had is chicken adobo. Is that Filipino?
Okay. Yes, that would be
And
Filipino.
I didn't. The person who made that, I didn't like the way it turned out.
I don't like chicken adobo,
And
but it's not unlikable. But I just don't
yeah,
like
I
it.
didn't care for it, and I don't think I've had any of the Filipino food.
I think pancit in general is good. That's their glass noodle dish. In general, that is usually good. The worst thing it can be is bland sometimes, but usually it's good. And lumpia is normally good, but the lumpia is extremely variable. Effectively, it just means it's in that wrap and it's deep fried, crispy.
Yeah.
So it really could have any filling from glass noodles to vegetables to mostly pork and shrimp. It could be anything. So there's no definitive lumpia. There's no like quintessential lumpia,
Right.
like you would say, like, oh, well, bolognese is like this. Well, lumpia is like that. It's like, no,
Right,
this
right.
lumpia is just anything that happens to be in that wrap.
So last night on Watch Nicholas's channel, he mentioned that after all this time and all the fiasco and all the hubbub, Watch Reporter never paid him that $450.
Yeah, I actually just mentioned this on Archie's stream. That look, I've got a lot of tolerance for people who, you know, assholes or jerks, basically.
Right.
But
Thank you.
and in general, I actually like these people. Like, I like to have a certain mix of these people in my life because I get a kick out of it. It's fun.
Yeah.
But acknowledging that you owe someone money and then trying to put as many roadblocks as
I
you
found
can.
it so distasteful, and why he was just not sending the money. I mean, he did the 3 hours, the 3 shows, $450.
Yeah.
Pay him. I mean,
and I recently just did the taxes with this sort of situation, and the money doesn't cross the threshold that it needs any of this. There is a threshold, and there is a threshold, and at a certain point, it actually is important to get that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
it just simply wasn't at that threshold.
No, not
it's
for
just
$450.
it's not there. If I recall correctly, like the threshold is like 2,000. So 2,000, certain things can become a little bit sketchy, but generally not. You know, generally not. It's generally not
I like
sketchy.
watching the Watch Reporter's channel. He's one of the few guys that actually I get some laughs. I mean, I really do. But and I'm not a fan of Watch Nicholas since he hates my fucking guts because he's, you know, paranoid schizophrenic or whatever, but or weeded out all the time, drunk. I don't know. But the guy
I unsubscribed from all of Watch.
And I found it just sickening that he wouldn't pay him.
Yeah, I had to unsubscribe from everything Watch Reporter. I mean, he was making his channel about, he was gloating about how much he wasn't going to pay someone. This is just so ridiculous. I left a comment saying, I don't know how you think this is a good look for yourself. Because half of it was him defending his business spruiking penny stocks.
Okay,
you know what I mean? Like, because Watch Nicholas was exposing his behavior, exposing Watch Reporter's behavior to his client, saying, "Hey, Watch Reporter is blah blah blah, not paying me, blah blah blah, and I hope this is the kind of person you're doing business with." And I think that's completely legitimate. Honestly, I think that's completely legitimate.
But the whole thing, the whole conflict should never have taken place. There was no reason. He did the 3 shows, pay him the $450. End of the week.
Right.
I mean, bang.
And Watch Reporter acknowledged that he owed him the money, but he just gloatingly proposed as many roadblocks as he could.
It was look, yeah. Watch Nicholas hates my fucking guts. Even though I love Morty, I hate Morty. I love the guy, I hate Morty. Fuck him, I hate him. I love him like my brother. I hate him. Yeah, but the guy did the first week, 3 shows. Pay him at the end of the week. I mean, anything that developed beyond that was his fault.
Yeah, self-inflicted.
The shit.
Self-inflicted.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
And even if you were like a smart person and like, well, it's hardly worth talking about. This is just so stupid.
Yeah.
He acknowledged the debt, and instead of, see, this is what I want from everyone, what I expect from everyone. If you have a debt, you do everything in your power to pay it. Like, I don't want to hear you proposing new roadblocks not prior agreed to get the money.
Well, that's like
into that. Like, that's just completely insane. That's scammer behavior.
Curly. That's like Curly. He owes me $1,000. Then he says, "Oh," and then he never paid the $1,000. And he came up with all these idiotic excuses. But that's because he's a psychopath. A Watch Reporter's not a psychopath. He just acted terribly with that Nicholas thing.
Yeah, I don't know how he thinks it's a good look. Like, I understand. I think Watch Reporter is a guy that actually does make deals and has to rely on doing business. It's not just a W-2 coming in.
Right.
And in all business, regardless of contracts, you're always relying on good faith. Because business is just too expensive to just be dealing with lawyers all day long. Like, ultimately, there's a lot that comes down to good faith. And this is precisely a case of, like, any inch of good faith was thrown in Watch Nicholas's face.
I mean, anybody who, well, speaking for myself, or anybody who's watching Watch Reporter, I just wouldn't want to take any stock suggestions or business suggestions from him, having seen how he, and again, I'm not a fan of Watch Nicholas anymore, but how he treated Nick by fucking him over with the measly $450,
It was so senseless. I mean, it was a $450 he already agreed to.
And he agreed to it, and then he just should have just paid him at the end of the first week. I mean, it's that simple. PayPal, done.
I don't know. It makes for the amount of money, it makes him look really, really, and you can think highly or lowly of 450 or Watch Nick should let go. It's like, no, he has no reason to let go. Like, no, he's owed 450. It should simply be paid. It's not.
Well, to quote,
it's a small enough amount that it should simply be paid.
Clooney, if somebody owed me 450, I'd spend $11,000 tracking them down to get that 450. That goes back.
That's fair. But I understand that.
I'm paraphrasing what that moment was, but.
Oh yeah.
And I'm
like
yeah.
You shape the world that you want to live in. You know what I mean? And I understand that. It's like, so one time my wife got a speeding ticket in some county in the middle of Washington State. Mm-hmm. And so that's bad because it's not in your county. So that sucks. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Everything is now harder. And we didn't own a car, and our livelihoods aren't dictated by it. So we've got no insurance payment that would go up or anything like that. Mm-hmm. But in principle, I wanted to fight. Like, I don't care. Because if everyone just lays down and everything isn't a fight, then how many tickets do they get to ride every day? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to fight. Because if the person with money doesn't fight, who's going to fight? No one's going to fucking fight. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I went and found, like, the right lawyer for it, recommendations, and I'll still recommend her. So Jeannie Muckleshoot over in Seattle, and she's known for doing this, ticket stuff, And I'm like, I'm going to fight. I'm not going to pay that fucking $500. I'm going to fight. Anyway, so she says, okay, because it's going to be in a different county, this is going to be $800 to resolve. It's not going to be cheap. It's going to be $800. And I'm like, $800 of satisfaction coming right up. Like,
There
I
you
want
go.
to
You
fight.
could
I
have
want
hired me
these.
for 400. I would have gotten you the
I,
same
I
positive
want this.
result.
Yeah, I want this bumfuck caught in blah 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 to
Right.
spend the day with this police officer in the court. Instead of
Mhm.
writing more tickets. Like, I don't care if I lose. I expect to win, but I don't care if I lose. But I just want their day to be much longer. I want the
Right.
ticket to use up their entire day. And I hear nothing for like more than a month. I'm like, geez, like, I want to check in on this. Eventually, I get like 6 weeks later, I get an email saying, "Oh, we've gotten it negotiated down to a missing tab or registration
Right.
sticker, and it's $50 and no points on your record." And I'm like, I didn't email back, but I was bitterly disappointed.
Well, what did she arrange? What did she get for you? What was that?
Well,
$200?
she turned it so that there's no demerit point. It never goes on the record. She changed it from being a speeding ticket to the registration tab was expired or
Right.
not properly disturbed. So basically, completely fallacious, and trivial amount of fine and no demerit points or anything like that. But I'd never got my fight. The whole
Right.
point of the exercise was to drag it out as painfully as possible and fight, not to remove. I didn't care about points. We didn't have insurance,
Right.
so the points would have done nothing. We had no interest.
You wanted to justifiably inflict pain on that fucking officer.
Exactly. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted, but I didn't get that. But hey, if you want,
right?
yeah, if you want a lawyer that'll take care of a ticket and have an outcome like that, which I think for 99.9% of our customers are saying, they'll be happy with those kinds of outcomes.
Yeah. Right. Well, the lawyer should have said to you, how much pain do you want to inflict? $500 worth, $800, $2,000 worth,
Yeah, she's so high volume that like this kind of bullshit
right.
doesn't really come. She would have taken it if that's the outcome
you
I
needed was
wanted.
a lawyer sleeping in the street, eating one donut a day like me. I would have jumped on the case.
Yeah,
for 200. So
I would. Yeah, I needed like a Better Call Saul type character,
there you go.
Someone who would have understood that the outcomes I want aren't on paper.
Right.
The outcomes are lost sleep, lack of pay because he wasn't able to meet his quota this week. This sort of, you know what I mean? Like the outcomes I want aren't found on the paper of the outcome. Like I want 3 days in court. I want.
So at the end of all this, did you go along with what the lawyer worked out for you?
Oh, it was all done and done. I mean, she represents me, so she gets to say what the good outcome was.
So you accepted her deal and you made.
No, it wasn't for me to accept. It was
that was the deal.
That was it. Yeah. Like it was all done and dusted. Like I paid the $800. Next thing I know, 6 weeks later, it's all taken care of, quote unquote. It's like, yeah, but I didn't want it all taken care of.
Right.
I wanted this to be paid for. Fuck.
Right. Well, yeah.
It's like, this is what happens when you pull over someone with too much money. You know what I mean? That's what I wanted. I wanted that ramification. You pulled over the wrong person.
To paraphrase one of the YouTubers, when you're rich and successful like me, you hire two guys to get a rope and break the legs of these people. You don't do that stuff yourself. And I'm deadly serious. That's the OC approach. You ever get that clip of OC? That's what he said.
No.
Oh, no, really? Go to, you'll love this. Go to Crybaby Saggy Skin's YouTube page. Mm-hmm. And he's got some audio clips of OC regarding the wizard, talking about he's going to go and break his legs and hang him with a rope right in front of his family. And
okay.
When you're rich like me, you don't do that. You hire guys to go break legs. Yeah. And I'm deadly serious.
Yeah. So I know two people now. So OC's one of them. I sympathize, but I don't empathize. I know a friend who just had $50,000 taken from him. Another situation where the scammer is remote and
Right.
could be hard to retrieve. And I find it hard to escalate my feelings to wanting to do physical harm to another person over money. It just doesn't seem like I don't feel that. Like I don't in my guts feel like if someone took X amount of money from me, that this would ever actually escalate to violence or something like that.
Well,
I feel like the reason that might be is because I don't know. I don't know people deep down. I feel like I'm more capable of it than they are, and so they think less of saying that. So I don't know.
Well, you're rich and successful like OC, but you don't have a backyard above ground pool, so
Right.
you're not the same kind of high class. There's differences there. He's a different class.
Yeah. But I've definitely thought about things that I would absolutely go off grid for and get it done.
Oh yeah.
If there are clear lines in the sand, and you could ask any father or husband what those lines in the sand would be, and you wouldn't have to guess what my answers would be.
Right.
But I feel like I would also be very capable.
I
Like
understand
it wouldn't be lip service that it could get done.
Hopefully, I'd be on your jury, and no
Yeah.
problem. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
It's not any different from most Americans. I think the main difference is hopefully in capability. But this being said, I've got 2 kids now, and that makes things different. The last time I had to think about this was a long time ago, and I didn't have 2 kids. Now with 2 kids, you got to do like. Did you ever see The Patriot with Mel Gibson?
Oh yeah, when it came out, not since then. Yeah.
Yeah. But the premise was like he's a man capable of a lot of violence,
Right.
and he loves America, but he's not going to fight for America. He's got a family to take care of. His responsibilities are elsewhere. Right. It's really that simple. Like there is no math that makes it, oh, well, it's really important. The king, he's here. Like he's not going to leave his family. It's really that simple.
Yeah. I haven't thought about that movie since it came out like in the 90s, maybe. But I think I could watch that again. I'm going to add that to my list, maybe.
The Patriot's good.
Yeah.
There's a couple things with the main bad guy that end up a little bit 2D, but it's not far from actual reality. It's certainly a good movie. I really liked his character. You know what I mean? That he's the reluctant savage,
Right.
as opposed to like, my state is calling me, up I go, here we go,
Right.
freedom we go. You know what I mean? It's not that simple.
He did a movie. I forgot what it was called. He was like a conspiracy theory ultra to the
I think
max.
it was actually a conspiracy theory. The movie.
The movie
is what
title.
you talk about.
And
Yeah, I think
he was
actually
a
it is
taxi-
conspiracy theory.
He was a taxi driver in New York, and he just all day long was talking to the passengers about this conspiracy, and he had the news radio talk shows on about conspiracies, and he got onto one of them that was actually true. And Patrick Stewart was the bad guy from the CIA who went out to kill him, to silence him. And that movie was, I could see Mel Gibson in real life becoming, having those capabilities to.
Don't spoil it, because I have to see that movie. I think I'll go get it.
to seek justice in his mind. Yeah.
Mm.
But that was a pretty decent film. But what was I going to say? But the story, I'm not going to reveal anything here, but in the storyline, it turns out that he previously was romantically involved with Julia Roberts, who played a assistant district attorney or something like that. And when that character got introduced into the storyline, I was like, oh, what the fuck? It was going along so well, and I got to bring this shit in, So she was totally unbelievable in her character, but Gibson, yeah, he was fine. Yeah.
Gibson's been great in almost everything. He's been great in everything, but some stories have been better than others. Like Blood Father was really pedestrian.
I don't know that.
Really pedestrian. I got to call that one out. That one sucked. But one that most people haven't seen or heard of him is Get the Gringo, and that was fantastic.
Oh,
That's
I never
incredible.
saw that.
That's a really good one of his. Yeah, he's a scallywag dude with a interesting past, and he ends up in a Mexican prison, and it's really good.
Really,
it's
I'll
really,
look for
really
that.
good.
Yeah. I really liked The Bounty with Anthony Hopkins, and he
classic.
played Mr. Christian, and I was very impressed with that film. Both him and Anthony Hopkins did really good work.
Yeah, modern classic. I need to jump on, get a few more Mel Gibson movies, and I feel like it. I feel like some that I haven't seen in a long time, because I've seen Lethal Weapons a few times. I've seen Apocalypto a billion times. Even watched Passion of the Christ twice in the last 5 years.
You ever see any of his much earlier films, like from the 80s? Before he became...
Not as much. To tell you the truth, I've never even finished the Mad Maxes, start to finish. I've not seen a single Mad Max.
I've never seen I've only seen clips. I've never seen a Mad Max movie.
Yeah. I tried. I don't find it that interesting, is all that I can say.
And I've never seen... I know what the Anzac Day and all that. I've never seen Gallipoli.
Gallipoli? That's actually a good movie. That's a crazy good director. I think Peter Weir or something like that. It's crazy good director.
Time, and I only got like 10 minutes into it, and then I had to leave or whatever. But it's a very highly acclaimed film, and I really don't know the story that much or at all. So I really should watch that.
Yeah. But I like Mel Gibson when he's playing characters that are, how do I say, normally a leading man character is sort of like an everyman character. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll tell you a Mel Gibson story, which I know I'll regret bringing this up, but I had lunch with Mel Gibson, and I don't remember who else was there. William Devane or Ed Asner? I don't remember. But it was for the 1 hour we were having lunch. It was 1 hour of dick jokes from Mel Gibson. It was unbelievably. It was riotously hysterical. This guy. It was on a movie set, so we're all sitting around there at the table and with the crew or whoever was there, and it was just 1 hour. And he wasn't eating in his trailer by himself like some snobby asshole. He sat down with everybody, and we all had lunch. And 1 hour of nonstop talking dick jokes. It's unbelievable. I don't remember the other. I think William Devane, maybe. I can't remember. Yeah, but I was impressed. Yeah.
That's an interesting story.
Yeah. But he wasn't pretentious at all. He was just totally down to earth, talking to everybody, there, just as the guy working on his job, and.
Yeah, I get the impression that he never had to and never did try to create a facade.
Yeah, I also felt bad for him, as I think a lot of guys did, when he had this incredibly beautiful Russian wife who was fucking him over on a divorce. And this is like 20 years ago. I don't remember. And
I remember
phone calls.
this.
Yeah, and she recorded the phone calls of him screaming at her. Okay?
Yes.
And you heard the voice of a man who his soul was tortured by this fucking cunt, who was abusing him in this divorce arrangement. And you just heard the from the guy, the bottom of his soul, the pain he was in dealing with this fucking bitch, and unbelievable, and yeah, but that's who he picked to be his girlfriend. So
Yeah.
he should have gone to the Randy's Donuts and found a girl not so, demanding of his money and fame.
The most, for me, I think maybe the most anticipated movie of my life will be his Passion of the Christ 2. I cannot wait.
I didn't see the first one, but
Really? Okay.
I never saw it. But I didn't know he's making a part 2. What
Yeah,
would be the part 2?
I was reading about it, I'm just like, this is absolutely crazy.
Well, what would
Absolutely
the story
crazy.
be of the part 2?
So part 2 covers Jesus's 3 days in hell, vanquishing the souls of the damned and the saints and everything. So it is in the Bible. Obviously, it's not well described. That Jesus, he descended on the third day. He wrote, like we say it wrote, but what did it actually mean?
I wonder if Doxx Report's going to watch this movie. Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah.
Doxx is a weird one, I gotta say.
Well, he has, his metaphysical Bible issues. I mean,
I have no idea what to expect. So the problem I have with Doxx is he rejects the only part of religion that I personally think is valuable.
Okay,
like he wants all of the super metaphysical stuff, but not so much of the actual church and establishments and communities. You know what I mean?
Is this what it's called? The Resurrection of the Christ, Part 1, 2027.
Yeah, I think it'll be a 2-part movie. Yeah.
And it's starring, directed by Mel Gibson, with Rupert Everett and I don't know the other actors. They're all Italian.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll direct them. Like anyone under Mel Gibson's direction is going to be phenomenal. Like
now,
that's
I will say this about
true.
the guy. I mean, give this guy some money and the script and let him go. This guy knows how to make a movie from scratch. I mean, a quality, top budget film from scratch. And many Hollywood scumbags have no idea. They just fuck it up from the beginning. Yeah. Estimated budget is going to be $100 million. It says, and
for a 2-parter, that's pretty modest in today's. It's not bottom of the barrel. Like bottom of the barrel would be like 30 per movie, but 50 is like slightly more than bottom. So he's
going to film it in Rome, and the title
amazing.
The title may also be called Passion of the Christ 2. So scheduled
amazing.
for March 2027 release.
And I'm gonna be waiting every single day, because I cannot wait to see. So the Bible doesn't describe much apart from, apparently people weren't actually going to heaven prior to Jesus Christ's coming. And they weren't like literally in hell, but they were it's not what we call limbo, which is a different thing.
They were stuck on the YouTube channels.
Something like that.
Yeah,
and they were waiting for the Savior to vanquish them from Satan or whatever. And so there's going to be a battle. There's going to be a fucking battle, and Jesus is going to be leading the charge down there. And I'm just like, I have no idea how you put this on film. And I cannot wait. Because I know that Mel Gibson will make this awesome, no matter what. You know what I mean? This isn't going to be some flimsy Arby's chicken shit diarrhea in the back movie. Like this is going to be really serious. Like you got to put it this way. This movie is designed to change people's lives.
Well, gee, now I hope I live long enough till March 27 to see this. Maybe there's something to live for after all.
Yeah. And let's be clear with the audience here. I'm an atheist. But I'm absolutely excited for this movie, and not ironically. I think Passion of the Christ is an amazing movie, and
amazing story. Let's be deadly Serious. Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, this is wild, right? I mean, what's your take? Like, this is just crazy.
Well,
Like, this is a crazy
I'll look
setup.
into the film, what the storyline's going to be, but maybe I'll go back. Maybe I will go watch Passion of the Christ. I never saw it.
Passion is genuinely good. It's brutal. I mean, you may or may not like it depending on how you see this as being like a serious movie from Mel Gibson, which it is,
Right.
as opposed to being like Quentin Tarantino,
Right.
blood and guts everywhere. Because
Right.
for sure, Jesus gets absolutely brutalized in the Stations of the Cross. But you should have expected that. Like, that is the story. That is the Christian story, is of the Savior being brutalized and killed on the cross. Like,
Yeah.
Catholic imagery is extremely brutal, and the Catholics use the cross as the symbol of the religion, which you have to put in modern parlance. It'd be like using the electric chair as, like, you put the electric chair, like a figure of the electric chair around your neck. You know, you know what I mean?
Well, that could be the symbol of the Curly Channel, but just torture, electrified torture. But
Yeah.
wow.
So yeah, I think this is just going to be, so it's only it's a lot crazier than the movie I Never Got, which I heard. So another New Zealander, Aussie, Russell Crowe got Nick Cave of the Bad Seeds.
Mm-hmm.
So Nick Cave's like a musician.
Yeah.
So you know Nick Cave.
Well,
So
I know the name. I don't know anything about him. But
okay, he's a broody musician type. Okay, and he got his friend Nick Cave to do a script for Gladiator 2. So Gladiator was huge, right? It was fucking huge.
Yeah, I saw.
And he got his friend to do a script for Gladiator 2. And one of the key problems of Gladiator 2 is that Maximus died. Gladiator was. He's fucking dead. Right. So Nick Cave had Maximus going into the underworld and fighting the gods of Rome in the underworld. And it was just like this wild, trippy thing. And yeah, like Russell Crowe just goes. So he gets that script, and then like a few months later, Nick calls Russell Crowe and said, "Hey, what do you think about that script?" And Russell's just like, "Nah, mate, that's right." Like, that was it. Like, nah, mate, that's not. You took that seriously. It's like, but as best as I could tell, this script, this setup for Passion of Christ 2, it's like the Gladiator 2 I never got. Like, it's unbelievable setup.
Mm-hmm. I didn't even know there was a Gladiator 2. So
an actual Gladiator 2 was made and released last year. Last year. I had
no idea. I saw Gladiator 2 times. I didn't like it the first time. I hated the photography, the way it was done.
Oh, really?
What my own opinions on cinematography.
Okay.
But anyway, second time I really got into the performances, especially
Phoenix?
Oliver Reed.
Oh, okay. Oliver Reed. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he was very good.
Very
I mean, a lot of the performances were fantastic. I think what's weird about Gladiator is everyone recognizes like a huge, awesome movie, but it really did stand on the edge of an envelope in terms of pushing the line of like politics too much. They put a lot of effort into saying there's a lot more at stake than just the next battle inside the arena. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But there was really a lot of politics, and it really threatened the whole movie from being bogged down. And there was I also heard interviews recently with Russell Crowe. There was a lot of pressure for Russell Crowe to be in some sort of relationship with Connie Nielsen's character, I think, like the sister of Phoenix, of the thing, but he had a wife back in Spain, so it didn't make any sense for you to have this noble hero and he's cavorting around with the emperor's daughter. It just there was a lot. It was luck that movie came out good.
Right.
There was a lot of luck involved.
Amazing.
Some great performances, a little bit of luck, and some great direction. It was phenomenal.
Yeah.
But Gladiator 2 was kind of a 7 out of 10 movie, and it's better that it wasn't called Gladiator 2.
Right. McLobster, wonder if Passion 2 will outdo the Expendables 3. Well, I've never seen any Expendables films.
What kind of comparison is that?
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to talk box office as well, I mean,
Yeah.
like Passion, I think got more than like 1.1 billion. I think
Unbelievable. Yeah.
out of a $10 million budget, 100% self-funded by Mel Gibson. So he got 100% of the returns on $1.1 billion of box office and follow-up sales and re-releases. He's going to revitalize Passion again. Like sales for that movie again are going to be up again. And probably make another $100 million on Passion.
I've seen, in terms of the Bible stories, I can't say most all because there's tons of them, but I've seen dozens and dozens of Bible-based movies, Bible story movies.
Yeah, I've probably seen them all.
I mean, from silent years of Hollywood to recent, but
and including the ones that were not actually Bible, but seemingly. Ben-Hur and
many of them
Samson,
TV
Delilah.
Ones, some of them were really good too. But
Jesus of Nazareth.
Look up, the Passion movie, and I'll watch that.
Yeah. It breaks the mold for sure for Christ movies. But if you actually read the Bible, it's accurate. It's not like they're not taking liberties with this. I think what's tough about it is that it is really just the 3 days of him being brutalized before death, so it's very different because you're not looking at his journey. They do throw a little bit of backstory from his life in there. But yeah, like they do have like entering Jerusalem on the donkey or whatever, and Palm Sunday and stuff like that. And
I mean, he didn't fly in on his private Gulfstream like Kenneth Copeland. In his $5,000 suit, or no?
Yeah. So it's a good movie. Did I get my son to watch it? I don't know. I'm not raising them Christian, but I'm also not avoiding telling them exactly who Jesus is or purported to be. It's up to my kids if they show interest in that. Whether or not I'll carry them forward on that journey.
Will you let your children watch the Doxx Report channel? I don't even know what that means, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think I would much rather if they believed in Jesus than did what Doxx is doing, whatever that happens to be. To believe in like the metaphysical somethings, and then to not enjoy the benefits of having an instant community of people who are like-minded and well-dressed and well-meaning. I do not understand that at all.
It's a deep issue there. Question, Aussie expat, how are the markets treating you, or how are you treating the markets?
Good question, Blaine Cole. Thank you for bringing it up. So I'm an open book. Like, if you go to my channel, I think the latest video is still me saying I just lost like 1.2 million.
Oh, Jesus, unbelievable.
No, but like things are so much better now. Like this month in the first.
Did you say 1.1 or 1.2 million?
1.2.
1 million. Let me put this on the. Okay, 1 million. I got too many zeros. Hold on. 1 million. I went to school in Chicago. I got to get the zeros correct. 1,200,000 divided by a $27,000 yacht master.
You're doing that
one-
comparison. That's such a useless comparison.
1,200,000 divided. How much is a Yachtmaster? 27.
Was he talking about a steel one, or you wanted a gold one?
The Oyster Flex white gold.
Oh, Oyster Flex. I think that's like 32,000 now.
Okay,
Unfortunately,
divided by 32,000. Okay, so you can say now, oh, I fucked it up. You lost 3,000 Yachtmasters. Oh, I fucked it up. You watch Nicholas moaning and crying.
Yes.
Why didn't I get that? 1,200,000. 1,200,000 divided by 30,000.
Yeah.
Equals 40. So you can
40,000.
say, I lost 40 Yachtmasters.
40.
I just lost
It's just
40
40.
Yachtmasters.
Oh, okay. That doesn't sound so bad.
Okay.
So yeah. Like things went to shit and have been going to shit for the last 5 months. Like since I retired, basically in October.
Yeah.
Every single month was brutal. Just down.
Wow.
But this month alone, in the last 20 days, maybe 18, because at the start of the month it was actually bad. Like the first few days were actually bad. Last 18 days, almost $1 million. Like it's hard to make sense of it. Like literally
Down or up? Down or up?
Up.
So you went down 1.2 and you went back $1 million.
Yeah. So I'm not back at all-time highs, but I can tell you, like, this month is crazy. Like, I think there's a good chance if one week left to go, that'll be up 1 million for the month. Which
now when Trump
how do you make sense of life?
When Trump announces the cure for cancer, that's going to go triple-fold, quadruple, decafold
right
in profits.
Right. Yeah, and so Bitcoin's up a little bit, but it's pretty modest. A lot of this came from Amazon bouncing back hard. So it went all the way from 199 to I think 256 on close on Friday, something like that. Nvidia has done well to reclaim all-time highs, so that's back by a lot. But AMD is also another big position I had that has come back an unbelievable amount. I now have more AMD than Nvidia because of their rally. So literally everything is up, and some things are up heavily, namely Amazon. And so I'm now sitting on almost. I hope, just for fun, just to celebrate that the month finishes out with $1 million up. Because I mean, what kind of life makes sense? Like your fucking value is up $1 million in 1 month. How does that even make any sense?
McLobster says, sounds like a good time for a $20,000 donation. Right. It's the perfect time. Yeah.
No, but but I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Like any number thrown out, in or out, like it's like how does life make sense anymore? I'm glad I'm not working, because I'm like, oh wow, I had a very good paycheck, but it wasn't fucking $1 million a month.
Made. Can you imagine how much money Nancy Pelosi just made this month? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Should be. I know what. Yeah.
17,000.
She probably made 100 million.
% ROI.
Yeah. No, she probably made 100 million this month.
Yeah.
So I'm not back at all-time highs, but I am above the number that I retired with. So I've not worked for 6 months now. It's a 6-month anniversary of not working, and I now have more money than when I started. I think that's a pretty big reason to celebrate. So I've been feeling pretty good.
Better than the $40 I made on Ethereum over 4.5 years. So.
Ethereum's been a tough ride.
Well, no, I bought $100 of Ethereum 4.5 years ago, and I never looked at it since. 2 weeks ago, I looked at my Coinbase. I reinstalled Coinbase. I looked at the website, and I saw it was valued at 140, so I just sold the whole thing. So.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even, remember.
Didn't think twice.
Basically. Yeah.
So you will have to. That'll appear on taxes next year. Make sure you remember. So you'll have a 1099. Sorry.
I will have.
Well, it's all above board these days. So there'll be a 1099 DA that'll come in, and you'll just remember that, because you don't want to get fucked by the IRS, even on a small amount, because it's crypto.
Right.
They're going to want to, because the Coinbase is like, they're going to report it. So if you don't do that on your own thing, you don't want to cause any trouble.
Oh no,
so
I follow the Blaine, do you dabble in the derivatives market? I still have nightmares about Bob Citron of Orange County, California infamy. I don't know what that's about.
I I think I understand the reference. I don't think we need to go into the reference, but no, I don't. I don't do anything spicy. I have done things in the past just for fun to make a point. Like in the derivatives markets, like I do like options when you want to stick your neck out and say, I think this company is going to do shit, or I think this company is going to do well, or some kind of play like that. Because it's time bound, the upside can be unbound and the downside can be limited. So if you want to be stupid with a limited amount of money. I like that idea.
Yeah.
So the last time I played in derivatives, and I'll talk about a winner. Like I'll talk about losers too, but the winner's more fun in this case because of how it's set up. It's not just like I thought this is going to go up or I thought this is going to go down. It went down. It's a good story just because it teaches a really valuable lesson.
Okay, this guy Robert Citron went from being the Orange County, California treasurer and most powerful elected Democrat to bankrupting Orange County, and he's went to California Department of Corrections as for his crimes and whatever.
Oh, okay. I had a different reference in my mind. I had a hedge fund manager that offed himself. Anyway, yeah. So do you remember when Elon was gonna buy Twitter?
Oh yeah.
Remember, like it was always like speculate, like okay, he settled it, he signed the papers, and then so what normally happens with a stock is that if say a stock was agreed to be buy out at $100, if you go to the stock ticker, it'll normally have the value of the buyout minus the time value of money, the basically interest, because it will be worth $100, but it's going to take 6 months before anyone gets paid. So here's 6 months worth of interest. It should be like $99.20, something like that. And usually there's no more price finding. It locks out. It's just this buyout price minus the time value of money. So it'll gradually increase as time goes by, but it won't go above 100 and it won't go below that by too much because everyone says it's a lock. Contracts are signed. Mm-hmm. This also means volatility narrows. There's no money moving up and down. And options pricing is based on volatility and the time value of money. And so the options pricing should have very low time and volatility costs, and you should be able to buy a strike price below that and get a huge position at with very little money because the volatility is snapped shut and the buyout is like set in stone. But I always said there's no effing way that Elon is buying Twitter, and it was more of a factor of that. Elon didn't really have the money. He didn't. He had Tesla shares, and that's not the same thing as $42 billion in cash, which he was obliged to do. And also, basically, he didn't have the money. It would be a huge financial mistake to do it, and I still stand by that. And he didn't have the money, and he didn't. He genuinely didn't. And then what happens? He started making a lot of noise about how he's not going to buy it. And then the price plummets, and because I'd bought puts, I made good money on that. So I more than doubled my money, but we're only talking like a few $1,000s here. So I made a few $1,000s. But guess what? I made money betting that he wouldn't buy it. But what happened? Like what happened in the real world?
He bought it, didn't he?
He bought it.
Well, he did that. Yeah.
Yes. So I was wrong, but I got paid.
Right.
Do you understand? Mm-hmm. So when you play in these markets, it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. Do you get what I'm saying? Like that's how dangerous that's how dangerous these things are. Like these financial things on paper look like, oh, if he buys it, then I get this. If he doesn't buy it, I get that. Mm-hmm. The reality is like I could be wrong, and get paid.
Right.
I could be right and lose my money.
Right.
I could be right and make money. I could be wrong and lose. You know, all options are still on the table. So
right.
People need to understand that, like, the financial game is all about the corners.
I'll tell you,
You know
this
what I
about
mean?
Elon Musk. He's not folding other people's laundry. I'll tell you that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
But yeah, that's all I want to say. Like, really, about derivatives and investing and blah blah blah. It doesn't matter if you're right, because even if you're right, you could still lose money.
Mm-hmm.
It's as simple as that. Like Bill Ackman of Pershing Fund, like so he's a hedge fund, and he's famously short on the not timeshare. What's the other type of scam? Pyramid scheme.
Mm-hmm.
Herbalife.
Oh yeah. So
just a famous pyramid scheme, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And he spent like hundreds of millions of dollars. He had a more than $1 billion position shorting Herbalife, and he lost. He wasn't wrong. Herbalife 100% is an unsustainable pyramid scheme. It just didn't fold when he wanted it to.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that. He lost his money. So, you know, you can be right, and it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if you're right. Like, the market doesn't give a shit. And you could be wrong and still get paid. Market doesn't give a shit. It's like basically anyone who's made money on Tesla.
It's kind of like YouTube hate channels. You don't have to be right, and you can always be wrong, and you still get paid.
that's true.
The same approach. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just make it up. Who gives a fuck? Right. Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, works out like that. Yeah.
McLobster says, "Did you know Trump pardoned Michael Milken?" I'm not aware of this story.
No, I don't.
I don't know that story.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. Talking about pardons, I feel like Trump has completely rolled over on all of the Biden pardons.
How do you mean? Say that again.
I think the DOJ has stopped their investigation into all of the auto pen shit.
They're not overturning everything. You mean?
Yeah, they've halted the investigation. Like, there's no more.
Well, since this Southern Poverty Law Center fiasco broke a day or two ago, Trump just announced that he wants everything Biden ever signed overturned and annulled. So I don't know if that story's gone or not. I mean, Trump just
that may be
everything that Biden did removed and overturned. Removed.
That may be true, and I think he does have the power to do that, except in the case of the pardons. But what they're not doing is pursuing his administration for the use of the auto pen. And like, okay, which things were, you know, like, he can go ahead and write an executive order that countermands every single executive order that Biden did. That's completely within his power and always has been.
Yeah.
But the specific angle of attacking the auto pen, which should put people in prison, as well as undo pardons.
Is that because Pam Bondi didn't pursue that, or because Trump has said everything signed by the auto pen is nullified? He said that.
That's what he said, but the actual executive orders that he's given is like, the executive order was to investigate the use of the auto pen, and the DOJ has announced last week or the week before that they're dropping the investigation.
If I could live my life over again, I'd become a DC prosecutor. I mean,
yeah. But Trump is weak. I mean, he didn't put Clinton in prison the first time around, and he totally should have.
And that's no question about that. She should be banging rocks in Leavenworth for the rest of her life. Yeah.
So, you know, he rolls over. He plays too easy. Like, this is a little bit of too much like Trump season 1.
Well,
where he's rolling over.
He said many of his people were advising him, get Hillary convicted and get her in Leavenworth, get her in prison. You know, she's treason. And he said, I thought about it, and I just can't see putting the wife of a former president in prison. And he fucked up. I mean, absolutely. The whole round of, the whole bunch of them should be in Leavenworth, smashing rocks and working on the chain gang, in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and especially for what they did to him in the intervening term. It's just unbelievable.
It's treason on an absolutely massive organized scale. It's unbelievable.
Well, also during, I mean, they uncovered that all of the, and we know this, we all know this
Yeah.
already, and that the entire Russian collusion scandal and all of the deep state undermining Trump's presidency
Mhm.
before he was sworn into office was underway while Obama was president.
Oh yeah, it's
It was
created
all
by
the
Hillary,
wheels were rolling.
created by Hillary and approved and supported by Obama. Documented up the ass.
Yeah.
Proof.
Yeah, like this 100%. I mean, it was Tulsi Gabbard who came up with that new information.
Right.
It was
She found
Tulsi,
all of it. Yeah.
and we 100% need to follow up.
Well,
Like-
people are afraid to arrest. You can just imagine if he sends over the U.S. Marshals or whatever detachment over to Obama's house, Obama's mansion, you know, as he's cleaning away the evidence of the chef's murder, you know, the gay chef lover murder, and they throw the handcuffs on Obama, and you know, take him to the courthouse, put him in an orange jumpsuit, and arraign him, and you know, no bail, and charged with treason. You know, multiple counts of all the. Can you imagine what's? And people just say, well, if you do that, the whole country's just going to explode. You know. And okay, let's take care of this once and for all.
Yeah, yeah.
And
If it's going to explode, I'd rather be on the.
And what
I know which side I want to be on.
Exactly,
if it's going to explode, I know which side I want to be on. That one.
You're going to have side one, highly experienced, highly knowledgeable, ready to go NRA members and the ilk like that, against pink pussy hat wearing, nose ring, blue hair. Transsexual LGBTQ Bernie supporters.
Yeah,
and
with
this
TDS.
conflict will last less than a week. It'll be cleaned up in no time. That's what it'll be.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, no one would go to bat for
Obama. Have
Obama.
guys with 21 capacity magazines up the yin yang going against pink pussy hat wearing people who will be holding a rifle the wrong way and blow their own heads off. You know.
Yeah, I mean. What's really, I mean, think about that. I mean, this is where it would go. And I don't see why Trump doesn't want this. As in, I don't feel like his actions of late have anyone on his side. You know what I mean? He's lost his base.
Oh, I don't.
The only people who support him still are honestly quite old white men, boomers.
Well, I disagree with
you. You can take offense to that if you want or not. But
I don't take offense. I disagree. I also disagreed with what I heard.
No. But if you look at the demographics of like approval and everything, the only people who support the Iran war are old white men, like boomers. Like,
and what
it's just
for that?
Stupid boomers.
What do you attribute that to?
I really tried my best to try and figure this out, because that demographic has experienced all of the wars that have failed badly. Vietnam, Iraq, the whole global war on terror. They've seen it all turn to shit with nothing to the American people to benefit from it. And they still want one more war. For some reason, I cannot fathom, after seeing what that generation has seen, that they still want war.
Well, I disagree with you very much on this topic, and that could be another show. I don't want to get into it now, but I heard you say about a week or two ago you were talking with one of the YouTubers about this, and you said, well, the 13 soldiers died for Israel. I hope you're pleased with that, you supporters. And that is absolutely erroneous analysis, absolutely erroneous. And we can do a head-to-head show on that and bring our Ruger LCPs if you want, and fight it out.
I could talk about Amiga. I genuinely do not understand.
You're so and yeah, it's no problem for me, but your take on that is just absolutely incorrect. Yeah.
Well, enlighten me. Like we can do it here. It can't take that long to say like, why is this war good?
Iran, the leadership there in Iran, and this goes back to the Ayatollah coming in there because of Jimmy Carter. All right. and I've watched lots of shit about this situation, okay, over the decades. Their goal is death to America and death to Israel, period. That's their goal. And when they do that, the hidden imam is going to come out and have a worldwide heavenly caliphate, okay? They believe this shit, the extremists there, okay? And Iran, when it has the capability for an intercontinental ballistic missile tipped with a nuclear weapon, okay, it's not going into the Pacific Ocean for testing. It's going to Washington, D.C., New York, Los Angeles, Houston, etc. That's their goal.
My understanding is it would go to...
Plus, at the same time, they want to launch a nuke on Israel. They want to wipe out both. Taking out Iran is the greatest thing that needed to be done for the protection of America. Now, you could say also for on the Israel side, for their protection, they wanted, that's why they allied up to take it out for their protection, because these guys were going to use it as soon as they had it ready to go, because they're a death cult and they're ready for the hidden imam to make his great grand appearance. Okay, so they must be neutralized completely, and that's why Trump has done the greatest military maneuver in who knows how many decades of years.
So I'll take that at face value.
And
now, in
13
terms of
Americans who may have died, soldiers who may have died, or who died on behalf of this Iranian situation, they died true American patriots.
Let's not assert that before I.
and definitely for the right. If a soldier's going to die, they died the right way.
So we could talk about
for the right
this.
cause, I should say.
Yeah, we could talk about this. I'm not going to challenge your assertions there. What I ask is, in terms of scaling up a long-range program and a nuclear weapons capability, why would it be America first and not Israel? It doesn't make any sense to me that they would develop the long-range capability. They land at a position where they say we can land this thing in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv today, but it'd be another 10, 15 years to try and develop the ICBM such that it could actually get to USA. Your description
would it be 10, 15 years?
Yeah, the scale could be that big. Yeah, like they already are successfully striking Tel Aviv today. So
listen, once they get a bomb, they could just put it in a truck and drive it over just crash it into the Israeli border and blow it up.
Right. Yeah. So I 100% am not challenging your assertion on their motivations, but in terms of technical capability, I do not understand how Israel is not first.
First in terms of
being targeted and attacked. How is Israel not first in this situation?
What's the difference if it's simultaneous U.S. and America, or Israel first and then some years later
it matters, because it's whether or not it's our fight or not. If it's Israel's fight, then it's Israel's fight.
Well, it's both Israel's and America's fight, and anyone who wants to stand
but no. As someone who has,
all right. Well, let me.
I love George Washington, and I love America. I have no interest in protecting Israel.
Okay, fine. Let me put it to this analogy or situation. Let's take it back to World War II. Nazis invade Austria. Okay, take part of Austria. Yeah, and everyone says, watch what you're doing. We don't like that. Britain and France and all that. Then they go, we're not going to do anything else. And then they take out a chunk of, what was next? Czechoslovakia. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Britain and France go, oh, don't do that. You shouldn't do that. We don't like that. That's not good. And Hitler doesn't give a shit, He's going all the way. Okay. So at that point, countries could have said, that's enough. No more,
Yeah.
And they didn't. They just let them go, all right? And then he says, oh, we're not doing anything else. We're done. And then he takes over Poland, all right? That's when France and England started. That's when they joined in to declare war. All right.
Right.
Well, what if they stopped them at the Austria and then Czechoslovakia, and then stopped them right there and just took them out? And they didn't. That's like
how would the outcome be different?
You prevent tens of millions of deaths and total destruction of Europe by taking them out then. That's like Tommy.
But I mean, it wouldn't. But like, no. But what do you mean take them out? Like the task would have been harder then, not easier.
What are you talking about? You send in a special air service team and you knock them out. They certainly wouldn't be expecting the SAS.
Well, I mean, but how
Hold on.
No, but how did World War II actually go? No, it was a long, drawn-out war. So I don't understand how.
Hell, you could have sent in the top SAS, intelligence guys, and knocked out Goebbels and Goering and Hitler, totally not expecting it by poison, bow and arrow or rifle shot, hand grenade. You just take them out. It's over. Done. You just save yourself 4.5 years of brutal.
But that didn't happen. I don't know what.
Well, so what I'm saying is, if they had done that, that would have saved the world.
But they didn't do that.
Yeah, they didn't. Right. So what I'm saying is, with Iran, if we did this now, we're saving the world a global catastrophe.
But the example of World War II, you suppose that it would have been easier to take out the Third Reich earlier than after they'd already been defeated by Stalin.
After 4.5 years of destroying the world and Europe, decimating Europe. That's the point.
There really wasn't that much fighting.
You would have prevented all of that. 4.5 years.
But look at actually what you're talking about. Like fine-grained. At that point, they were more powerful than they were when they actually did come into conflict with the Western Front forces.
But if you send in the SAS and the James Bond type guys, and the French secret agents, and you get them into the right positions, they could have taken out the entire executive team of the Nazis.
You could have said that for the actual war that did happen too.
But why didn't they just send in? Because this is what's coming. Anybody with a brain knows Hitler is not going to be signed to a piece of paper and keep his word. He's proven he's going all the way. And this is like a guy like Tommy. I'm not going to get into Tommy's political analysis, but Tommy would have been against D-Day. You can't send hundreds of thousands of troops onto the beach. You can't do that. You can't do this. You can't do that. How are you going to do that?
My point isn't big. It's very small, and that is, if you think that a small, highly trained assassination group could have worked, history has something to say about that.
Okay, well then change my approach. I'm not a military secret agent genius. Okay, I mean strategist. Yeah. Send in the British bombers and bomb the hell out of Hitler's quarters when they're all there. Just fly in there.
But they did do that.
Out of them.
They did do that. It wasn't successful.
They didn't do soon enough.
No, but sooner wouldn't have made it easier. It would have made it harder. It would have made it harder. By the time the Western Front forces were bombing Germany, were confronting them on the fields in Bastogne, etc.
Yeah.
This was a force that had already been defeated by the Soviets.
Waited too long. They should have.
This was a force that was already defeated by the Soviets by that time point. So we're talking about cleanup.
What I'm saying is
what the Western Front was
before Bastogne. I'm talking about as soon as they invaded Czechoslovakia. After Austria, that's when. Yeah,
then they would have faced crack SS troops in their prime, and they would have been slaughtered. There's no way the West. There's no way the West would have won.
If they had a Trump-type genius strategizing it, they could have figured out a way to have done it.
But they did. They had Patton. They did. We had fantastic generals.
I'm talking about the guys up in the glass tower who work out. This is how we're going to get the guys. Take them out today. Take them out tomorrow. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't know. To round it back,
they might have assigned it to Patton, but I'm talking about the guys making the plan. George Morty.
To round it time. Yeah. To round it back, you think that taking out Iran is imperative because you think that they're a genuine threat to the United States.
Well, there's no question.
And Israel. While for me, I think they're a genuine threat to Israel and that's about that.
Fine. Okay. Yeah. What was I going to say?
And practically speaking, I don't see how it could be anything else. I mean,
Okay, well,
I don't understand how you
listen, that's
think
your
that
opinion.
America's
I'm not here to change
attacked.
your opinion. You know, that's fine.
No, I'm
The,
going by what you've said. Like, do you think that they would simultaneously attack? They'd wait extra time, develop the technologies further, instead of using, like, as soon as they
well,
develop the
waited
first nuke.
47 years. Why not wait a few more years? They're okay for that, you know, because they know the hidden imam will have a worldwide caliphate, and everybody will be getting their 47 virgins or whatever, virgin goats or whatever it is.
But let's think about this. If
Yeah,
you're the leader of Iran, okay, you develop a nuclear weapon. Wouldn't history teach you, as soon as you develop that weapon, you need to use it as fast as you can, because you've got Mossad agents and the Americans always trying to bomb you.
Some of the advisors to the Ayatollah might have said, "We got it. Let's use it today. Just do it, baby. Let's do it." And a lot of the guys in charge would have said, "Let's just launch it today." Okay.
Yes.
Whether it's by a fishing boat that they, approach the coast, or a truck, or a missile. Let's do it tomorrow morning after breakfast. Okay.
Yes.
And other advisors might have said, "Hey, we got this. This is a very good deal. We got a very, very good deal. If we wait a little bit longer, we can do a 2-for-1, take out U.S., Washington, D.C., New York, and Israel. Let's just wait another year or two." And some people might have gone with that, way of, that's a good plan too. That's a very good plan, So I don't know what they would have done either way. But look at what's happened with Trump's actions here. He's got
let's not skim over that analysis.
He got Saudi Arabia fighting alongside the Israelis. Saudi is a country that won't even recognize Israel on a school map in Saudi schools. It doesn't even exist. There's no Israel. Okay.
Yeah.
And now they got Saudi.
This is not America first. This is not America first talk. But anyway.
Oh, sure it is.
So your analysis still results in Israel being attacked first. Your own analysis.
Israel as an ally is extremely valuable to this country. How you could say otherwise?
No, but you're talking over your own point. Israel would be attacked first. I think we all agree that as soon as a nuclear weapon is developed, it would be Israel that's at risk.
Well, that's fine. Okay.
And let's say they do take the 1 to 2 years, like you're saying, and let's wait for a simultaneous attack. It'd still be in Israel's best interest to go in there full force and do whatever it is they need to do, because they're the ones that are still at risk first. Okay. So the reality is we really don't need to do anything ever. It's Israel's problem, first and foremost, and always is, always has been. And anyone who thinks they need to die over this, you clearly are just protecting Israel.
Well, you're so wrong. But listen, it's whatever,
Well, I mean, is it not Israel's problem first?
It's an immediate threat to the U.S. and Israel and the entire Middle East.
You can say but I say Israel first, and they can handle it themselves. Like, we don't need to go in there. We don't need to be involved. They can just handle it. And then if it's not Israel's problem, it's Europe's problem. Now, then maybe it's US's problem.
Okay. Were you this vocal about the Biden 4 years supporting the Ukrainian situation, the Ukrainian war? Were you this outspoken about that?
I've always been against the war. What's the Ukraine war? I've always been against it. Mm-hmm. But it was completely unnecessary.
I don't recall hearing you on any shows about Ukraine talk.
I'd be happy to at any point. Like, I just think it's a full-on grift.
Over the past years, I don't recall you seeing you on any shows talking about the utter uselessness of America being involved in the Ukrainian war with 80 billion, tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of military support. I don't recall hearing you.
There may not have been streams that covered the topic. I don't we didn't have as many streams that touched on anything political. These are mostly watch streams. But I 100% have always been against the Ukraine war in every shape and form. 100% from start to finish.
So let's do a hypothetical, okay? Hypothetically, China absolutely capable of taking over Australia and, if anybody cares, New Zealand in no time at all.
Hmm.
The ability of the Australian and pathetically inadequate New Zealand military to combat China is pathetically laughable. Okay, so would you want the American military to aid Australia and or New Zealand in taking over in fighting a Chinese invasion?
I
Or would you
I
say that's
believe
Australia's issue, let them handle it?
I think it's nuanced, mainly because America has Navy and Air Force and Army bases in the Pacific in those countries, and
Hmm.
America sees it as um, strategically important in America's own interest to defend against China, to have those kinds of bases and resources into the long-term future. So I I think that there
I
is
mean,
something
Trump
nuanced
famously
there,
said,
but I
yeah,
think
yeah,
go ahead, go ahead.
yeah. Trump famously said, but kind of humorously, but he said, "Hey, we don't need anything from Canada. If they don't want to, we can cut off all trade, and we're fine. We don't need anything from Canada." Well, what do we need
Yeah.
from Australia except lanolin for making vitamin D capsules, some sheep's
So
wool, and a nice
here's where
and
it's
some
complicated.
beautiful sweaters and UGG boots? What do we get from Australia? I mean, really?
Yeah, here's where it's complicated and it's more obvious. Greenland. Greenland is of extreme importance for America to be
Hmm.
able to defend itself against Russia. Absolutely extreme.
Hmm.
Like, and there's no way that you would ever recognize that Greenland would ever build an economy capable of supporting a military that could defend against Russia. Like, it's completely ridiculous. Like, that
Hmm.
proposition is completely ridiculous. They're not. We're talking about true superpower. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
The That's where the nuance is. Okay, it's not about being allied with Greenland. It is actually America first. Russia would not be interested in Greenland from the perspective of, oh, that fantastic Greenland economy. You know what I mean? Like, that's not what they're taking if they take Greenland as an example. China taking Australia and New
Well,
Zealand.
Greenland has no military to defend any invasion whatsoever. I mean,
Practically speaking, yes. Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
Uh,
they wouldn't be able to defend an invasion by the Philadelphia Police Department, basically. But
I would say
with
you're correct.
Australia, we have bases all around the Middle East as well.
No, well, you're
And
saying we, but if you just leave the Australians and New Zealand's on their own,
yeah,
it'd be a worse fight.
well,
Like, the
there would be
imbalance
no
is
way
even
that they could
worse.
defeat the Chinese, prevent an
Yeah,
invasion.
it'd be an even worse fight. Like, the comparison between Russia and Greenland is hugely disparate, and we all recognize it. But I don't think people realize just how strong the Chinese are.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
the Chinese are multiples of Russia in terms of power, and even though Australia is not nothing in terms of power, it couldn't really come close to defending against China. So the reality is that would be a cakewalk. The only thing that someone from America's perspective has to hold is whether or not that outcome is acceptable for America. Only
yeah. Well, the
America.
Chinese
It's not
invasion
about us saving
plan.
Australians from
Yeah,
speaking Chinese. They'll be speaking Chinese in 20 years anyway, believe me.
yeah,
But
yeah. What's his name? I'm sorry, I just forgot. Angelic
yeah,
Slayer. He'll be playing Chinese traditional music in no time once the invasion
yeah.
starts. Yeah, but the
But
Chinese
see,
invasion plan would be
this,
very simple. They'll
yeah,
land all their craft and parachute people landing in Darwin. They'll all have
yeah.
lunch at Mr. GMT's snack bar, and then once they get their fill of stuffed cabbage rolls, it's just roll on to take over the whole country in no time. You know,
Yeah.
it's as simple as
I think
that. So
so. The problem is this doesn't translate well. So I could foresee America absolutely defending Greenland, but likely defending Australia and New Zealand. but none of this really makes sense if you talk about Iran and Israel. Israel is a far more powerful country than Iran.
Can you appreciate the unbelievable value, okay, of an American-friendly, free Iran? What an incredible benefit.
Let
me finish, please. All right. Having Iran terrorist-free with a new free, Democrat quote, type, government, not only a great friend of America and also an ally and friend of Israel, reshaping the Middle East, it would be magnificent. And besides that, Iran would have a tourism boost that would be unbelievably for the economy. And in Tehran, as soon as this was worked out, there'd be a Trump Plaza hotel right there in Tehran. The economy boost from tourism would be unbelievable. And you'd have a now, 2,000, 3,000 year history of Iran-Israeli friendship, rejuvenated, reactivated with America. I mean, these little piss-ass European, Middle Eastern terrorist countries would be shivering in their boots at the new,
just a blanket
at the new, re-energized, reborn, free Iran.
Yeah, just as a blanket reality check, anyone who purports to describe, articulate, predict the outcomes of military action is utterly delusional and proved wrong by history again and again and again and again. Mm-hmm. Like anyone who predicts like what the outcomes of this act, like who predicted that Ukraine would last this long? Like just on the length of the conflict, nobody predicted this. This is a multi-year endless war. No one even like on either side. Like so, anyone describing the outcomes of war of military kinetic action is completely losing touch with history. Like you should not even attempt it. Anyone, like basically military action, it's basically a crapshoot. Sometimes you want the crapshoot because the status quo is too painful, right? The trajectory is too painful. So you go for the crapshoot, you do military action. But that is what it is. To predict the outcomes, it's just way too wild, like way too crazy. Like you will not be able to determine. Could you imagine like what they thought that the Strait of Hormuz, that America would be the one blockading the strait at the beginning of this conflict? It's like, oh, this will result in America blockading the strait.
I think that would have been strategized. I could see that.
No. It goes against like almost 100 years of U.S. naval doctrine. to issue a blockade.
Trump goes against 250 years of Washington shit. I mean,
I understand, but I'm just trying to draw out like the delusion of hoping for certain outcomes after military action. Reality has to be nobody knows the outcomes of any given military action. It is like throwing a grenade into the situation, and it is, and how it plays out after that, you simply don't know. You simply don't know, and that's true again and again and again. Yeah.
Well, I think it could be said you don't know, and maybe my thoughts are on target.
I don't know how you can see the current situation and see that as being more feasible. Like,
I mean, you could say when America entered World War II, we're going to blast the fuck out of Germany and Japan and just steamroll.
Then they'll be our friends.
Like we're going to steamroll over the Nazis, and we're going to reclaim Germany as a free people, and Europe. You know, what's so difficult to envision that as?
Well, you're ignoring. You're ignoring the Iron Curtain.
Well, you
Like,
see,
like,
I
like
wasn't.
it didn't work out for a lot of people.
Yeah, well, it worked out for the Western European countries, but
It
neither
did.
Trump nor I were there in charge, pulling the
No,
strings of
but
what to do.
it also could have worked out that we were immediately at war again with Russia,
Hmm.
and Europe would have been savaged again for the next 5 years or longer,
Hmm.
including nuclear weapons.
Hmm.
Right? I mean, how many times was that the threat for the 50 years after World War II was get ready to nuke all of it?
Oh yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
yeah, yeah. But that was never
So,
done. That was never done. The
no,
post
no,
World
but
War II
if you
invasion of
ask
Russia.
any egghead at any point in time during the Cold War, are we going to end up in a hot war with Russia? Everyone would have said yes. Fair call. Like it seemed inevitable to everyone at all times.
No, I don't know. I mean, the balance of power issue and the threat of atomic bombs kept everyone back, from launching a conflict.
It's true. It's true. It depends on how much faith we had in MAD, and it was interesting times. Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I can tell you now.
I just want to emphasize like
Yeah.
a lack of confidence in any particular outcome, and that war, like it's not good. Like
Let me tell you,
it's not good to know.
I can predict the outcomes of a war or a situation like that. You put me and Donald and President Trump together to strategize the plan for the invasion of Grenada, to rout out all these Cuban infiltrators and shit. And we'd go in there like a $25,000 luxury lawnmower and weed it all out in a matter of a couple days. And the country and the Grenada's free and everybody's happy and the commies are out. Easy peasy. Well,
Yeah.
whatever.
Look, what I see. So Iran's total military was worth like 10 billion, and by my understanding, we're spending maybe $50 billion a day trying to blow up $10 billion worth of stuff, and that doesn't sound like it helps me.
Let me just change the situation here. Iran never needs or never needed an intercontinental missile to blast out New York or Washington or Miami or whatever. They just put it on a fishing boat, a civilian-looking fishing boat, and float across the ocean, to Long Island Sound, and then push the button. So you don't need a missile, so they could, in that capacity, take out Israel and the United States at the same afternoon.
Look, they wouldn't be able to take. So the devices that they would have would be fission devices, right? We're talking kilotons of energy. It'd blow up like a block of New York City, but it wouldn't literally take out New York City, right? The leap to get a hydrogen weapon that could take out an actual city. Yeah, the risks aren't so high.
Even in your situation, your thought of small, low-powered fission atomic bombs. If they had one in Boston Harbor, New York Harbor, Miami Beach, Houston, Ship Canal, L.A., San Diego, and thankfully Portland, Seattle, and at the same time they said, okay, click your Longines watch at this moment, boom, plus Tel Aviv, it's all done. Yeah. So, and they just put them on a boat, a fishing boat, a banana boat, and you don't need a
sure. I mean, but like 99.999% of Americans will still be around, and we'll blast them out of existence with actual H bombs. I don't.
Yeah, but those major cities, port cities, and business capitals, they'll be wiped out.
No, they wouldn't. An atomic bomb would not wipe out an American city.
A Hiroshima-level old-fashioned atomic bomb would not wipe out a Baltimore. Houston,
we can pull up the nuke maps. We should do that next time, but I can't. I'm not at my desk. But
So
You can
a
pull up a nuke
Hiroshima
map. You
level
could
bomb in Washington D.C. would not wipe out the city.
no, no,
You got to be joking.
no, no. I mean,
I'm not
okay,
talking about
like
people who live
we
in the
need to check
suburbs.
facts here. No,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
we
I'm
need to
not talking
actually
about
check
people who
facts
live
here.
in the suburbs in faraway Virginia. I'm talking about the power center of Washington D.C., the power centers of New York City, of Boston,
Okay,
Miami. Are you
let's
kidding?
check this out. There's a good website for this. Simulate a
Just
nuke.
get an old-fashioned Hiroshima level A bomb,
No,
like
that's what I'm
one in
talking
Houston.
about.
Are you saying it wouldn't? Houston is actually
I'll
so
show you. I'll
fucking
show you a
huge.
map. I'll show you a map. So there's a good website called Nuke Maps, and it allows you to simulate what it would do.
Okay, what is it called?
Nuke Maps,
Nuke Maps.
NUK.
Right.
I'm pulling it up, but let me see.
Nuke Map. Is that it?
Probably. Hold on.
Nuke Map.
Trying to make sure.
Simulate nuclear detonation anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
See ranges of heat, of blast, heat, radiation, and fallout. So an old-fashioned Hiroshima A bomb put right in front of, blasted off right in front of the Caesar's Palace would not extend all the way from Fremont Street to the South Point Casino. Are you kidding me?
I would just defer to the actual simulation. I wouldn't guess because
there's also one called Nuke Blast Simulator website.
Okay, Las Vegas. We'll do Las Vegas, and then we'll do a.
Okay, this is Nuke Blast Simulator.
Hiroshima.
Choose a bomb. Okay, the Tsar Bomber. No, wait, that was a one-time only bomb, baby. Okay, 25 kiloton, like the Trinity. Okay, great. Okay.
No. Yeah.
I'm going to blast it off in with a
there we go.
surface burst in Las Vegas. This will probably get my channel struck. Yeah.
Yeah. No. I've got this one. So I've got it up. So yellow is heavy blast damage is this little circle.
All right, hold on, because I just found. All right, let me ring it up. 1 second. Oh, hold on. Okay.
Yeah. So the first circle. Oh, I'm going on. Okay. The first circle is this little tiny circle here.
Right.
That's the actual fireball.
Okay, that's Caesar's Palace.
That's talking about vaporizing. Yeah. Okay, I'll bring it into actual. So let's do the Bellagio.
Bellagio. Okay, I never liked them anyway. Okay.
So Bellagio, you could turn that into a fireball.
Okay, I take that back. Bellagio had the what was that boutique? It was phenomenal. It was Breguet. The Breguet boutique in Bellagio was unbelievably great. Yeah, incredible women sales ladies there. Okay, so Bellagio is a fireball.
Yeah,
okay.
And it closely to that is heavy blast damage. You could expect most things to be severely damaged or demolished in the circle. So it's still mostly just Bellagio in this. Okay. Yeah, I can get it so that it's not hurting any of Caesar's and it's not hurting.
And what
Cosmo.
kiloton bomb is this?
This is 15 kilotons Hiroshima.
Okay.
The next is radiation. That's not good, but the next one is moderate blast damage. So this will most residential buildings will collapse, but I don't think you'll classify most strip buildings as residential. Now they'll get blown out, as in 5 psi. It might blow out most of the windows, but not all on the front-facing side. Mm-hmm. Probably rear-facing side still fine.
Well, the green area. So, what is the green?
Radiation.
Okay, so what does that extend to? What distance?
That goes pretty far, but it's like light though. So unless you're directly like visible to the bomb, mm-hmm. like to the blast, it's not there's
Well, that
there's a
radiation will
massive
take out.
reduction.
Will kill everyone from MGM Hotel down to Fremont Street.
No, I don't think so. There's a lot of buildings in the way, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, everybody
There's
in
too
those
many.
buildings will be killed with the radiation.
The radiation will mostly be absorbed by the buildings. Like it's sort of like treat it like light.
So everyone in
Like
their
if
hotel
you can't see it,
room,
you're not getting
everyone in their
radiated.
hotel room will be irradiated. Everyone walking the street will be irradiated. Everyone
No,
shopping in a luxury boutique will be irradiated.
no. If you can see it, you could. So if you could see the Bellagio from your hotel room, probably not good. But if you can't see the Bellagio from your hotel room, you're probably okay.
Oh, I don't know about that. I would need the word of a nuclear scientist for that.
Well, I mean, they're saying it's ionizing radiation, so okay, we can look into that a little
Okay,
later.
what's
Still,
the next outer ring? What is that? After the green.
thermal radiation, 3rd-degree burns. Also, this is thermal radiation, as in you have to be within visible range of
Wouldn't
the
that
blast.
cause rampant fires all across the city and people dying of 3rd-degree burn torture?
Yeah, it's not good. It's
Yeah,
not good.
right. And what's the yellow outer ring? What's that?
No, that is the thermal. So moderate blast damage. But see, things between this inner circle here and going out, most of these buildings are still going to be up. They're going to be heavily damaged.
How about the Chick-fil-A in Henderson? Would that be affected in that blast range?
It's not even remotely close. Chick-fil-A in Henderson is down here.
So they're safe.
Like over here. Down here.
So that's the place to be. Doxx, you got that? Henderson, Chick-fil-A, that's a good place to be when the nuke goes off at Caesars, at the Bellagio. Right.
But
now, you're using a case of a Hiroshima-sized bomb, but nowadays...
Which is fair.
Okay, but nowadays, that's penny ante compared to the weaponry that's available in terms of...
But no one's proposing that they've got capacity for H-bombs. It's not even...
Yeah, we'll just make a larger kiloton A-bomb, that's all,
It's not that easy to scale that up.
But based on just this representation here, that is totally massive destruction of a city. Population-wise, casualty-wise, fires, emergencies, just wipe out city. It's wiped out.
Actually, another correction. What we're proposing is not an airburst. We're talking surface.
Right. Yeah.
Surface is a lot more constrained, but it's like I don't know how you could say that like this is wiping out a city. I mean, this.
Well, we excluded Henderson's Chick-fil-A, from
right.
Yeah, but what number of population has been burned to death, suffering from 3rd-degree burns, will die in weeks from the radiation poisoning, let alone the building destruction and the fires spread out all over the cities.
Well, I mean, it's not all over the cities. We're talking. The
chicken ranch in Elko is going to be safe. We got that covered. Okay.
But basically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 blocks are not good. But we're not talking about these are all collapsed buildings or anything like that. They're heavily damaged. They've not fallen or anything like that. It's not.
Okay, let's put the similar Hiroshima level bomb in Rockefeller Center.
Okay.
You're going to take out Midtown. That will extend to Wall Street and Central Park, and my favorite pastrami place. Okay.
Yeah, this looks a lot worse. Yeah, I agree.
Now,
this looks a lot worse.
Destruction of New York City? No, people on the eastern edge of Queens would probably survive. Okay.
No, I just looking at this now.
But the commercial population center of Manhattan is destroyed.
Yeah. I mean, just looking at the density and probably the quality of those buildings as well, this is not good.
And the fires that would spread all the way down to the Battery Park, Wall Street. It would just destroy the island of Manhattan. And that's if it's just one. What if it's two? You see, so.
I mean, all of Manhattan, no.
One,
But
one
I mean,
in,
this is
one in
not
Rockefeller Center,
good.
one in Rockefeller Center, one at Junior's Cheesecake Store in Brooklyn, and you've basically taken out New York City
Yeah.
power, the power.
I mean, I wish I could go back easily.
So
I can't.
10 of these.
There's a big difference.
Yeah, I understand. 10 of these scattered across America, launched, detonated at by a fishing boat, sitting in the harbor of Boston, Houston, New York, etc. Now, could we retaliate with H bombs and take out Iran in a matter of minutes? There's no question. Just wipe them out. Yeah. But the destruction to America would be in tens of millions of deaths and unbelievable.
No, I mean, I grant you, like, New York looks really bad. I'm not. Yeah. Like, I'm being honest with you,
Yeah. So you do the same thing for New York, Washington, like Cincinnati, nobody.
No, but I mean, not every city has the same densities and risks. Like, look, honestly, if you did this to the Bellagio, I could see 90% of Las Vegas's population going to work the next day. And
going to work where? How? The roads are destroyed.
Do you not see the rest of
everything's on fire? The roads are.
No, I mean the thermal radius is this thing, this green thing. This is not going to stop Las Vegas. Like it just isn't. Like that's not
okay. I think we disagree. So
I mean, like I'm over here.
I understand. Yeah.
Over in Summerlin, like
so you'll be on your balcony with your luxury with your Zeiss binoculars watching.
Yeah, I'll still go out over here on the weekend and take a hike around Red Rock, and it'll be beautiful.
Right.
I'm not being flippant. I'm just saying.
How far
like
does the radiation extend from ground zero? How many miles does it go out? Because people will die. From
it looks like half.
Over the ensuing weeks, people will die.
The radiation radius is 3/4 of a mile.
Mm-hmm.
So it's this green thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it really isn't the horrifying thing. So in this situation where Bellagio gets destroyed by a nuke, almost nothing happens to the Venetian. The Venetian will be just fine.
With all respect to your high IQ, that makes absolutely no sense.
And even more significant, even Fontainebleau is perfectly fine.
But nobody's staying at the Fontainebleau. It's a disaster. But
I agree.
With all respect to your mega high IQ, you're just wrong.
The stadium is perfectly fine. Is this MGM? Yeah, this is MGM. MGM's fine.
So, according to what you're saying, if I'm getting it correctly, and I believe that I am, if the Bellagio gets ground zero bombed in this illustration, and you're in the swimming pool over at the MGM Grand, you're fine. You just sit there and drink your martini, and you're fine.
Over at the MGM?
Yeah.
Roughly speaking, I mean, it's one psi overpressure. I mean, this is like a gust of wind. It'll be, it's not. I mean,
so
you won't have
a 15 kiloton. Let's make it a 25 kiloton bomb.
Sure. I mean, that's significantly
now
more.
A 15 would be like nothing nowadays with the technology.
Okay. So that's 20. Now you get the MGM. The pool area is still good.
So the important thing is this: will the Kiss Museum at the Rio Hotel survive? If Bellagio
Rio is actually, ironically, I'm not sure if the Rio is good because the Rio, I think, is this one.
Rio's finished. The Kiss Museum is wiped out.
I think the Rio. No, this is radiation. It's not heavy blast.
It would melt all those wax figures of Gene Simmons. It would just melt them down.
Yeah. Yeah, the Kiss Museum could be irradiated.
Wow.
That's a possibility.
Now we have a deadly serious disaster.
You could have a few people on the wing, like if they had a putt that was sitting over the lip of the cup, it could end up going in, is what this is saying.
Mm-hmm.
If you had an errant shot that was going left on this hole, it could end up going right by the end of its flight. It could be good. And if you were, say, on this hole, this one going across here in line with the blast, you could have a tremendous drive. You could probably get an extra 30, 40 yards.
Okay, so let's do something. Can we move that map to Orlando, Florida?
Okay.
And we want to launch a 25 kiloton nuclear surface blast. Will the villages be impacted? Will Doxx golf course view be impacted that afternoon?
I think they're probably going to be good because
I mean,
just looking at Orlando, we'll do that. That looks like
the villages. I think is a 1 hour drive south, or I don't remember, south or north.
Oh, there's not even a chance.
There. So Doxx and the squirrels in the cages, they're fine.
Where is the villages?
It's north or south of 1 hour by. I don't remember. But so a 1 hour drive, 60 miles from Orlando.
But we can even take. Let's go up to the megaton devices. Okay, so
there you go.
I think
the squirrels will be safe in the cages when this happens. Right.
I'm trying to figure out what is actually a reasonable H-bomb size.
McLobster, why the hell would they target Vegas? Is Carrot Top still in residency? Well, I've got Carrot Top stories nobody would believe, but those I will not reveal those. Okay. Isn't like 75% of the Vegas economy based on tourism on the Strip? Yes, completely. Okay. The El Cortez Hotel will be safe. Okay. We would have about
Titan 2. Okay, yeah, Titan 2. That's a good one.
Okay, we would have a 50% chance of intercepting the nuke. Not if it comes over in a boat. That's what people aren't getting. It doesn't have to be a missile. You just put it on a boat, and make it look like a fishing vessel or something, or whatever. And
I've been silly. We do have a casualty estimate. Okay. So,
no, 1 second.
So this is
Titan
2.
Mike the Pantera. Did Ozzy just say everyone will just go back to work the next day? Fuck me dead. Yeah, he said that. Yeah. Rufus, I think it could happen. You have little to no faith that our intelligence would ever let this happen, even after Trump has basically neutered. Yeah, well, okay. All right. Today, Ozzy just realized that nukes do destroy cities. He learned something new. I wonder if this would reheat a hungry man dinner. Hey, McLobster, $2 super chat channel support. Thank you, McLobster. Morty has been lobbying for Chicago to go down first. Well, I mean, some city's going to be targeted first, with an incoming missile. So, Chicago's a major power center for the country. Austin, Ozzy expat looking not unlike Javier Bardem.
I appreciate
so much for face blasting. Now we're talking nuke blasting.
So we do have a casualty estimate. So if we do 15 kilotons in Orlando, it's 32,000. Ultimately, I don't really know what that means. It's a bad day. It was a bad day.
Yeah, Rufus does not approve of Trump anything. It's yeah.
But we can go back to the Bellagio. I'm curious. Like, is downtown Orlando or Bellagio a bigger deal? Where is it? There it is. There's the Bellagio. All right. Okay. Detonate.
So that's the whole city right there. That's the guts of the city.
It's the whole city.
Not the whole city.
This number's a lot higher than I expected.
It's the core of the city.
50,000. So 50,000.
It's every waitress at the Rio and MGM hotel.
I am sad to say, I think this is the Rio here. So I think it is heavily damaged. It's not going to be good.
Right.
Not a good thing. Well, actually, no, lightly damaged, moderate damage,
Well, the Rio,
but
when I was there
irradiated.
last year, was in pretty sad shape in the rebuilding of it, the remodeling of it. So, yeah.
Hmm.
But anyway, I bet McLobster. I bet sleepovers at expats' place are super fun for the kids.
Well, I mean, this
I
is
don't know what
totally
that
kid
means.
stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you crank up this to the Tsar bomb, and then you get a lot
Oh,
more
the Tsar
fun. Check
Bomber.
this
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. Right. I've watched those videos on. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, so it's completely plausible. But they got the population of Las Vegas wrong. Las Vegas Valley is 2.2 million. But holy crap, look at that thing. Look, it's bloody doing moderate damage to Pahrump. That
Now,
is
what is this? The
insane.
Tsar Bomber?
Yeah, this is the
That's
biggest.
that's the 50,000 kiloton whatever it was, Russian bomb, Soviet bomb, yeah, or
It
whatever.
was
Yeah,
the 100 megaton
100
design
megaton. It was
bomb,
only
but
used once. Yeah. No, it was
they
100 megaton, but then they changed it to to be 50 megaton
yes, yeah.
because
So
the 100
you
megaton was
can do it.
just it was too much.
This is insane.
Even Stalin said 100 kiloton. Let's make it 50.
Yeah, that's. I mean, this is insane.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane. So this is the thermal. So the thermal is like huge. It's so much more, with the H bomb. The actual radiation radius is tiny still, teensy tiny, but the thermal radiation from the H bomb is just it's going out to like fucking. Oh my God.
If let's take this to World War One.
It's cooking the Hoover Dam.
Yeah, right. And if the Hoover Dam collapsed, well, whatever. It's lights out.
Well,
Baby.
we've seen that in Superman.
Yeah,
We don't
lights
need
out,
to
baby.
guess.
Yeah. In World War One, without Woodrow Wilson, but if you were president, should America have entered World War One in Europe? Committed any troops at all?
I have no idea. I know
let the
very
Europeans
little
just
about
fight
World
it
War
out.
One.
That war had nothing to do with us at all, you could say. So the Austrian crown prince gets assassinated. So fucking what? So what? Yeah.
Man, the
whatever.
Tsar bomb. This is insane. Like I over spring break, we drove from San Diego to LA Beverly Hills.
Mm-hmm.
I've driven this. I was like, this takes a long time.
Oh yeah.
To get from Irvine to here, and it's like, nah, it's all the same. It's all getting blasted.
So in this image right here, without being specific, we're taking out Herman Ingram and Dirk Diggler at the same time. Those two guys will fight into eternity in the heavens once that bomb goes off. Right.
Yeah, and Van Nuys as well over here in Van Nuys.
Oh, my favorite
Crazy.
Tommy's Burger in Van Nuys, that's going to be gone.
Yeah, like this is just the 50. Let's do the 100. Let's put the 100 back in. Wow, like it's just going way past Van Nuys now.
Yeah,
like it's at Thousand Oaks down here. It's way beyond Irvine. Now it's down at San Clemente. Oh my gosh. Yeah, actual H bombs are. That's crazy.
Now,
But
why are you
I don't
saying
think
Iran would not have an H bomb? They would only have an A bomb.
you'd have to be very, very, very well versed in fission weapons before you could successfully make an H bomb, and that happens with testing. Like, do you think they're going to do above ground testing of their fission devices before they start?
Is it inconceivable that Russia or China would give them a couple A bombs as a present to drop on the U.S.?
A bombs or H bombs?
H bombs. H bombs.
I think that is crazy inconceivable. I mean, they have their own plans. Why would they hand over to some third party? Like,
they're just feeling that let's do it kind of day.
Well, why don't we give them the bombs then? Like, if we're feeling like let's just change things up.
Mm. Let's put one over
See,
Chicago. A 15,
Chicago.
the baby bomb, 15
Okay.
kiloton over Chicago.
All right. We do.
I
Why
want
have
to
I
see the
only got
extent of
100
that.
T devices here? Okay. 15 KT. Let's get me close. There's no
And
specific.
center it
I have to
over
go.
the Drake Hotel, right there at the tourist ground zero.
I'm not very familiar with Chicago.
Oh, okay. Well,
so.
just Chicago. Just put it right on Chicago, at the Navy Pier, kind of right there. Yeah.
That's good. All right, this is detonate. Let's see. This looks bad. I mean, this looks very dense and important. That looks pretty bad.
Now, the radiation and the heat blast will extend how far?
Yeah, to this Navy this thing. No, it's not miles. I think you keep misunderstanding how big the A bomb is. It's not that big.
Okay. Well, how far will it go? The heat and radiation.
0.7 of a mile.
That's all? I find that so hard to believe.
Well,
I mean, I can't. Yeah, I shouldn't. That doesn't make sense. And make it to 30 kiloton. Just kick it up a notch. As Emerald says, kick it up a notch.
We'll do 45.
45. There you go.
That's a weapon that does exist.
There you go.
And so the radiation is still 0.7.
Mission accomplished.
Radiation.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
What about Man's Country Gay Bathhouse? That's gone.
Is that in Chicago?
Oh, yeah, yes. Obama.
Oh, okay.
And that's Obama's previous gay bathhouse place.
Okay. But, I mean, this looks like big race, but this is the fireball. This is radiation, and this is moderate damage. The heavy damage is... Geez, they don't even describe heavy damage.
Yeah, but when you say moderate damage, you mean houses being crushed by the power of the blast and the entire communities aflame. Power out, water rescue, fire departments out, roads all cracked and out of control. Help way in the future. It's destroyed. Your favorite Chicago pizza places gone. Hot dog, Chicago hot dogs, not this week. Roads are crumbled. No electricity. No water. No air conditioning. Just destroyed. Cars piled up on the streets. You can't drive anywhere.
Well, yeah, this downtown area,
buildings falling down, everything's aflame, people dead all over the streets, in the pizza shops.
No, I think you misunderstand. Like stuff in the fireball, we're talking, not good. Like nothing's really going to stand up to that. But commercial, so the thing is, the commercial size buildings, most will be left standing in this radius, and then outside of this, the buildings are damaged.
What about consideration to air, rail, fuel, communication extending the surround? Yeah, it's all wiped out, baby.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to Chicago than just, Now, if you crank it up, you go to Zarbomb again. Okay, now we're talking.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's, super chat from Sorry for Party Rocking, $1.99. Hey, thank you very much for supporting Morty's Diner. Thank you very much. Sorry for Party Rocking. Means a lot.
So, have you never seen these nuke maps before?
I have, yeah.
Oh, you have? I have. Okay.
Yeah, I've looked at them, yeah.
Oh, Tel Aviv. Is this not good for them? Let's do 15. I respect the Israeli people. They'll continue if this is what they dealt with. They'll continue. This isn't the end for Israel.
No, just for 1 million dead people.
It didn't say 1 million dead. It's 114,000.
Oh, complete with the radiation poisoning. And
yeah. It's got all that. Wow, Jerusalem's
what if they use 2?
214. Wow, he's double that. So
well, there you go.
Not that different.
So
There's
the entire
extra
country of
effects.
Israel is the size of New Jersey. Okay, so if you blast one in northern Jersey, and you blast one in southern Jersey where the kumquats are, according to JBJB, which is kumquat country, New Jersey and southern Jersey, you've taken out the entire state. It's done.
Mm.
So 2 bombs in Israel, it's gone. 2 bombs in America, you still have a huge part of the country, but a place the size of New Jersey, I mean, come on. No more hummus that week anywhere.
Yeah, it's not a good day. It's quite dense over here.
Yeah,
it's not a good day.
But of course, if that happened, Iran would be H-bombed, 100% oblivion, complete. But that's what they're
huge.
desiring.
Look at this.
When that happens, the hidden imam will appear, and there'll be a global caliphate. That's their dream, what they're working.
This is a Titan II warhead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine? I've actually visited a Titan II.
Mm-hmm.
Very unusual experience. They've got one over in Tucson that you can still visit. It's unreal.
Mm-hmm.
Where is? Yeah, Tucson.
But I mean, like North Korea, if they had the capabilities, which they do or will have, to launch missiles to the United States, if that ever happened, they'd be destroyed. One nuclear sub could launch missiles and take out the entire country of North Korea. So, I mean, they're not thinking about the hidden imam coming to Earth for a global caliphate. That's a whole different ballgame with something like that. That's just politically mad, insane leader over there.
So Titan II would not be good in Tucson. There'd be nothing left that wasn't undamaged. Wouldn't be good. Would not.
Well, to tell the truth, I've driven. Well, this was some years ago when I drove through Tucson. It's not a very large city. It's basically desert, So, though it's vastly residentially expanded, obviously, but residential communities. But,
wow, this sucks.
Yeah.
So I'm in here somewhere in Summerlin, and I would need a 1000 SPF sunscreen that day. But interesting.
You would need 1000 SPF sunscreen with 5 feet of iron protection on your underground bunker.
So it's saying 3rd degree burns can cause severe scarring.
Have you ever seen 3rd degree burns?
On
a video,
probably,
or in person?
but not.
It's unimaginable.
Yeah, and 1 psi overpressure, so window breakages. So I don't think this is going to be like bring down.
Window
the
breakages
house,
means flying glass, which kills people. Just slashes people's throats and eyes right out with the glass.
Yeah, it can do. But it's crazy. It goes all the way out to Red Rock. Like this is like the whole valley is done. Like the whole valley. Like this is all surrounded by mountains. So it's just all like there's just the whole valley is done if that happens.
Right.
Makes you think, what the hell were they thinking doing 100 megatons? Like check out the difference.
Yeah.
So this is Titan II. And then we now have what the Russians are doing. It's like, look at this. Arizona isn't safe.
If that
it's crossed the state line
goes off, that SIG 365 you got on you while you're having donuts at the coffee shop's not going to help anybody.
Yeah. Oh, look, this is torching a bit of California as well.
Well, now we're on to something here. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. All right, I gotta run and get the last bits of food in and head to bed. But it's been fun talking to you.
It's a
I
pretty interesting conversation. Yeah.
as always.
Yeah.
All right. Good
All right.
evening.
Well, thank you for the nuke maps and the political discourse and the donut talk. Fantastic.
Yeah, no worries.
All right. And I am going to watch that Passion of the Christ. I'm going to look for that on Amazon and put it on the list. So, thank you, Ozzy. Thank you very much. All right, let's get back to the chat. Blaine, Morty, your 5,000 shekels are on the way. Benny the Net. Thank you. Okay. Why attack Tucson? Are they opposed to spray tanned college girls? I mean, now you've got that right. Okay. Now to Brisbane. Right, okay. Yeah, nuke fallout talk in a relaxed environment, in a relaxed format. Will it reach Jamboree Heights? Well, that's an interesting question. City Center, Brisbane, would it reach Jamboree Heights? Yeah. Why use nukes when you have fentanyl? Now you see that's an absolutely brilliant and astute comment, you know? Yeah. Well, it's an astute comment. I don't know about brilliant, but yeah. Well, we see things differently. But thankfully, Tommy wasn't here with his, insights. He would have been against the D-Day invasion. There's no question about it. He'd have been fighting a tooth and nail not to do the D-Day invasion. GD, channel member, super chat, $2. $2. Wow, brilliant comedic quality original content. Thank you very much for a $2 super chat. Thank you, GD. Some days it's pesos, some days it's dollars. Wow. How much is in pesos? What is $2? Well, that doesn't matter. Okay. Let me remove some of these. The nuclear blast simulator. They're very interesting. Okay. Thank you, GD. 20 people watching. Let's get that music back up. There we go. All right. I don't know if any other shows are on tonight. Probably, they're always on. There's so many channels, there's probably lots of shows on. It's become a community now of non-stop show channels on. It's endless. There's always going to be a show on 24/7, 365. Jax, Morty, one of the hate channels, it's going to be endless 24/7, 365 channels. There's always going to be shows. Let's see if anyone's on right now. Let me give it a quick look. There may be that I just don't see it, but they're all watching, and they're all going to talk about it on their next show about boring. Everybody, these people, they call Ozzy Expat the most fucking boring guest. I think he's a terrific guy to talk to, but he's labeled as fucking boring, which I find offensive, insulting. But that's because they can't possibly comprehend his mental capabilities, or qualities, I should say. Yeah. Amazing. How about Mr. Lunesta? Is he doing a show? Doesn't seem to be so. No. Mr. New Zealand, is he doing a show? No. Gee? Well, it's probably Marcelo or somebody's doing a show. Hello, L. $2 Aussie super chat. Thank you so much, L, for the donation. Thought-provoking stream. Yes, definitely. Thank you very much. Appreciate you watching the show, Al, and your nice comments. Your non-hateful, supportive comments. GD. Can't get any more boring than covering the same two Bukioks week after week. Right. What's the matter? You don't like Oshin? You don't like 3 hours of Oshin every night? Talk about male love. I mean, it's unbelievable. There's no other explanation. It's just total male on male love. Yeah. No, I'm not being critical of that, you know. And thank you again. Doxx Report calls you Ellie. But Ellie would be E-L-L-I-E. L is E-L-L-E. So yeah, that's why I call you L, because that's your name. But, you know, you can call me Betty, I guess, is also what's out there. So, yeah, Jax's new channel, he's going to be doing live shows. I don't know when he's going to do his first show. Everybody's going to be watching Jax's first show. It's going to be a huge turnout, maybe 40 people. Well, 50 people. The entire community of 50 people will be watching Jax's first show. And all the way from New Zealand, Australia, Europe, America, Canada, South America, everyone's going to be watching Jax's first show. And, yeah, it's going to be something. Yeah, right, correct. L, right, exactly. It's not a Doxx Report. It's not Ellie, it's L. Like L. McPherson, you know. Anyway. Thank you, GD, for that really nice super chat of $2 U.S. currency. Thank you very much. That's you're a real stand-up guy. Yeah. 18 pesos, 18 Argentinian pesos to $1. Okay, I can't. I can't calculate. I'm too tired for that. I approve of your vocabulary choices, GD. Right. Wow, what a show! Amazing. This will generate lots of nuclear fallout on the shows later tonight and tomorrow. That's a given. That's a given. Yep, they'll be blasting the nuclear fallout on those other channels. No question about it. I'm glad I benzoed up. Holy shit! I've been here 5 hours and 45 minutes. I can't believe it. I thought it's just been a couple hours. Holy shit. Luckily, I benzoed up a few hours ago, so I'm feeling pretty okay right now. Uzi came back some while ago. He tried to get back on again, and he posted his usual N-bomb content in the private chat section. How long will you be a N? How long will you be a N? And on and on and on. Yeah, I got all the screenshots of this stuff, you know. Unbelievable. But he's changed. He's changed. Uzi's changed. Wow. But Ozzy is a great, great guy, but we disagree on some issues. And that's fine, you know. I'm not a pink pussy hat wearing fanatic, and neither is he, so I think we get along just great. We're just fine. Yeah. And I congratulate him on making $1 million back this month. Stupendous achievement. Yeah. And I approve of his ammo choices too. JT. Uzi said his love of the N-word isn't racist, but rather is a regional thing that we just don't understand. I'm not sure. No. Yeah, that's bullshit. And I can give you specific examples of when I was living in the South for 9 years, and Texas, Georgia, and so on. And no. It's not the regional. That's bullshit. Yeah. Well, hey, listen, I need to stand up and you know what I mean, and take a break. So let's see what we can do here. Let's take a short coffee break, and thank you all for watching, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, I need to take a break. Thank you. And we're back. But that was a good break. I hope everyone enjoyed that short break. I got some good things accomplished. And let's get back to this comment here from JT. Uzi said his love of the N-word isn't racist, but rather is a regional thing that we just don't understand. Right, so KKK cross burnings and lynchings in Mississippi is just a regional thing that the rest of you folks not in Mississippi, you just don't understand. It's a regional thing. Unbelievable. Can't make this stuff up, folks. Can't make it up. Well, you could, but to what effect? I think I'm pushing some of the wrong buttons here. Where's that cat? I want to bring the cat picture back. Beautiful cat. There we go. All right. What a beauty. All right, we're back. 13 viewers. And yes, I do know how to use overlay feature. There we go. GD, channel member, $2 super chat. Morty, can you play the nice guy Morty clip? Thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you very much. I can't play it right now, because of a few reasons. One, I removed it from my StreamYard playing, clip library here. So I don't have it on the screen to play. Okay. I removed all of those videos. I mean, I put them back into, storage on the computer, but I don't have them on my screen here to play. Second, it's been done, so no need to continue that. So I've removed those for now. And there'll be new clips coming. New, a little different, and even bigger and better. But I do love that nice guy Morty clip. But I don't have it right here to play. It's in the computer storage files or whatever. But thank you very much for the super chat. And we've veered away from those clips I was playing. It's to move on to new stuff. It was a very catchy tune. He's a nice guy. He is a nice guy. Yeah, it's a great tune. But thanks again, GD. All right. That was pretty good. We had a good appearance by Ozzy Expat today, last night. Solid appearance from Herman Ingram. Who else? Who else knows what may be coming tonight? Yeah, the cat is so beautiful. I don't want that Uzi brain damage joint smoking image up there, so I'm going to remove that. There we go. Bring the clips back. No, those clips are, back. They're not the current lineup material. There'll be new clips coming. They'll be dynamite. They'll be great. I haven't had dinner. I feel like a turkey sandwich, mayonnaise, with some mayonnaise and potato chips. That would be really good. But I don't have any potato chips. I could make a turkey sandwich, but I don't have anything to snack on with it. No chips, cookies, mochi, nothing. Well, yeah, I don't want to have a turkey sandwich with a can of sardines. That doesn't seem to go together. If you have one, then you wouldn't have the other. I could make a sardine sandwich, but a proper sardine sandwich really needs sliced red onion, tomato slices. And I don't have any tomato slices. Or tomatoes to slice. Dubs, I have to counteract this morbid shit, Morty. I'm going live. Well, okay. Kick it off. So, very good. I think after the show, Aussie expat sat down on his living room favorite chair and looked at the ceiling and said, "My God, what am I doing with my life?" But I don't know. You better be back on the Nelson County, Dubsy. Go live, baby. McLobster. All of a sudden, Morty, all of a sudden, pop culture is embracing sardines and Velcro shoes. This is very auspicious indeed. Sardines are becoming quite a thing. Very trendy, all-natural health food. Power-packed with nutritional benefits. I mean, incredible. And it's not a mercury kind of fish, you know, that you have to worry about mercury like with tuna. Auspicious, for those who are from Chicago, means giving promise of success, prosperity, or happiness, predicting good. Propitious, presenting favorable circumstances or showing signs of a favorable outcome. I just wanted to give a definition there. Where can I watch Passion of the Christ from 2004? Let me see what websites have that. It's on Amazon Prime. Okay, that's $3.99. All right. It's on VIX, VIX. What is that channel? I don't know what VIX is. Here it is. It's a Spanish channel, so it's going to be in Spanish language. Okay, well, that's good to know. It's free if you have Amazon Prime, but it's in Spanish. Okay. Very good. Where else can I watch it? YouTube, full movie. The movie is on YouTube for free. This sounds strange. Amazing. I don't know if it's been edited or, altered in some way. I'll look at that later. Okay. It's on Daily Motion and Netflix. I don't use Netflix. Daily Motion could be okay, but they reverse the images many times and edit this. It's not working. Playback error. Oh, hey, let me click this. Here it is, Daily Motion. Okay. Netflix, where else? Tubi, is it on Tubi? That would be my choice if it was there. No, not available on Tubi right now. Okay. Well, I can find it easily is the point. Yeah. All right, very good. Got that covered. 19 viewers. Thank you for watching the channel. I'll stay around a while if any haters, lurkers want to pop on and join the chat. Here's the link again if you want to come on. Or you can go to Dubsy's channel. Check out his show. Forgot what I don't think I'm subscribed to his channel. Let me see if I can find it. I don't remember what he calls his channel. What is Dub's channel's name? I can't remember what it is. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, okay. Does anybody know Dubsy's channel name? Yeah, I don't know the name. I can't find it. It's his name on YouTube. Let me try that. T-Dubs 2004. No. There's a lot of channel names called T-Dubs, but these aren't his. No, that's not it. Nah, I can't find it. Well, anyway. Oh, is this it? Take a look. I got it. There it is. Thank you very much. Who posted that? Geekadwa, there it is. Okay, thanks for that. And I'll click subscribe so I can find it easier. And he's not on. According to this, he hasn't done a show since January. Oh, here's a show. Okay, yeah. Here's the thumbnail. It's a kangaroo thumbnail. He's scheduled for 4:26. That's today, 10:21 p.m., which is right now. So he'll be coming on any moment. All right, well, there it is. Thank you. Got the info. Sauced on the souvla. Morty, is our good friend Dr. Bob still banned from the channel? Yes. He said a day or two ago he was talking on one of those shows that he apologized to me, and no, there was no apology. He did not apologize in any form whatsoever. Email, telephone call, Skype, StreamYard, telepathically, via orb communications. No, he did not apologize. I got no apology. And I mentioned that to him. You know, if he wants to get things right with me, he needs to communicate with me. Not on this channel, though. You know, send me an email. Communicate with me on Instagram, you know. But, yeah. Yep. I'll tell you what I'm going to do is when T-Dub starts his show, I think he's on. Let's take a look. Yeah, he started a show. I don't know what he talks about over there on his channel. Yeah. Happy Suvla Day. Happy Suvla Day to everyone. All right. See, I didn't know this. Suvla is a Cypriot dish of large pieces of meat cooked on a skewer over a charcoal barbecue. It differs from Greek souvlaki in the size and cooking time of the meat and is often served for special occasions. See, I didn't know the distinction there. So I'm glad I looked that up. It differs from the Greek dish. The meat cuts are much larger and slow cooked for a much longer period at a greater distance from the hot charcoal. Traditional souvla is made from the neck and shoulder of lamb, pork, and chicken. The meat is cut on the bone into chunks about the size of a medium onion. The meat must be put on a charcoal brazier called a fuko. No, I do not speak Greek. Fuko in Cypriot Greek. Then its weight is evenly distributed on the rotisserie, so it cooks evenly on the fuko, whatever it is. The meat is put as far as possible from the charcoal at first. After it is sizzling, it is lowered down to the charcoal so that the skin on the meat goes brown. The process takes between 90 minutes and 3 hours, depending on the type of meat, size, and heat of the fire. Salt, aromatics such as oregano, oil, and wine are sprinkled or brushed on the meat once the cooking process is well underway. That way, the meat stays juicy and does not brown too quickly. Boy, it sounds really good. Typically, a souvla in Greece refers to a whole spit-roasted lamb for Easter and other major holidays or specialist restaurants. The Greek dish most similar to souvla is this is a Greek kontosouvli. Large pieces of pork cut from the bone and kokoretsi, lamb innards, offal, rolled into a large sausage. I think I could pass on that. Or a specialty of the cook in that region of the country. Cypriots mostly eat souvla to celebrate occasions such as Christmas, Easter, etc. There you go. McLobster. I'm guessing there's going to be some repetition of sentences with slight twists. Oh, you mean on Dub's channel? Okay. Gigadwa. Dubsy's viewership tops out at 4. Well, I top out at 2, according to the hater. Yeah. I was in Athens 3 years ago and getting incredible souvlaki for $3 a pop. Sounds great. Wow. Dubsy, he's talking, but his voice is barely audible. His microphone isn't functioning correctly. Something's not plugged in correctly, if you know what I mean. All right, we'll hang around a few more minutes, and then I'm going to make a very late dinner. Turkey sandwich and cranberry sauce. And I don't clean any dishes. I just eat over a paper towel. Did he say he eats over a paper towel and doesn't use dishes? Was he serious? I don't know what to believe. Well, after the show, after I get my sandwich, I'm going to watch The Passion of the Christ, directed by Mel Gibson. It's on YouTube, for free. So, I mean, it's on Amazon as well and Netflix, but I'll watch it on YouTube, and that's what I'll do the rest of the evening. You get what? Dubsy's ranting while eating slop, baby. Really? But his audio is extremely low. You can barely hear him. Yeah, I'd like to. This cat is he's in a shelter very far away from me. I mean, very, very far away. And, but if he were here locally, I would definitely go visit him. And if we got along well, I would love to adopt him and take him home. But I don't have any money for cat food or cat litter. So I couldn't rescue the cat. Well, it's time. This has been a 6-hour and 20-minute show. I could keep on going. I mean, the benzos have got me feeling really relaxed and pretty good. But I want to have dinner. Very late dinner. It's 10:30. And then I'm going to watch The Passion of the Christ by Mel Gibson. Inspired thusly by talking with Aussie Expat. Couldn't the cat just crap on the street like everyone else's in Portland? I wouldn't adopt a cat. Rescue the cat and then just put him on the streets. Why would I do that? GD, you can tell this isn't Hey Uzi's cat. If it were, the poor thing would look abused and utterly miserable. Yeah, I think you got that right. Yeah, I know, Rufus. I have done that. I know that. But I just found this particular cat who's available in a shelter. Just beautiful, ready to go cat. But he's very, very, I'm talking very far away. But I don't have money, Rufus. I don't have money for cat food and cat litter, let alone any veterinary bills that might appear. So, I guess it's a fish tank. A fishbowl. I'll get a fishbowl with one goldfish. GD. Great show, Morty. We'll listen to the replay to catch the beginning. Thanks, GD. By the way, this show will be covered lengthily, or in length, by certain hate channels starting tomorrow. So you can be sure of that. So time to end the show. Thanks everybody for watching. 6.5 hour show. Thank you to the donors of tonight's episode. It's you guys that helps me pay the StreamYard and other bills to keep this channel alive. The host, not so much, but the channel payments, yes. Thanks everyone, and see you later. Good night.